I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never liked him. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never. I'm a never Trump guy. I never.
Oh, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good to see you. I need to do the things that I normally should have done a little bit before checking in with you. Like finding the stream key, posting it to other places. That way other people know that we're live. But I'm ecstatic to be hanging out with you fine folk today. So how are you? How's life? We got content out the wazoo. We got Mehdi Hasan being a bully to a bunch of fascists, and then a fascist bullying him back, and then him looking like he gets a little sensitive about it. I'm not going to lie. And then we also have Fuentes versus Candace to finish up. I also want to go back, and I want to finish up the Jordan Peterson versus Destiny conversation, because I have a feeling that would actually be pretty good. Like, it was good content while we were going through it. We just, I yap a lot. Excuse me. So by yapping a lot, I extend the runtime. By extending the runtime, I know that people have attention deficit disorder, and I'm already creating 2-hour breakdowns. So I want to make sure that we're, excuse me, I'm sorry for yawning in your earballs. I'm just getting caffeine in. But I want to make sure that my content is consumable, comes in, 2-hour blocks. That way people have a good time. They're doing the dishes, they're hanging out, they're eating dinner, they're chilling. And then they just put me on in the background and they go, you know what, Connor, that's a pretty dumb point. You shouldn't have said that. Or they go, oh, Connor, that's a pretty smart point. I'm going to integrate that into my worldview. So we did Twitter, we did Discord. Let's do my politics YouTube channel. And then I'll say hello to chat, and then we'll get cracking. Excuse me. Again, I'm sorry for yawning. All right. I don't want to upload a video. I want to create a post. Create. Post. Linked. All right. Now I can hang out with you guys. All righty. Let's get rid of that. Let's go here. Conservative Liberalism 07. Nublar says good morning. Randy Chang says good morning. Conservative Liberalism says still kicking. How are you and yours? Y'all have a good weekend. Yeah, I had a pretty stinking good, not going to lie. So just sharing finance stuff, even though I know finance stuff, it's gauche to talk about. The 20th is the YouTube payday, and we had a good month last month. Politics was okay. It's good. It's getting there. Like, I'm not getting rich off of political commentary yet, but we're working on it. And then Warhammer had a really good month last month. So that comes out in one paycheck around the 20th, but it takes 1 to 3 business days to process. And so as a result, I should be getting a pretty fat check for last month. And that is going to allow us to do lots of cool things. I'm going to buy some 3D print filament. I'm going to fix my bolter, which is needed to be fixed for several months. I'm going to create the Halo Magnum pistol because I do have the design. I've just been waiting to fix my 3D printer, which I finally did fix within the past couple of weeks. So I'll have a Halo Magnum pistol, which will be awesome. I'll have my bolter, which for those of you who don't know, I'm creating science fiction firearms and I'm making them functional. So I have a 12 gauge semi-automatic magazine fed shotgun that looks like a bolter from the Warhammer 40K universe. I'm working on the Halo Magnum from, of course, the video game Halo. After that, I have a business partner who's going to be helping me create Counterpoint Sci-Fi and Counterpoint Star Wars. We're putting the I's and T's on the contract there. And then with the contract, he's giving us some upfront money to pay the editor and also to pay myself a small salary. So with that money, what I'll be doing is, of course, I'll be taking care of needed living expenses as required. However, realistically, if it's additional capital, I'm going to be buying cool stuff. Like, so for instance, I'll be buying a Kel-Tec RDB bullpup rifle, and I'll be turning that into the Halo assault rifle and the Halo battle rifle. and then I'll buy the 308 Keltec. I'll turn that into the DMR. Then eventually I'll get a hold of somebody's Chris Vector, and I'll turn that into the Titanfall / Apex Legends R301. Anyway, so the whole point is it's very expensive to buy a gun and then 3D print accessories on top of it to make it look like a science fiction weapon. But the truth is that's what I think about in my free time. If I'm sitting there and my phone is dead and it needs to be charged, and the wife is having me do a chore, and I'm doing the dishes, and I have nothing else to think about, I just think about, like, how do I 3D print / manufacture this piece to hook into this piece that goes in with this screw set that attaches here in order to make this science fiction gun. So it's kind of like my autistic fascination. Conservatism says, nice. What do you have to do to fix the printer? Nothing now. It was so what ended up happening was Anycubic, the company that made the Viper, which I bought a $200 refurbished Viper, which is a pretty decent printer for a very good price. They updated the software, where the software was running the printer at triple times the speed that it was supposed to run at. And then also I had some plate stabilization issues. So I took it to a shop. The shop fixed the plate stabilization issues. And then I reduced the speed back down to what it's supposed to be. And since then, I've gotten a couple of good prints. So Bo Dickerson says you should make the railgun from Demolition Man just to have an excuse. Demolition Man railgun. I plan on making a coil gun for sure. The coil guns, I know this is silly. Demolition Man railgun. But coil guns are... I'm just checking out the railgun. Illuminate, deluminate. Is this the scene with a railgun? I'm looking for Wesley Snipes to kill somebody with a railgun. Oh, the magnetic accelerator gun. Well, the whole point, that's just an HKG-11, by the way. So that's fun. I love HKG-11s. But I want to, the whole point of that, sorry, let me move you over here so I can still see you guys while I'm looking at stuff. Okay, so a coil gun. Let me show you a coil gun. Coil gun hacksmith. Sorry, I need to pull this up full sized. And sorry if there's a little bit of dead air. I'm warming up. I'm letting my caffeine kind of seep into my bloodstream. But we'll get this pulled up so you guys can see what I'm seeing. Hacksmith is a cool guy. I actually think he's kind of a nerd, but of course I'm a nerd as well. And he made like a functional lightsaber and all that kind of stuff. And then he's made this coil gun to look like a Halo assault rifle, which I think is very silly because a Halo assault rifle is just a normal assault rifle. So why wouldn't you make it look like the railgun? There are railguns from there are railguns in Halo. So why wouldn't you just do that? So anyways, so effectively the problem with the coil gun is they're making it so small, and the round is so small, and the coils are so small, and the length is so small that effectively they're just making like a high-powered BB gun that shoots little, I don't know, rods instead of like a real one. So what I want to do is, obviously the limitation here is they're trying to put the power supply in something that's man-portable. They're trying to make the coils something reasonable and the structure something reasonable for a human being to be able to run around with. But that's your limitation right there. You shouldn't be doing that at all. You should be putting the power on the floor, and you should be building the coils as large as you can and as powerful as you can. And apparently there's some limitations in Canada where you can only go up to a certain velocity. and so they can't really go as hard as they could. And then you need to double the length of the weapon at minimum, if not like 2.5 times it. And you know what I would build with unlimited revenue? The Halo Gauss cannon. I would basically make the Halo Gauss cannon, but truth be told, I'm probably going to make it rectangular. But the whole point is that I'm going to throw this in the back of a truck. I'm going to make a Gauss hog. You know what I'm saying? So this, you lose all those limitations on size, and therefore you gain infinitely more power. Why would you limit yourself? Anyways, so Hacksmith's a wussy. That's what I'm saying. Randy Chang says, for the non-gun nerds, bullpup is when the magazine is behind the grip. Yes, that's correct, Randy. Let me go ahead and show you. I know we're just warming up, but, you know, and I should probably stop being annoying and stop talking about science fiction stuff. But again, I'm waiting for the caffeine to kick in. What is it? The Halo battle rifle is probably the most iconic. So I'm going to be building this, right? I'm going to take a gun that already exists. I'm going to 3D print a 45-degree angle cut and a rectangular square in order to fix the back end to look like this. Then I'm probably going to 3D print a grip to be reminiscent of this grip. Maybe not a 1-to-1, but still reminiscent. Then I'm going to 3D print this front end piece, this carry handle. And I'm going to make a scope attachable to the top of it. And then I might even integrate the rear end as a scope. We'll see. And then I'm going to buy the 3-prong front end, and I'm going to attach that to the rifle. And so the base rifle, Kel-Tec RDB, is going to be this. So I haven't fully figured it out. But basically what I need to do is I need to 3D print a piece that's going to make this more rectangular. I need to 3D print a piece that hooks up here and makes the battle rifle top end. And then I haven't figured out whether or not I'm going to just leave the grip as is. Because there's several different versions. There's ones that have rails, and the rails are actually super functional because you can do all sorts of attachments to it. So I might just leave the rail, truth be told. It might just be close enough that I leave it alone. And then I'll do the 3-prong flash hider. And then boom, I might just have it done right there. Square this off, do the carry handle, and then do a 3-prong. If that looks good, I'm just going to keep it right there. If it's not enough, then maybe I'll 3D print the grip. That way it looks even more like the battle rifle. But the truth is that, like, you need to copy the original design enough that you know, it's reminiscent, so people want to buy it. But you also need to leave it independent enough that you don't get sued for some kind of weird copyright infringement. Then I'm going to show you one more thing, and then I promise I'll get into the content. Not the battle rifle. What is it? The Halo DMR. This one is not as iconic, but it's incredibly useful in the game because it hits super hard and it's incredibly accurate. So I would probably take this design, again, look at it. It's kind of like a square rear end, a square front end, and then this weird little front sight post that's not really a front sight post. It's some kind of gas block. And then since this is a battle rifle, that's what it's called. I don't want to use 5.56. I want to use 308 because that is the caliber that a real battle rifle shoots. So a Kel-Tec RFB. This is a 308 rifle. So I would basically square off this end. The front is already square, but I would probably redo the front end to look more like the one from the game. And then I would get that weird front sight post thing going and then try to tacticalize and make this front end look cool. Like, look at that. That looks pretty stinking cool already. So we just need to DMR it a little bit. But anyways, the whole point of this, I know I've been yapping about it for 20 minutes. My apologies to people who are just like, Connor, shut the fuck up and get into the politics. But the whole point of this is that it's expensive, but I could build this and sell it. So while I might not be a rich man, I want to take some capital, build these guns, shoot a YouTube video with it, hopefully make some revenue off of the YouTube, and then sell the guns and make the prints and builds available to other people. So that's a long-term project. All right, I'm gonna shut up about guns though. Charles Burrows says, "Are you going to the stream Are you going to stream from a range one day?" Well, we already did a pre-recorded video with Destiny at the range, and we're actually going to do that again on the 27th. So, conservative liberalism, yep. Sen Patty says, "Good morning, everybody. How was the weekend?" It was excellent. Randy Chang says, "All I know about guns I learned from Call of Duty." Well, that's a good place to start. Sen Patty says, "I, for one, am ready for psychic damage." Good, because we're going to take some today. From Bumbly says, "Good morning, F Slurs. Good morning to you." DD22E says, "Hello, Connor." Hello. Omni Gunny says, "Yo, chat. Don't forget to like the stream." True. Hi, Kay. Good to see you. Astronaut Farmer says, "Backpack." No, truck. We're going to make the truck bed arm, filled with batteries and coils and all that stuff. Nublar says, "I fell in love with the Melta after playing Space Marine 2 last year." Well, boy, do I have news for you. I'm not going to let it distract us too much, but plasma gun, real world plasma gun. There's a guy, this guy from the hood, and he basically he gets like a propane chamber, and then it does a shotgun blast of propane and blows shit up. And so while it's not actually going to do real damage, I think that's so cool that I would love to make this. Oh, and then here's like a ghetto version of it. Look at this. So this guy basically takes like a yardstick, hooks up two chambers using the water, these water barrels. The first chamber acts as a retention chamber for the propane, and then the second one acts as the barrel. And so effectively what he does is he just lets the gas fill up the first barrel, then he ignites it, and then it concentrates. Watch this. Goes through, sets this on fire, and then poof. So it's like a propane shotgun. And so while obviously it's silly, it doesn't do much, you're not really going to be causing real damage. Like, imagine like busting this out for your friends, and you're just like you're just cooking, you're at the grill, you're doing a grill hottest event, and then you're like, "Hey guys, I'll set the fire," right? And then you just like bust out your Melta, and then you squirt a little bit of lighter fluid onto the fire, and then you ignite the fire with your Melta. I mean, I think that would be a sweet thing to have on your wall. Anyways, Sleeping Green says, "Connor with money will either be spectacular or a catastrophe." Indeed. Conservative Liberalism says, "Everyone needs a Goss Hog. No telling when you might have ghosts or banshees roll up on you." Yep. I'm going to buy like a used Nissan Titan or a used Toyota Tacoma and then like outfit it as a hog. Damn, do you sell them? Not yet, but I'm going to. Charles Burrows says, "Damn, that'll be sweet." Yep. Sen Patty says, "You must hit a BXR in the showcase video with the Halo BR." Hit a BXR. What's a BXR? BXR rifle? I'm not quite sure what you're talking about, but I mean, if that's it, that's cool. Yo, good morning, Gen X. I'm sorry for distracting with all the gun stuff, but I'm just warming up, getting caffeinated. Morton Bearholm says, "Came for the politics, stayed for the nerd shit." Appreciate you. I'm sorry if I'm exhausting all the politics nerds who are like, "Please God, Connor, shut up." I promise I'll start doing it soon. Gen X says, "Did anyone watch Tallarico on Joe Rogan? Oh my God, I worship that dude." No, but that's the exact guy that the Democratic Party needs. White, straight, former priest, capable of talking about policy, charismatic, intelligent, all that kind of stuff. If he's actually like a nice dude, and if he shuts the fuck up about guns, I'll vote for him. Conservative Liberalism says, "What kind of modeling software are you using upstream of your slicer?" I'm using the Anycubic original software, but I'm using for 3D design, I'm using the one that all the engineers use. I forget what it is. Fusion. I used to be designing everything in Blender, but apparently that's like crazy. And so somebody bullied me to switch to Blender, and I finally switched to switched to Fusion, and I finally switched to Fusion. Razzle Special says, "Good morning, Connor. Good morning, chat. Hope everyone had a great weekend." I did. Nublar says, "God, that absolutely rips. That's so cool." I'm happy I have I know I'm boring the shit out of the 10 or 20 politics people who are like, "Please, God, shut up." But I hope there's 20 or 30 nerds who are like, "Yes." Omri Gunny says, "Yo, Connor, I've been working on a study for college related to voter behavior. I think it's super relevant to your debate with Tiny. Is there any place I can send you some data to enhance your arguments?" Yes, please. Counter Connor, COUNTER, COUNTER on Twitter. Alternatively, you can send me an email at counterpointsconnor@gmail.com, COUNTER, POINTSCONOR@gmail.com. Counterpointsconnor@gmail.com. Cotter is with one N. Afro J says, "We looking at the protoplasma and protomelta?" Yes. Yes. A great party trick. Yes. Saving Green says, "This has Elon Musk flamethrower energy." Yeah, but the Elon Musk flamethrower sucks. It's just a propane blowtorch. I want one that actually fires a fireball like a shotgun. Herkimer says, "This episode of Jubilee is concerning, to put it mildly." DD22E says, "This one gets pretty dark, Connor." Excellent. Excellent. Then we'll try to make it lively and fun by explaining complex ideologies and making fun of fascists.
My family, when you just...
So I think that's my cue. You guys are going to hate it too, because there's going to be like descriptive things that the fascists are going to be like, this description, this description, this description. And I'm going to be like, yes, yes, yes. And you're going to be like, "No, Connor, why are you conceding so much ground to the fascists?" And then they're going to be like, "This prescription." And then I'll be like, "That prescription sucks." And then you'll get back on my team. All right, so let's go ahead and remove the wrong one. Let's go ahead and get this going. Justin would fit in this circle perfectly. Excellent. They should have gotten Justin, he would have been the black guy. Look, it's all, dude. I'm going to be rude before we even start, okay? So it's 2 girls, 3 girls, 4 girls. So it's 95% dudes. Then you got several dysgenic white dudes. And then you got like 1 or 2 normal looking white dudes. And then you have a bunch of Hispanics. And this is what is so fucking funny to me about like white nationalism and ethno-nationalism, is it's increasingly becoming a Hispanic dominated affair, which is so funny to me that we've obviously accepted multiple generations of Hispanic immigrants into the United States over the past century. But it's so funny to me that like milquetoast Anglo whites are kind of like stepping back from racism. And they're kind of like, "Oh, that's not cool. We should all be cool, man. We should all be friends." And then the Hispanic white guys step into the gap and they're like, "No, it's time to be racist as fuck." That's like, if there's any indication to me that America is a cultural powerhouse, it's the fact that Northern European whites are not showing up to the racist rallies increasingly, and it keeps being white Hispanics. That's awesome to me. Oh, man. And Unruly Kurt says, "Good morning, guys. Did y'all see that Hunter Biden just dropped a 3-hour interview with Channel 5 News?" No, but I should watch that just so I can be like, "Oh, you know what? I actually like him now. He might be a piece of shit who deserves to go to jail for tax evasion, but you know what? I think he's a nice guy." You guys would probably love that. There's an illegal immigrant there simping for Trump. That's so based. And Unruly Kurtz is so far so good. I just saw the first half hour and it wasn't bad. Good. It's finally our time for for Hispanic white supremacy. True. Shadow 2 Bravo says, "Good morning, Connor. Mehdi should be kicked from the country." Well, we're going to disagree on that, Shadow 2 Bravo, but that's okay. That's okay. Conservatism says, "I know a dude on Discord from Venezuela, and he's crazy racist. We need to adopt all of South America. They're a riot." Yeah, apparently. All right. Anyways, I've dallied long enough. I yapped everybody's ears off about guns, and only a third of the audience is going to be interested in that. And the truth be told, we need to make some content. We need to do our jobs. So let's go ahead and do our jobs. All right. Lights on. Caffeine, not enough, but that's okay. Hi guys, my name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, a never Trump Republican, and today I have a special treat for you. Mehdi Hasan, who I find to be an annoyingly progressive political commentator, took on a bunch of far-right psychopaths, and the memes and clips from it are absolutely wild. So I want to go ahead and get into the content. We will be breaking it down intermittently. Let's go ahead and bring on Mehdi Hasan and 20 right-wing psychos.
My family lineage is settlers from the 1500s.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
You
colonials.
don't look
Yeah.
very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites
not.
are Native Americans. What are
Sorry,
you talking about?
you're not.
What are you talking about?
You're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you could say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
Listen to me. I am an immigrant. I'm speaking from personal experience.
Get the hell out.
I don't even like... I should get the hell out.
Yes.
Why?
I don't want you here.
I'm Mehdi Hasan. I'm a journalist. I'm the editor of Zeteo. And today I'm surrounded by 20 far-right conservatives. My first claim is Donald Trump is pro-crime and pro-criminal.
This topic is going to suck. I already know it's going to suck. I also just want to acknowledge for the VOD viewers that the reason why I'm reducing the size of the video is if I keep it full screen, it gets copyright struck. If I reduce the size so the screen doesn't get recognized for copyright material and it's just audio, then typically we're pretty good. So I'm going to leave it at this size.
Welcome.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. I'm Mehdi.
I would just like to ask, what makes someone pro-crime versus, anti-crime?
I think when you're soft on criminals, when you let criminals out of prison, when you pardon people who've assaulted police officers, you're pro-criminal. Donald Trump pardoned almost 1,600 people who were involved in January the 6th. I think 600 of them had been charged with assaulting a police officer or obstructing a police officer. 170 had pled guilty to assaulting a police officer. 70 had pled guilty to assault with a deadly weapon. J.D. Vance said, we're not going to pardon the violent criminals from January 6th. Donald Trump pardoned all of them. Are you okay with that?
I would say January 6th is a very special case. I would say it's almost a climax point in history. I would just phrase the question this way. Right now in the LA protests, if they were to, just for example, they were to rush the capital of LA, I mean, they'd have to move over all the homeless people living in tents on the steps of the Capitol. But if they were managed to get into the Capitol and they were just protesting, peacefully, let's say police officers were rushing them in. They were letting them in and saying, hey, you guys can go in, like we have many testimonies that say.
What about the violent ones, though?
Okay, violent ones like
a man named David Dempsey, a judge, a Reagan-appointed judge, sentenced him to 20 years in prison. He stomped on police officers' heads. The judge said his conduct was exceptionally egregious. He attacked police officers with flagpoles and pepper spray. Donald Trump pardoned him. There's a man named Daniel Rodriguez. He got 12 years in prison for taking a stun gun and tasing a police officer in the neck and giving him a heart attack. The judge said he was a one-man army of hate. Donald Trump pardoned him. Does that not make Trump pro-criminal?
So here, I'm just gonna call it. I might even fast forward. No offense to this sweet young man. However, all I would do rhetorically here is a whataboutism. I know it's like a logical fallacy where you have to admit that Donald Trump is pro-criminal based off of this metric, but I also think it stands to reason. Part of the rage of the right wing in 2020 and 2021 was from watching the Summer of Love. So effectively, for those of you who don't know, maybe you're all young, maybe you're all 15 or 16 years old, I have no idea. But during 2020, effectively we had when was the George Floyd incident? George Floyd incident date was in May 25th, 2020. Effectively, we had sustained protests and riots through 2020, which was exacerbated by the COVID lockdowns. And so effectively, people were like locked in their homes, bored as shit, underemployed, unemployed. They engaged in protests against police brutality. And then a healthy chunk of those protests became violent and involving arson. Now, the stat that all the progressives are going to say is that 95, 97% of the protests remained peaceful and didn't involve property damage or violence. But I also think that like a cursory Google search will show that like roughly $1 billion in property damage occurred along with 20 homicides. And it did seem like law enforcement was largely powerless to do anything about it. So I would take a whataboutism tact in this debate, even if it's a logical fallacy.
Letting violent criminals out of prison.
I would say, okay, by your logic, Donald Trump is pro-criminal. What about Kamala Harris, helping with the bail bond stuff for protesters? I get that progressives are going to view that differently, but conservatives will 100% view that as exacerbating the issue. What about all the Democratic people calling for protests and riots during 2020? What about Joe Biden? While his rhetoric was anti-riot, what about all of his base effectively tepidly supporting what happened in 2020?
I would say no, it doesn't make him pro-criminal.
You're okay with that?
I did not say that. I said that one pardon against somebody.
It was 1,600 pardons. 600 of those were people charged with...
one example that you just gave me.
I can give you...
Do you guys care if I fast forward this guy? Because that's actually like, no offense to him, but that's like the least interesting part of it. So I'm gonna skip. No offense. You look like a nice guy though.
How's it going?
Hey, how's it going? Mehdi.
What is it?
Mehdi.
You're from northern UK, I guess?
I'm from London, North London.
Okay. Fair.
Sorry, real quick. Chat says, Mehdi also said he values God over his own son. All religious people value God over their own families, whatever, 4690. That isn't an indictment from a religious perspective.
Fair enough. What's your ethnic background, if you don't mind my asking?
My parents are from India.
Okay, perfect. Just getting premise here. First of all, I want to say
the premise of Donald Trump being pro-crime.
No. I want to concern myself with why you care about what's happening in the U.S. first and foremost. Secondly, I want to say this: with the argument,
should people who live in the U.S. not care about?
Let's not interrupt each other because I have this thing. People know I have this thing. I have to stay calm. Okay. Here's the thing: I am happy that he released J6. In fact, so much so that I was prepared to protest if he didn't.
Okay.
So when you say, are you okay that he's pro-crime? Sure, because you know what? We're changing the definition of what crime is, first and foremost.
You don't think stomping on police officers' heads is a crime?
I don't think it's no longer a relevant conversation anymore. You're
really?
arguing. No, it's not, because you know what? Okay, have you seen the U.S. in the last 4 or 5 years?
Yes, I've
BLM protests.
Have
you seen? Okay, myself have been involved in these protests. I've seen egregious things that you couldn't even imagine.
So
being done to conservatives. It's not about that. It's about tribal warfare. Okay. That's where we're at in the U.S. I don't know where you're at in the UK. You're from India, so I don't really.
I'm not from India.
Oh, sorry, your parents are from India, so
I'm an American
you
citizen.
have your own stakes.
I'm an American, you know.
You're an American citizen?
Yes.
Okay, fair enough. I don't know how you got that, but fair enough. Here's the thing.
Are you an American citizen?
Absolutely.
Okay.
But here's the thing.
Not sure how you got that. Okay.
Born here.
Okay.
Born here, and my family lineage is settlers from the 1500s, so I have some stake in the claim here. Okay.
But you're
a little different.
But you're a descendant of immigrants, settlers,
I didn't know.
Colonialists.
Yeah,
you
colonials.
You don't look very Native American to me.
I am Native American. Whites are Native Americans. What are you talking about?
You're not.
What are you talking about? Whites are Native Americans.
Really?
I think
what was happening before the 1500s?
I think you're getting confused with it.
I don't mind going on a tangent. But what was happening before the 1500s?
Calm down. I think you're getting.
What was happening before the 1500s?
There was indigenous people here that came here from Asia.
Do you know what indigenous means?
Listen. Before
indigenous people can't come from somewhere else.
Why do you ask a question if you're going to interrupt?
I'm not sure if you know what the meaning of indigenous means.
I do.
Yeah, so Mehdi Hasan is very talented about being a smug D-bag, which to his credit, I haven't seen anybody posting clips of him getting blown out in this conversation or debate, so I appreciate him, being aggressive. However, I do want to point this out, though. Like, this is something that actually has been pissing me off recently. I don't think that people in Twitch and YouTube politics are actually listening to the words that are being said and conceptualizing what's being said. I think they're responding to the emotions with which they're being said. Now my chat is filled with geniuses. So all of you listen to what I say and you understand it conceptually. All right. However, there's a lot of morons out there who only respond to emotion. And so what I think is interesting about this is that if you Google we've used Native American as a term for indigenous people for a really long time, but Native is defined as a person born in a specified place or associated with a place by birth, whether subsequently resided there or not, associated with the place or circumstances of a person's birth, of indigenous origin or growth. Now, indigenous is going to give us some problems. However, these first two terms, I think there's an argument to be made that European Americans and Hispanic Americans, by the way, and Black Americans are all a form of natives because we are born here. Now, what's interesting, though, is when you go to indigenous definition, I think you get a little bit more specificity where it says inhabiting or existing in a land from the earliest times or from before the arrival of colonists. So I actually think that this level of specificity actually helps, where indigenous should be used borderline for like Native Americans. Indigenous Americans, I think, would work. And then native is a contested rhetorical point. Actually, I find that incredibly interesting definitionally. Let's see if more develops.
You know what it means. It
Doesn't
means
sound
they
like it.
came here first, right? They came here from Asia by way of land bridge. Have an argument with Neil deGrasse Tyson or anybody else about that. I don't care.
Is he an American?
Hoach says, Connor, did Biden pardon all the BLM rioters? Nope. But there's arguments to be made that during 2020, the protesters were allowed to do a whole bunch of stuff and that they were given bail support by the left in order to get out and go do more protests. Now, you can say the protests are justified. I'll agree with that. However, the perception on the right is that effectively it was a open door system where somebody would go protest, they would riot, they would fight cops, they would get put in jail for a crime, then they would be let back out by the left in order to protest, riot, then they would do it again, then they would do it again, then they would do it again. That's the perception on the right. I'm not saying that's 100% accurate. I'm saying that's the perception.
Genuinely don't care. Yes, he is.
Okay, just checking.
My point is, okay?
Nothing to do with crime. So far, you've agreed with me that these people
Because
are
you're
criminals.
derailing, dude. I'm trying to stay on
You literally
track.
sat down and asked me where I'm from. I think you derailed this conversation from the
offended
get-go.
by that, but I'm because
I'm
I'm
not
always
offended. I'm
curious,
just wondering what it has to do with crime.
I'm always curious.
We're going to talk about
why-
immigration. Don't worry. Later on, you can come back.
I hope so.
Right now, you're doing a very bad job of making the case that he's not pro-crime.
I just
and
got a
pro-criminal.
round of applause. I could probably get another one actually if I asked for it.
Wow.
So I don't think I'm doing
Is this how
as
you
bad.
get rounds of applause? You sit in a room with 20 people who agree with you. Wow, amazing. Amazing. That
Well,
must
wait
make you
till
feel
this comes
good.
out. You know what? I'm
20
actually
people
glad
agree
you're
with
getting
you,
this
applauded you.
emotionally outraged right
Wow.
now. This is great.
I love it.
Do I have to say anything at this point, or are you just going
Please.
to keep going?
Please,
Okay.
make your claim.
My claim is that I don't care if it's pro-crime. You want to go back to the topic of conversation?
That's fine. We agree then.
So-
He's pro-crime.
But
and
I
you
have
don't
a
care.
question for you, though. Do you care on the opposite side of the spectrum?
Yes.
Do you care about law being administered
Yes.
to the opposite side of the
Yes.
spectrum?
I think
when they're
anyone
doing
who
the same?
assaults a police officer shouldn't be pardoned. I think that Donald Trump shouldn't have pardoned 9 Republican members of Congress who were convicted of crimes, and I don't think Joe Biden should commit. I don't think
you
Democrats should
understand-
pardon Democrats.
Fair, but I don't
We
think
both
you
agree.
understand where we are in the U.S. Then.
I think I do.
No, because you're
I think I do
arguing
this for
from
a
a
living.
position of like a U.S. that doesn't exist anymore.
Okay.
We're headed towards
so nihilism, no laws, nothing matters.
It's not about
everyone's pro-crime.
It's not about that. It's that
That's
conservatives
convenient.
conservatives for too long have been playing it safe. They've been playing by the
Really?
law. They've been playing
They've been
it by
playing
the book.
by the law.
Yes, they have.
Maybe you missed the Bush presidency.
conservatives
Did you
are
live
so
here during the Bush years?
Conservatives are
Didn't
so
play by the
concerned.
law, George W.
Let me
Bush, nor did
finish.
Ronald Reagan.
Let's be respectful to you. Let me finish.
I'm not sure you've been that respectful, but okay.
No. Okay. Listen, we can fight about this in a moment, but Dominic Gaeta says, and that's why this type of discussion goes nowhere. Mehdi actually has intellectual and journalistic integrity, whereas the Jubilee picks in this room are devoid of intellect and integrity. Listen, you guys are going to have to evolve past this, all right? When it comes to argumentation, disagreeing with someone is not an indicator of intelligence. Right now, nothing's been said so far. Okay, the first guy I skipped because, to be honest, he seemed a little bit mousy, and he also seemed to be like, "Well, what do you mean? What do you mean by he's anti-crime?" Which I just didn't want to wait 5 minutes for him to make a point. This guy, though, he sat down and made a point, or he's trying to, and I'm going to go ahead and infer the points that he's making because Mehdi is not letting him make the argumentation. He's interrupting him every 4 seconds. As a matter of fact, I'll point that out to you momentarily. What this guy, I think his argument is that he has, through virtue of being a colonist that's been here for 500 years, he's now a Native American. Through the course of 500 years of history, he has an investment in the stake of the United States of America. Whereas civic nationalism, paperwork nationalists, that says that anybody can come here and anybody can become a citizen, which is what I believe, by the way, doesn't mean that they have a stake or they have the interests of the nation at heart. And he's probably going to accuse Mehdi Hasan, a son of Indian parents who moved to the United Kingdom, who's a dual citizen of the United States and the United Kingdom, who has advocated for Islamism in the past, who has articulated his hostility to the Western world in the past, he's going to argue that he's not a real citizen because he's not ethno-religiously of this tribal group, and that also he advocates against the health of that tribal group. Mehdi Hasan, in return, is just going to say, well, I'm human and I'm advocating for justice in general. So, anyways, I could explain it further, but Dominic Gaeta, I want you to pay attention to how little is said in the next minute. It's 7:28. I'm going to watch the clock and try to time what's going on.
I'm trying to bring it back, so let's both bring it back, okay?
That was 3 seconds with an interruption.
I'm conservative, okay?
Really?
Let me
1.5 seconds, and he interrupted again.
tell you this. We do play it too safe. We've been playing it by the book for too long. Okay. At this point, gloves are off, right? The left has made their point. They're willing to
do... the police force in Washington, the left?
7 seconds.
Yes! Are you kidding me? The left? Are you insane?
Police officers.
Look at LA right here.
3 seconds.
You think those stand down?
You think the LAPD are a bunch of liberal Marxists?
4 seconds and a straw man argument.
No, but I think they listen to liberal Marxists who tell them what to do.
Okay.
I think they listen to who signs their paychecks at the end of the day.
Check, because you're doing lots of little diversions. We both agree Donald Trump's pro-crime. You're just fine with it.
No,
is that the position?
I don't.
That's what you've said so far for about 5 minutes.
I don't agree with your definition.
What's your definition of crime?
It doesn't
Stomping
matter.
on a police officer's head is not a crime. That's your definition of crime as the Native American.
I am Native American.
If you say so.
So going back to the topic at hand, we have different definitions of crime because you're talking about.
There's a criminal code in this country. It's called the U.S. Criminal Code.
You know what?
Okay, so Dominic, I hope you understand why I'm frustrated with this style of conversation. Is that while what effectively is happening is this style of conversation is these people come in order to try to get dunks, and this person has to defend against the dunks. That's the style of conversation. So I understand that Mehdi, he's just trying to survive, right? That's why they call it surrounded, right? However, number one, I don't view Mehdi's defensive strategy of interrupting every 5 to 7 seconds with a point that throws his opposing interlocutor off balance. I don't view it as specifically skillful. I could have a conversation with you, and every 3 seconds I could be like, oh, ba 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 ba, oh, ba 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 ba, oh, ba 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 ba, and I could just do that over and over again. And regardless of whether or not you're an 80 IQ dipshit or a 3000 IQ astrophysicist who has perfect rhetoric, you're not going to be able to contend with that line of argumentation because it's not argumentation, it's rhetoric. So I actually hate this. I hate what Mehdi Hasan is doing. I would like it if this guy was able to articulate his argumentation in full, and then Mehdi was able to contend with it. Now, if you want to say that he needs to be brief, because brevity is the soul of wit, which is why I'm very dumb in that regard, then you can make arguments that he's taking too long to make a point. But I think he needs more than 2 seconds.
But let's focus on what we agree on. I'm sure you and I actually agree on a lot more.
Do we agree that people shouldn't stomp on police officers' heads? Can we agree on that? If you don't agree on that, then I really think this conversation is kind of pointless.
Because first of all, you're saying what? That the police have the authority, that they're given the authority? I don't accept the authority that's been given by liberal
position. I'm a conservative or pro-police.
Then you don't know what a real. Hey, listen, you're in a room with juggernauts right now. Okay? I'm telling you right now, you are going to be blown open if you think that my
if we're going to struggle with the English language for the next couple of hours, then
what you're up against right now. Okay.
100%.
Yeah. Newsflash: the conservatives are liberal to me. Okay. Neocons, libertarians, all those mainstream people, there might as well be leftists to me. Okay.
This is who I argue with on Twitter. He's right. The neocons, the libertarians, the conservatarians, and the liberals need to create a coalition in the middle, and we need to kick out the fringe freak left and the fringe freak right. This guy's correct.
That's how far to the right I am. Do you understand my position?
So when you kind of guessed it when you sat down.
Say, about obeying police, why would I give the authority to police? Do you know you're in America?
Do you think Donald Trump should be pardoning 9 members of Congress who committed financial crimes? Are you pro financial crime? Do you pro financial?
This guy could benefit from the fanatic tactic. I'm gonna check in with chat because frankly, Mehdi's being a dick. Now you might say that this guy deserves it, and I'll agree with that. However, it's going nowhere fast. So what I'm gonna say is this guy could benefit from the fanatic tactic, where Mehdi is interrupting every 5 seconds, and this guy should just repeat the same point over and over again and go, "Do you know the guy? Do you know the guy? Do you know the guy? Do you know the guy?" And just say it until Mehdi Hasan shuts up due to annoyance. Zena says, I think scale matters and nature matters. Trump is significantly worse and attacks the foundations in a way that Biden doesn't. I agree, Zena. I agree. But this is the argumentation. And by the way, half the arguments that you're going to hear from me today are not things that I agree with. They're things that I'm trying to describe from the opposing side so you understand them. So, right-wingers, I agree with your assessment that January 6th is more important than the BLM riots. Reason being is because the BLM riots attacked local businesses, local law enforcement, local judiciaries. And so as a result of that, it's effectively a local problem that can be stomped out by local police. Whereas January 6th attacked the federal government, the balance of power in the United States, and our very system of governance. Therefore, January 6th is infinitely more important in its target than the BLM riots. However, what the right wing is going to say and the January 6ers are going to say is that the left wing was allowed to effectively throw a temper tantrum for all of 2020, whereas the right wing got to throw a temper tantrum for one day. So that's going to be the line of argumentation. I'm not saying it's correct. I'm saying that's their line of argumentation. Luis Salazar says, I can't believe BLM was 5 years ago. Yeah, I know, right? Sen Patty says, the sheep will baa for me if I ask them to. Yep. Dr. Plague Doctor says, this is a very scary line of reasoning. It's making me really want to buy ammo that people believe this. Yeah, buy some ammo. Now, the truth be told, these guys are, right-wing fringe schizophrenics who are going to spend 99% of their political energy on, forums and Reddits and shit arguing about why fascism is correct. That doesn't mean that you don't need to be ready because these people exist, 100%. Dana says, yeah, while I agree with much of what Mehdi has to say, he does interrupt too much. Now, we're just warming up too, so I should be charitable to Mehdi a little bit. Miles Otwell says, I think that there is a way to have this conversation about nihilism in the American population. This guy isn't smart enough to say it, though. Sure. Yep. All right. Anyways, I'm going to read 3 or 4 more, then we'll get back into it. Randy Chang says, Jubilee picks and screens these people by how unhinged they are, right? The whole format is just rage bait? Yes and no. I've heard some good points in here somewhere. Si se puede says, Valor Media Network, I was born here and served in the U. I'm assuming you're saying in the military. Then, yeah, to me, you're American, 100%. Fashion 40 says, he's also arguing with conservatives don't have to follow the laws, and today the U.S. is deterrent now, so we are in tribal warfare. Yeah, this guy is an asshole, and he makes the world a worse place, 100%. Joseph says, I don't think any of the Jubilee discussions go anywhere despite who's involved. I don't know about that. There was that one black chick who was talking with Jordan Peterson who had a really interesting conversation. Anyways, I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Like the stream. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Engage in chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting people there. Watch the VODs. Engage with the VODs.
All
right, Thomas Timbo is.
Pause.
I think the people who clapped you have voted you out.
No.
All right. Head back to your seat. You've been voted out by the majority.
Nice to meet you. Hello, sir. How are you?
Hey, so I'm going to be as respectful about this as possible, but the truth is your claim is completely bad faith. You do not care about being anti-crime. You yourself are pro-crime. Your side is pro-crime because you're a progressive.
How am I pro-crime?
So I'll give you an example, right? So your side, not Donald Trump, has passed a series of laws in California. Let's go with California. It's where we are right now. It's where I'm from. I don't know. Are you from California?
No.
Or okay. So in California, for example, the state legislature, completely progressive, just passed a law that limits sex offender registration to 10 years. It was life before. That's pro-crime. The legislature.
Fact check. California has a tier-based sex offender registry. Those who commit misdemeanors have to register for a minimum of 10 years, while those who commit more serious sex crimes have to register for 20 years to life.
In California, which is progressives again, has passed a law that says the voter-induced 3-strike law is no longer absolute. If someone murders someone, stabs someone on 3 separate occasions, a judge now does not have to give them life. That's a progressive.
California voters changed the state's 3-strike rule in 2012, so the mandatory 25 to life sentence was only imposed on serious or violent offenders. In 2021, the legislature ordered a mandatory resentencing for those with certain enhanced sentences. Okay. However, I'm with this guy so far. I'm sorry for interrupting so briefly. I know we need to let the content flow. However, 3 strikes law has a whole bunch of bad press around it, where a guy committed like 3 felonies that were technically felonies. Like they had possession of weed once, possession of weed twice, and then shoplifting for a dollar amount greater than 300, and they caught a serious sentence. That's why the 3-strike rule was overturned. Now, that being said, I think that this level of reform is probably positive, that we're going to have more nuance in our sentencing laws. However, I do agree with this guy spiritually that California has fucked up, as an example, with them increasing the shoplifting standard in order to create a felony, and then also by telling cops that they're not going to enforce certain shoplifting codes, they've effectively incentivized shoplifting. So I agree with this guy spiritually, but not factually.
Progressive law, that is pro-crime. You support that, don't you?
I actually don't support sex offenders coming off a list. I think they should be on for life.
Okay, so you disagree with progressives.
So hold on. You and I both agree that sex offending is a bad thing, especially child sex offending, right?
It seems like you and I agree on that.
I agree
the
on that.
legislature of California doesn't.
So I'm not here to debate the legislature of California. I'm here to debate Donald Trump being pro-crime. And I'm saying that Donald Trump was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell. When Ghislaine Maxwell, who's the worst child sex trafficker of our lifetime, she's serving over 20 years. Do you know Ghislaine Maxwell?
Yeah, she's actually not. Jeffrey Epstein's the worst sex trafficker.
He's dead. I'm talking about people alive right now.
It's interesting, though, you didn't use his name, right? Wouldn't he be the one who did this?
Oh, great. I'm glad you brought up Jeffrey Epstein. Jeffrey Epstein, before he died, did an interview with Michael Wolff. He's on tape. I don't know if you heard the tape. He says, my closest friend was Donald Trump. I was his closest friend. Elon Musk, I'm not sure if you've heard of him. He tweeted recently that Donald Trump's name is in the Epstein files. And Ghislaine Maxwell, who was the right-hand woman of Jeffrey Epstein, when she was on trial for child sex offending, which you and I are opposed to, Donald Trump stood up and said, good luck to her, I wish her well. So yeah, that makes him pro-crime and pro-criminal if he's being soft on child sex trafficking.
Sorry, for me, this is just true. Like, I don't understand. I do understand. It's because conservatives have put so much political momentum behind Donald Trump, they can't believe that they backed such a shitbag. But I am so happy that the Epstein stuff is sticking right now. I really am. It should have been the line of argumentation the entire time. When Jeffrey Epstein died in prison under Trump's watch, when he said, I wish Ghislaine Maxwell well in her court appearances, this should have been the line of attack the entire time. I think the reason why Democrats and left-wing people were hesitant to do this line of attack is because it also implicates Bill Gates, one of the richest people on the planet, who is one of the largest philanthropists on the planet. And then also it implicates Bill Clinton, who is, of course, a champion of the Democratic Party. But he's old now and relatively irrelevant. So if his reputation gets sullied, then it doesn't matter as much anymore. But I really, really, really wish they'd taken this line of attack 5 years ago, 10 years ago. It's obviously working, and I love that it's working.
Like Epstein. I'm saying he was friends. He was friends with Epstein. You haven't seen the videos? They danced together, partied together. Epstein said I was his closest friend.
He's not supported the pedophilia part. The only people supporting pedophilia
that's not true. Trump gave a speech about 20 years ago where he said Epstein's a great guy. He loves young women. A lot of them are very young. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, laugh, laugh. So yeah, I think he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
And I think he's soft on sex offenders. Do you have any friends who are criminals?
Not that I know of. Certainly not child sex offenders. No. Do you?
No, of course not.
Okay, so we're both in agreement again. So why are you defending Donald Trump?
If it came out tomorrow that one of your friends was a child sex
trafficker, you know what I'd do?
You'd stop being friends with them.
Yes. And I wouldn't say.
And then I'd go on TV and I would say, oh, look, Mr. Hasan was friends with this guy 10 years ago. Therefore, he's pro-child sex trafficking. What if Mr. Hasan said, I wish them well when they're on trial? Wouldn't you ever go at me for that? You wish your friend well on trial?
Yeah, child sex trafficker. Would you be mad?
I wouldn't wish someone well, but that's
Donald
your
Trump
gotcha.
Did.
That's your gotcha.
It's a pretty big gotcha.
Yes, that's a fantastic gotcha, by the way. So hold on. This has to be one of my favorite scenes. I understand that I have like a schizophrenic flow right now, but it's because we're easing into the content. Watch this, okay? Now imagine that Dee Reynolds. You guys can help. Imagine that Dee Reynolds, the blonde woman, is Pam Bondi. Imagine that Dennis Reynolds, the younger white guy with black hair, imagine that's Dan Bongino. And then imagine that Frank, the short guy, imagine that that's Donald Trump, and imagine that as an AI video. Now, listen to this.
You guys can help me with my thing. We got to shred a bunch of documents.
What? What are you talking about, man?
Well, the thing of it is, it may or may not have been the official beverage supplier of Jeffrey Epstein.
What?
Jeffrey Epstein?
Yeah, but before you judge me, know this. Yes, I was on the sex island, but only for the snorkeling. I didn't know anything about the kid stuff. No, look, 95% of what went on down there was not pedophilia.
Oh, yeah?
No, the other 5%, that sullied the whole operation.
Yeah, it sure did, Frank.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it ain't just me. You guys' names are on those documents too, remember?
What? Still?
God damn it!
Son of a
Frank,
bitch.
No, I don't have time for this.
Well, come on and be quick. It's only a couple boxes.
Ah, shit. God damn it.
Sorry. All right. To summarize this point, I feel like this part of the content is a little bit less schizophrenic because the interlocutor is actually dealing with the criminal argumentation. I think Mehdi Hasan is doing a brilliant job dunking on the Jeffrey Epstein angle. I think this should have been the angle the whole time. Back to the content.
You wish your friend
pretty
well.
big gotcha.
Okay,
He
but
praised
see,
the, he
what
praised
you're really
the woman
trying
for
to do right
child
now is you're
support.
trying to get back to
that
Donald Trump on a personal level.
Elon
Let's
Musk
talk
says his
policy.
name is
What's his policy?
Oh, you want to talk policies?
Yes.
So when he left office in 2020, he left behind the highest murder rate for over 100 years.
He left behind the highest murder.
Yes.
That is the most bad faith claim you
No,
could
no,
possibly make.
it's a fact from the CDC
and you know
data.
what? Here's why it's bad faith.
Can I finish a sentence and then you can come back in?
You're just lying to people. Donald Trump.
I'm lying?
Yes,
Can I finish the sentence?
Donald Trump does not cause the murder rates. Murder is a state level
that's
crime.
hilarious.
Gavin
Conservatives
Newsom is more responsible for the murder rate than Donald Trump is.
That's hilarious. So Donald Trump's not responsible for murder rate, but other politicians who are Democrats.
Yes, because it's a state level law. That's like saying no. I'll say Republicans are too. State governors who are soft on crime are the ones that are responsible.
Let me finish
for
the
murder
sentence.
rates.
When Donald Trump left office in 2020, between 2019 and 2020, according to data from the CDC, from the FBI, from Pew Research, the 30% increase in the murder rate between 2019 and 2020. It was the single biggest jump in the murder rate since 1905.
And who's doing
so he's pro-crime
who's doing the murdering?
and
Aren't they
pro-criminal.
responsible? Who's doing the murdering?
The murderers.
So aren't they responsible
But why
for the
did it
murder
go up
rate?
on his watch?
What?
Why did it go up on his watch?
Gee, that's
This is where I'm going to say Mehdi Hasan pisses me off. I get it. There might be people who are cheering him on in chat, but this is where Mehdi Hasan genuinely pisses me off. Would he hold the same standard for Biden? Obviously not. And in 2020, did we have the worst economic catastrophe since the Great Depression? And was it controllable? That's the point. So, like, sometimes I'll make some arguments about Trump caused inflation because we obviously had a correlated... We're talking about COVID, okay? We're talking about 2020. So what happened was we had a pandemic disease that was going to kill the shit out of everybody. We had to cool down parts of the economy because we didn't want everybody going to work because they would get infected and died. And that would have been worse for the economy and also worse for people. So what we did is we did the lockdowns, right? And it was implemented haphazardly, et cetera, et cetera. However, what ended up happening was with that increase in unemployment, with that increase in underemployment, with that increase in financial insecurity, what ended up happening was we had a spike in crime. Well, I'm not going to hold Donald Trump personally accountable for the fact that we got hit with a pandemic disease. So if I would not criticize Biden for that, then I'm not going to criticize Trump for that. However, Mehdi Hasan is just going for dunks. So he's in my line of thinking, this is disingenuous argumentation. I don't think he would hold the same standard. I think if somebody was attacking Biden along the same lines, he would say, oh, well, it was a one-off. It was a pandemic disease. What did you want Biden to do? I don't think he would have the same line of attack. Hutch says, Connor, he's interrupting Nazis who aren't staying on topic. Might be annoying, but let's not ignore what they are saying to him. Yeah, you should still be able to allow your ideological enemies to be able to articulate a full position before you attack the position. Like, call me a liberal free marketplace of ideas person all you want. I think that when you constantly interrupt bad people from making their arguments, what it comes off to a lot of people of is rhetorical weakness. It means that you're scared of their position because you can't actually contend with it. So, Charles Burrows says, liberal insofar as they believe in democratic values. Sure. Crawling Chaos says, fuck this. Not going to listen to this shit. That thing is constructed by maggots to make people angry, hateful. It's easy click money. Fuck that. Bye. Okay. Jesus, bud. Relax. It's just content. Fucking Cam says, bro is horseshoeing on the police take. True. Matthew Mendoza says the whole video kind of goes nowhere, but it's entertaining. All right. Well, we'll keep it up. We got 100 people hanging out with us, so I'm happy to watch this. Fashion 40 says, Mehdi is being such a dick because this guy came through with some bullshit. Does he interrupt more than Tucker Carlson? No idea. Old School says, I've never been impressed with Mehdi. He gets by using interruptions, pleas to victimhood, non-whites and Muslims, and assists from like-minded people to win any argument. Gotcha. Vlad says, while I generally disagree with his Mehdi is arguing, and I'm directly biting his point, I think it's redundant to debate fascists, and a good chunk of them identify as such. Wrong. Don't, listen, I love you guys, and I'm happy that you're here. So don't take anything that I say as an insult, okay? I don't understand why you would come to my channel if you weren't interested in contending with fascist argumentation. I really don't. Like, if you just want to get jayed off by a liberal and just told, like, liberal and progressivism is 100% correct, and all of your enemies have nothing to say, and you don't need to pay attention to them, they're actually just stupid, then you should probably be watching Vosh. Destiny actually does contend with ideological arguments, but you should probably be watching Destiny because oftentimes he just presumes his own correctness. But yeah, I don't know why you would come here if you were like, I don't even want to consider fascist ideas. Wrong channel. Might need to find a liberal J-off channel. Matter of fact, I actually have a couple of recommendations. Hutch is somebody who does good breakdown content, but he's very liberal. And then Pondering Politics, I love him. I love Josiah. But his content is effectively, here's the Democratic perspective on this current event 3 times per day. So if you want a liberal circle jerk, boom, there's 2 excellent creators for you. I'm going to read 1 or 2 more, then we'll get back into it. Sacred Snow says, did you see JBP claim he was given a misleading prompt that was a trap, implying that he did so bad? My dad has Alzheimer's. Leave him alone. Sacred Snow says, holy shit, this is Dark Mirror Dan Saltman. Same cadence, similar voice, similar look, but is a fascist. True. All right, let's continue.
That's a real hard one to figure out, right? We shut down the whole economy during COVID. We told everyone they couldn't go out unless it was to violently protest. We told people that if a cop tries to arrest you, that cop's probably going to get charged with murder.
No, I think the pandemic had a lot to do with it. But the pandemic didn't finish in 2020.
What?
The pandemic didn't finish in 2020.
Do you ask why the murder rate went up?
This guy's contending with it just fine.
What about you guys blame Joe Biden for crime for years?
What Joe Biden actively induces policies that are pro-crime. I'm asking you
does Donald Trump. Okay.
Name the policy that's pro-crime. Please, I've asked you for like 10 minutes.
I'll name one right now.
He's going to say the pardons.
No, you haven't actually. You talked about California legislatures. He pardoned violent criminals who then went on to commit other crimes. You don't think releasing violent crimes into the community?
Pardon's a one-time thing. What's his policy he has pushed? Name a law he has signed.
A pardon is a one-time thing. A policy is not one-time thing.
That's like Jimmy Carter pardoned the draft.
You guys may want to dodge January 6th, the pardon.
I'm not dodging that.
Then Jimmy Carter. Did you agree with
I'm going to right now.
Do you agree with
Jimmy Carter pardoned draft dodgers? Does that mean his policy was
I don't support Jimmy Carter. Do you support? Do you support the pardoning of people who went on to be prosecuted for sexually abusing a 7-year-old child, illegal gun possession, reckless homicide?
Now, see, there's more bad faith. There's more bad faith. He didn't pardon someone for sexually abusing a child.
But they went on to be convicted of it.
For rebelling against the government that they believed had rigged elections. That's what he pardoned them for. He didn't pardon them for sexual child abuse.
But they were criminals who committed those crimes. He let them out. So that means the crime rate goes up.
So you say they're criminals because they did the crime, right? Yeah. Would you extend that to illegal immigrants, that they're all criminals because they committed a crime? I have a...
No, the Supreme Court. We're going to talk about immigration.
Someone who's illegally entered the United States, not a criminal, but somebody who illegally entered the capital is.
Not according to the Supreme Court of the United States.
The Supreme Court has said that anyone who enters the United States illegally is not a criminal.
And we can jump to future claims.
Can I get the case site?
We can jump to 20. You want to get the case?
The case site, please. You said the Supreme Court.
The citation of the case.
Yes, the entering the United States illegally is not a crime.
It's called Arizona versus United States 2012. Go look it up.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
He did good. Obviously, I don't agree with his line of argumentation, but he did good where Mehdi was giving him a shitload of energy, and he gave that shitload of energy back. Fashion 40 says, Connor, would the straw man for the changes in LA enforcement on retail shoplifting be there's 4 police officers for more severe issues and crimes taking place? Yeah, my only problem with that line of argumentation, though, is effectively broken windows policing. While you can say that broken windows goes too far, there's a precipitous drop in crime in New York and a substantive increase in standard of living in New York after broken windows was implemented. And it's because the cops were so aggressive with crime. There were whole neighborhoods that it was pretty much known that no bad behavior would be tolerated. And so as a result, no bad behavior was conducted in those neighborhoods. So then you start creating like these pockets of crime. So that would be my frustration with that line of argumentation, Fashion 40, is by decreasing the consequences for shoplifting, you're to the point that there's effectively no consequences. You're effectively incentivizing the behavior. So, yeah. Sorry, there was another point here that I wanted to make before we kind of moved on, which is effectively like, it's just with Mehdi. His line of argumentation is effective. It's rhetorically effective, but I don't view the spike in violence related to COVID. I don't view that as argued in good faith. I really don't. So that's where you can agree with Mehdi policy-wise and politically. I think his rhetoric is disingenuous. Larry Hutchinson says, comparing BLM bail bonds to pardoning the J6ers is disanalogous. BLM riders still face justice while violent January 6ers were able to walk away with a clean read and some HV became repeat offenders. Sure. I'll agree with you that it's disanalogous because of bond doesn't mean that the crime gets forgiven. I agree with you. However, I think that the argument from the right wing around BLM was by bonding these people out, you were effectively incentivizing the protesting and the rioting. And then not just that, oftentimes because they're just doing mass arrests, the things that these people are charged with in order to hold them are things that don't necessarily correlate with the amount of violence incurred and the amount of damage done. It was just something that a cop who's already busy filled out on a piece of paper in order to get them into the jail cell. So you're letting these people out to do the crime again.
Hey, how's it going?
How are you doing, sir?
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
Nice to meet you. Thank you for coming. I appreciate you.
Thank you.
I really just more want to get an understanding. When you say pro-criminal, what do you mean?
I mean that when confronted with people who've committed criminal acts, Donald Trump has been either soft on them, friendly with them, pardoned them, and of course, let's not forget, I mean, we've got 5 minutes left. I'm surprised it hasn't come up earlier. He's a convicted criminal himself sitting in the White House.
Okay, I want to make sure I understand you correctly because
Yes.
I don't want to straw man you.
No,
You're saying
I appreciate that.
every time that he's been confronted,
Not every time. I didn't
most
say the words
times,
every time.
most times,
A lot of the time.
a lot of the times,
Yes.
he's leaned towards criminal activity.
I didn't say criminal activity. He has committed
Endorsed
crimes.
criminal.
He's been indicted for 88 different criminal offenses in 4 different jurisdictions by 5 different grand juries. He was convicted himself on 34 different criminal offenses by a jury of his peers. Okay. But let's park that for a moment.
Okay.
Separate to his own crimes, when confronted with the crimes of others or the alleged crimes of others, for example, a Chinese crypto billionaire called Justin Sun, who was being investigated for market manipulation, Trump dropped the case, invited him to the golf course, invited him to the White House.
Plenty of examples.
And the guy
plenty
invested $70 million in Trump's cryptocurrency.
So what I want to ask you this.
Pro-crime in my view.
Is
True. Trump's corrupt as fuck. Old School says the Epstein attacks aren't actually working if you read the polls, Connor. Conservatives are upset and disappointed, but they see all the good Trump has done this term. Old School, I don't give a fuck. Okay? I'll tell you why I don't give a fuck. I'll tell you why. And both times that I was screaming, somebody, I think Sacred Snow pointed out that I peeked out, so you didn't hear what I was screaming. I was screaming, get him, Mehdi, get him, because he was going down the Epstein line of attack. You understand that you guys, like conservatives, okay? I think that I love Burke. I could explain the entire philosophy of Burkean conservatism. I think that Jordan Peterson style social conservatism is the right way to conduct yourself. I think that fiscal conservatism and balancing the budget is important so we don't ultimately capsize our society. So I can make perfect arguments for the philosophy of fiscal, social, and Burkean conservatism, and I subscribe to all 3 of those ideologies. However, there is the philosophy of conservatism, then there's the tribal group that identifies as social conservatives, fiscal conservatives, and as that nobody knows about Burke, so ignore Burke. When it comes to the fiscal conservatives, we're still running a deficit, and you cut 0.16% of the budget that is projected to kill 14 million people worldwide over the next 5 years. That's a fucking nightmare. That's a rhetorical baseball bat that if 14 million people die, it could be 1 million, it could be 5 million, it could be 7 million. But I'm going to take that as a rhetorical baseball bat, and I am going to beat the fuck out of fiscal conservatives for the next decade about how they didn't accomplish shit and they killed millions of people out of sociopathic lizard-brained bullshit. When it comes to social conservatives who argue about monogamy, matrimony, protecting the family unit, et cetera, I'm going to take the Epstein sweeping as a rhetorical baseball bat, and I am going to beat the fuck out of MAGA for the next decade. So you can say that support within the conservatives has not dropped for Donald Trump, despite him being a fucking sweeper for pedophilia. It's perfect for me because I'm fighting for a center-left, center-right coalition of conservatarians, libertarians, liberals, maybe a few progressives here and there. I'm going to rhetorically beat the fuck out of you for the next decade. There is nothing you can do. There's nothing you can do. If you celebrate killing 14 million people and sweeping for a pedophile ring, I'm going to smash you every time you come onto the internet. I don't want conservatives to do that, by the way. I would prefer it if we uncovered the pedophile ring and prosecuted everybody involved. I would prefer it if we made cuts to the budget that actually made sense. But barring that, I'm going to beat the fuck out of you. And it's going to work.
Is it possible, because remember, the burden of proof's on you, right? You have to prove. Is it possible that all these things that he's done that supposedly make him pro-crime, is there some...
Biz D says, Jeffrey Epstein, the financier?
Another reason for the doing it. There's other justification. For example, let me give you an example, and then you can rebut it. The J6.
Yes.
Is it possible that he could have done this to unite the country, to move past, to go to a new chapter? If it's even possible, I think you would have to admit that there's another possibility. Therefore, he's not pro-crime, at least in possibility.
So let me agree and disagree.
Yep. Okay.
So I agree with you that the intent could be different. I don't think Donald Trump was sitting there saying, how can I increase the level of murders? Let me release some murderers.
Right.
I'm not saying he did that on January 6th. I don't think he was trying to unite the country. That's where we disagree. That's bullshit. In fact, he divided the country further. But intent doesn't really matter to my claim. If he's releasing violent criminals,
wait.
It
Intent doesn't matter?
No, he's pro-crime and pro-criminal.
No, but that's a big indictment to say pro-crime. That means he's for crime.
I'm confronted. Well, he is, because for example, I gave an example.
No. It could be possible. Okay, sorry, forgive me.
Your friend earlier, your ally, said, where has he done stuff that's increased the crime? I'm telling you, people have been pardoned who've been convicted on multiple other crimes. These people who we pardoned had previous criminal records. They were not just some folks chilling around and go, we're against the takeover of our country, we're opposed to rebellion. A lot of these people were already hardened criminals, militia members. He looked at those people and said, you know what? They've been convicted, in many cases, by Republican judges, but I'm going to let them out. Yeah, that makes you pro-criminal.
Is it possible?
Very much so. And if Joe Biden had done it, you'd be attacking him.
Sure. Is it possible that their conviction was part of a plea? It's like, oh shit, I can't get out of this, so I got to take a plea deal.
Some of them, maybe.
A lot of them, maybe.
Others we saw with our own lying eyes on tape, battering police.
Yeah, okay. Your guys' line of argumentation is not necessarily working here, which, by the way, I appreciate this guy, and I can feel the energy change. He's trying to have like a good faith discussion, so I appreciate this guy doing that. You guys are like, well, Mehdi Hasan doesn't like liberals, so yeah, he would attack them for a spike in crime too. Okay, well, fuck him for that as well. All right? How about that? How about if the economy implodes and there's mass unemployment and underemployment, there's going to be a correlated spike in crime that's not preventable. How about that? How about following truth instead of rhetoric? How about that? Sorry, this actually fucking pisses me off. I know that we're all divided into tribal political groups right now. The one thing that I'm going to keep centered in my conversations as maximally as possible is truth. If I say something true, I want my opponents to acknowledge that it's true. If they say something true, I will admit that it's true, even if it's inconvenient to my argument. I'm going to tell you something that pisses me off real quick. During the debate with Stephen, there was a line of argumentation that I admitted was true. And then there were people bitching that I admitted it was true in Stephen's comments. And it was that right-wing pundits have not paid a real price for platforming Andrew Tate. That is a decent point from Stephen's perspective, is that Stephen is accused of leaking homemade sex tapes, and he's an abrasive asshole who makes fucked up jokes. Those are bad things, but compared to actual sex trafficking, actual rape, actual, beating women, this is almost nothing. And so if the right wing isn't going to pay a price for platforming Tate, why should the left wing pay a price when it comes to Stephen's bad behavior? That's an okay point. Now, the thing is, Jordan, the reason why I don't accept that standard is because Jordan Peterson hasn't platformed Tate. If anything, he's endlessly criticized Tate. Ben Shapiro hasn't platformed Tate. If anything, he's endlessly excoriated Tate. So there's decent right-wingers that I'm okay with, and there's piece of shit, dog shit, asshole right-wingers that I want nothing to do with. So Stephen's talking about the latter, whereas I prefer the former, and I want Stephen to be the former instead of the latter. But he's just engaging in bad behavior. Let's be real, a little bit for attention and because he thinks it's funny.
So I want to eventually.
Did you watch live on January 6th? What happened?
To be completely honest, I'm pretty novice on this. Okay. I'm more trying to target. You're saying he's pro-crime, and in my head, I'm just thinking this logically. Let me finish. If I can finish for 1 second. If thinking this, and there's a possibility that he might have had other reasons. For example, unifying the country. Yep. Next chapter, right? That could be the reason. Therefore, it's not pro-crime. There was other reasons. I'm just saying that's a possibility. And if that's,
I'm saying it's a possibility, but I'm saying it's irrelevant because if you're knowingly releasing violent criminals out into the community, pardoning, not just releasing, then yes, you are being pro-criminal. And I've interviewed police officers.
I don't know about that case.
I've interviewed police officers who have been assaulted, beaten, had to retire from the police office, broken bones.
Can I move really quickly?
I'll finish very quickly. I've interviewed these police officers. They've been beaten by people who they've then seen walk off the streets and then carry on threatening them. Yes, when Donald Trump is responsible for that, you're definitely pro-crime.
Okay,
True. Megastar for $5. Thank you for kicking off the donations this morning. Good morning, Connor. Good morning, Megastar. Good to see you. Thank you for the donation. And hi, Grassroots. Good to see you.
I doubt a lot of the sources, but
you doubt police officers who testified to being assaulted.
You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thanks. Hey, how's it going?
Good.
Nice to meet you, Mehdi.
So you claim that your main claim is that Trump pardoned some people from January 6th. By the way, I was there.
With only 2 minutes left, this is actually like a bad argumentative tactic to jump in with only 2 minutes left.
Saw it all firsthand. About a football field away. There's smoke in my eyes. Bloodied. It was a crazy day.
Were you convicted of any crimes?
No, of course not, because I didn't enter the building. Stayed very peaceful. But your entire claim is that he pardoned.
That's not my entire claim.
Your bet's basically you keep bringing it up. All you do is bring it up.
Okay, I'll mention some other people.
Let me say this.
Are you okay with his pardoning of Paul Walton?
There's only 2 minutes left, so if you actually wanted to get a line of argumentation done, you wouldn't interrupt the guy 5 seconds into the conversation. This is where I'm just going to point out, Mehdi is being a dick and he's using rhetoric to win.
Who stole money from his employees?
You keep talking about
9 former members of Congress. That's my claim. He keeps pardoning.
D Field says, I understand the pushback against Mehdi's style of debate, but being soft on these idiots is how we got where we are in the first place. No, wrong. Okay. These people were pushed off of social media between 2016 to 2020. And when did Elon buy Twitter? When did Elon buy Twitter? Elon Musk, 2022. So from 2016 to 2022, these people were pushed to forums and all that bullshit, and they never heard a good counter argumentation for their ideology because they were dismissed wholesale. And then Elon bought Twitter in reaction to overly censorious, progressive, and liberal social media. And then this opened up the floodgates where the dissidents who had been practicing and honing conspiracist rhetoric for a decade flooded social media and annihilated public conversation. So no, squeezing these people into the margins and not addressing their argumentation has not worked. And if anything, it's exacerbated the situation. So I disagree with the progressive notion that if we just stopped talking to these people, we would somehow be in a better position. Wild disagree.
Criminals. That makes him.
You know who else pardoned a big criminal?
Go on.
Sorry, somebody says something totally unrelated that I want to address. Mario Wall, thank you for your positive comments in reference to the show. But you say, I don't understand why people don't watch the Army-Navy game. I'm going to tell you, okay? The reason why I don't watch the Army-Navy game is because when I was in high school, I went to an Army-Navy game, and it was just another football game. And I think it was kind of not very exciting. Like, it wasn't any higher level than like NFL or whatever. For Army-Navy, what I want the Army and the Navy to drop NFL level recruiting money so they get the best players in the United States of America. So every single Army Navy game is effectively a gladiatorial blowout where the United States Army and the United States Navy, if they play somebody else besides each other, they annihilate the other team. And then when they play against each other, it's like watching perfect gladiators destroy each other for our entertainment. I want them to use steroids openly, okay? And until they start doing that, I'm not going to watch.
Hunter Biden was pardoned by his father. He did crack cocaine,
he should have done that.
He had hookers there too.
I'm with you all.
But then why don't you claim that Biden? Why don't you claim that Biden?
I think Joe Biden in that instant was pro-crime. He shouldn't have done it.
Well,
he
so
shouldn't have done it.
Overall pro-crime just because he did that.
No, but Joe Biden didn't just. So if it was just a pardon, then you'd be fine. But I already mentioned there's also the fact that Joe Biden wasn't actually a convicted criminal in office. Trump has committed crimes. Trump hangs around with criminals. He spent much of the 80s hanging around with the New York mob. He hung around with Jeffrey Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell.
Well, that whole that's.
I can keep going.
Jeffrey Epstein lived in West Palm Beach, the area, and that's the closest golf course you can go to.
Do you think?
And he's very,
do you think
rich,
Donald Trump is in the Epstein
so
files?
he paid.
Do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
As soon as Trump found out,
do you think Donald Trump is in the Epstein files?
No, I do not.
What is Elon Musk lying?
Let me explain this.
Okay.
He lived in the area in Mar-a-Lago, near Mar-a-Lago, so he bought obviously a ticket to go in there.
Yep.
As soon as Trump found out that Epstein had done all those bad things, immediate ban from Mar-a-Lago.
But okay.
Immediate ban from Mar-a-Lago. Yes, it is.
That's not
yes,
true.
it is. 100%.
In fact, Ghislaine Maxwell recruited some of the girls that were abused from Mar-a-Lago.
So listen to this.
From Mar-a-Lago. That's pretty outrageous, right?
Elon Musk tweeted that out in a fit of rage. Okay. Do you
Sometimes
really?
people
Do you
tell
really
the truth
think,
when they're angry.
Do you really
the
think
truth comes?
In vino veritas, in wine truth. Also, I don't know the Latin word for anger, but I think that there should be a similar saying of in anger truth.
Comes out when people are angry sometimes.
So
we might see that today.
Kash Patel literally said that Elon Musk had no access to the Epstein files. So
Kash Patel said that Epstein killed himself. Do you agree with that?
Whatever he says goes. Then yeah, I don't care.
You do?
He knows.
Cringe, and I'm going to use this as a rhetorical baseball bat to beat the face in of MAGA for the next decade.
Knows more information than I do.
A lot of MAGA people are upset.
He knows
with
more
Kash Patel
information
for
than I
saying
do.
that.
But here's
Why are you voting them out if there's only 60 seconds left?
the actual claim.
Suddenly people are trying to vote you out because you said you agree with Kash Patel on Epstein.
He knows more information
All right,
than I do.
Pause. That's time. Please return to your seat.
Good to meet you.
Yeah. Take care.
Biz D says, is there a version of you that would have fallen into their way of thinking if they weren't such repugnant sycophants? No. So I'll tell you real quick. I was in a Jordan Peterson Facebook group in 2016, 2017, somewhere in there. And there was actually a schism in there where the jokes about like race and Jews controlling the world and all that kind of stuff, it stopped being jokes and it started being serious. And I effectively told like the other moderators, because I was like, there were 3 or 4 head admins of the page. And I basically said, like, this is not what I'm about at all. I'm not about this dissident right-wing, anti-Jew, anti-Black, anti-Hispanic stuff. I'm for freedom of speech. I'm for making racist jokes. I'm for making anti-Semitic jokes when they're jokes. When the point of the joke is the absurdity of bigotry. When the point of the joke is to say something so repulsive that the repulsive behavior is what's being mocked. Not, oh my God, black people are subhuman, or Jews are manipulative lizard creatures, or Hispanics are wild Aztec savages, one alcoholic drink away from, doing like a child sacrifice, And so we actually fought amongst the admins, and the page effectively died because the head admin was siding on the side of like free speech where anything went in the page. And then the other admin actually sided with the dissident right-wing person because, no offense to her, but I think she has schizophrenia. So the page died as a result. But the point being that like there was never a part of me that would be like this, because it's totally contradictory to my temperament, and it's totally contradictory to my entire worldview that I've been raised with since I was a child. So no, I was never capable temperamentally of being like a fascist, authoritarian dick sucker. Not possible.
Surrounded is now a podcast of
Constitution. Ooh, my favorite fascist guy.
People, as you said.
Now a podcast.
My next claim.
Yeah. Let's go. Fascist, 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 fascist.
Is that Donald Trump is defying the Constitution.
Nice to meet you. Pleasure to meet you, sir.
Mehdi, lovely to meet you.
So I would say that with Trump being anti-Constitution, I don't really care, to be quite frankly.
Okay.
Because in regards to the Constitution is a document that should seek to serve us. Yeah. And when it fails to seek to serve us, that can be amended. Laws can be changed. And quite frankly, the fact is we're defending things in this country that shouldn't be defended. The First Amendment should not defend pornography and making children and women be victimized. Making women and children be victimized as a result of that. I think things like blasphemy shouldn't be allowed per the First Amendment. I think that, quite frankly, there are a lot of legal processes that are enabling criminals and bad people to fully enact their will in this country in the name of the Constitution or following the Constitution. So, quite frankly, if Trump is anti-Constitution, good, and I think he should go further.
So this is wonderfully revealing of the modern conservative mindset. So I appreciate you spelling it out so openly. Just checking, do you support the Second Amendment?
I do.
Okay, surprise! I was shocked to hear that. I'm saying that Donald Trump is defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He's thinking of defying the 12th and 22nd Amendments. You're saying you don't care about the Constitution, but actually you do, because you quite like the Second Amendment. You just don't like the bits that you disagree with. Can I just be clear on that?
Yeah, absolutely.
Okay.
I'm more than willing to amend it and include
whenever it's
the
in your
Amendment.
favor.
Yeah, absolutely.
So can Democrats do the same when they're in office?
No, absolutely not. Because
so you don't
it's the
believe in democracy?
Enemy. No, I don't. Absolutely not.
What do you believe in?
Listen, guys, I know that me arguing for conservative principles and for Republican principles is boring, and nobody likes it except for a few nerds. But this is why I think republicanism and effectively like authoritarian liberalism, I know those are supposed to be contradictory, but what I mean by that is liberalism with a spine. This is why it's so necessary, is because the mob can be a bunch of sociopathic freaks like this guy. So this guy should get, there's 330 million people in the United States. I think like half of them are of voting age. So this guy should have 1/160 millionth of a vote. And besides that, he should have no political power. Fuck this guy.
Autocracy.
By who?
Honestly, quite frankly, anyone who is in line with Catholic teaching.
Donald Trump is not Catholic.
Of course, he's not. I completely agree, and that's part of the problem.
Trump? You don't support Trump?
No, I don't. I didn't even vote for him. I wrote in like John Pork or someone. I can't even remember.
Why did you vote if you don't believe in democracy and you want autocracy?
Well, because quite frankly, I voted. I kind of voted just to.
I came with this argument, but I'm bored of my own argument. I'm much more interested in this. So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders,
who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
white
me.
people.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
So,
well, actually,
guys.
So hold on. I want to catch that. That seems important.
So
yeah, absolutely.
How do we get to an autocracy?
I think, quite frankly, that if we are able to enact local leaders,
who is the we, by the way?
I think, quite frankly, these far-right conservatives sitting right around
white
me.
people.
Yeah,
no
absolutely.
So,
well, actually,
guys,
I have quite.
Some of the people in this room don't make the cut from what I can see visually.
Actually, hold on for a moment. I do think that there are people who happen to not be white who do actually have history in this country and have roots in this country. For instance, from the
this is where the this is so interesting because I feel like fascists, they'll always make this argument about the poor blacks, where they'll take this like paternalistic view of black Americans, where they'll say like, well, we did enslave them and we did drag them to this country kicking and screaming since the 1600s. So while we don't want them to be a part of our society, so they should be segregated away from whites, we do think that they have a historical claim to the United States of America, therefore they can stay. So it's simultaneously like racist and race realist, but they pretend that their paternalism towards the black community is coming out of like some sense of historical empathy. I find it very interesting that like, but that historical empathy only extends up to segregation. And then when you start talking about like, well, should we, incentivize early childhood education? Should we improve schools? Should we make sure law enforcement is working for the people instead of treating them like enemies? Then they're like, no. They have a right to be here, but they have to be segregated and they have to be over there. And we also have to oppress them through law enforcement because they're so inherently criminal. So yeah, I always find that aspect of like Christian nationalist, race realist, authoritarian politics very weird.
Mexican-American War, we subsumed a lot of territory of people who have far stakes in this country who happen to be Hispanic or what have you. I'm for defending the traditional demographics of this country, which is majority white, and should stay that way.
How does the United States, I mean, we've gone so off topic, but how does the United States look like under you? Sorry, what's your name?
My name is, my name's Connor. It's a pleasure to meet you.
Oh, nice. His name's Connor too. Great.
A little bit of a doubt there.
Oh, well, I use a pseudonym online.
Fair enough.
Connor, fair enough.
How would Connor's America look? What would it look like?
Well, quite frankly, I think we would deport people who shouldn't be here.
No, I didn't ask about deporting. What does the government look like?
What does the government look like?
Yeah.
I would say, quite frankly, it's under a sort of benevolent leader, such as
where does he
Franco.
come from?
It could be a kind of aristocratic class. Could be someone
who picks the autocrat?
Frankly, the people. I mean, we could hold a vote on it. Kings were
isn't that democracy?
Well, sure. You can have a vote to get to that stage.
And then no more votes afterwards.
Absolutely.
Wow.
100%.
Wow. And if that autocrat kills you and your family, you're fine with that?
Well, I'm not going to be a part of the group that he kills, because that's the whole thing.
How do you know?
Carl Schmitt
autocrats tend to kill everyone.
Carl
even their own
Schmitt
supporters.
makes this point very well in his work. It's the friend-enemy distinction, right?
Carl Schmitt, the Nazi theoretician.
Yeah, absolutely. I don't care.
Are you a fan of the Nazis?
I frankly don't care being called a Nazi at all.
I didn't say that. I didn't actually say that. I said, are you a fan of the Nazis?
Well, they persecuted the church a little bit. I'm not a fan of that. But
what about the persecution of the Jews?
Well, I mean, I certainly don't support anyone's human dignity being assaulted. I'm a Catholic.
But you don't condemn Nazi persecution of the Jews?
I think that there was a little bit of persecution and
stuff
like that,
which is bad. We may have to rename this show because you're a little bit more than a far-right Republican.
Hey, what can I say?
I think you can say I'm a fascist.
Yeah, I am.
This like laughing sneer. Oh. Listen, I'm just gonna say it. I'm just gonna say it, okay? This laughing sneer is 100% the same laughing sneer you have before a bar fight where a conversation is contentious, but you're like leading up to the point where something will be said that cannot be taken back and somebody will throw a blow. And so this laughing sneer, I think the reason why it's so unsettling to me, right? So this guy's body language, he's looking Mehdi right in the eyes. He has this sneer. He's engaging in, let's call it banter, but there's also an undercurrent of malice. He's admitting to being fans of some of the most nefarious political ideologies in the history of humanity. And so for me, it's like, okay, you can be that. You can be a fascist. You can be a Nazi. But remember, 2 generations ago, my grandparents dedicated their whole lives to killing people like you. So as long as we're playing nice within this liberal democratic republic, we can play nice. However, if you want to go the way that you want to go, where we start ignoring the Constitution, electing autocrats who are going to end democratic rule, end the republic as we understand it, you have to understand that my grandparents killed people like you, and I would view it as a political failure on my end if I didn't uphold their legacy. I think that's the most sanitized way that I can put it. I think the Republicans and the liberals we should resist this politically, culturally, and socially as maximally as possible. But if this goes that other way, then we shouldn't be afraid of that other way. If anything, we need to get ready for that other way.
Absolutely.
Because these people get off on your anxiety. They get off on your fear. They like that you fear them.
I'm just checking who's clapping just to get my set of where everyone is on this. Because you know that millions of people are going to be watching you on YouTube and checking out who the fascists and the...
Old School says 14 million aren't going to die because we didn't provide meds or nets. You really should read. Well, we'll find out by 2030. Here's the good news, Old School. The Lancet 14 million deaths projection. So the good news is that we'll find out the death toll by 2030. So by 2030, we should have some post studies that show us the exact number. And by the way, if this is off by 90%, you understand that if this is 90% off, you still condemned 1.4 million people to death over the course of 5 years. Like, I can't believe how flippant and blasé you are about it, or anybody who I talk to who doesn't care. I can't believe how flippant and blasé they are, because effectively they're like, yeah, 1, it's not going to happen. 2, if it does happen, I don't care. You know, and it's like, all right. So if it does happen and you wipe out 1.5 million people, why should I give a fuck about anything you say in the future where you're moral frogging about dead people? Why should I care at all? Because I care. I care about kids not being born with AIDS. I care about people who have AIDS getting medication so they don't die of a common cold, so they can reduce their viral load, so they don't have active HIV. I care about preventing people from getting dengue, cholera, malaria, etc., so millions of people don't die in abject misery. And I like the fact that as an American taxpayer, all I have to do is pay $36 per year. That goes to a $6.5 billion program that prevents these unnecessary deaths of disease and deprivation. I also like that this probably improves our station within the world, where we can say, yeah, sure, 200,000 people died in the Iraq war, but since 2003, we've saved an estimated 25 million people from horrible disease. And so we can say, yeah, Americans are assholes. Yes, we start wars, but we also save lives. Whereas you're taking that away. So you said, hey, Connor, go get a Chick-fil-A meal, and we're going to let 1.5 to 14 million people die in the next 5 years. So for me, this is another thing. Matt Walsh, who's laughing about this on Twitter, is a fucking ghoul, right? He's a creature that subsists off of the misery of other human beings. This is the way that I see Matt Walsh. He's effectively like a necro undead creature who subsists off of the death and misery of other living creatures. Which, by the way, while he's doing this, he's like wrapping himself in the cloth of Christ. He constantly claims that like his faith, his Christian faith, is his underlying modus operandi, but it's obviously not. And so taking the Lord's name in vain, cloaking yourself in Christ while doing some of the most evil shit imaginable is if there's a hell, that's the fastest path to it. So frankly, I hope there's a God, because I think people like Matt Walsh will be 100% like thrown into the deepest parts of hell. God, I hope God's real.
The Nazis are.
I'm not ashamed of that whatsoever.
No, clearly you're not.
During the
During
the pre-war period prior to World War II, it was only those parties that properly enacted the people's will. That's why they won. The conservatives were fat cats. They were aristocrats. They didn't care.
Favor of killing people who aren't like you?
Quite frankly, I'm not.
You mentioned Franco earlier. Franco killed a lot of innocent people.
Oh, well, he killed communists. He killed people who raped nuns and killed priests.
What about children who he killed and women who he killed?
What are you talking about? He never killed any women or children. He was Catholic.
He only killed combatants. Is that what you're claiming?
Yeah, he only killed combatants.
Franco and his forces, this is from Spain, killed or executed 150,000 people. That includes members of the Catholic clergy who were deemed either liberal or loyal to the Spanish Republic. Interesting.
Killed any innocent people.
The White Terror was only punishing those people who did acts.
LB, wrong again. Leaking sex tapes or revenge porn, ? This is in reference to Destiny. Revenge porn is where you publish porn with the intent of hurting the other party. Stephen, to my knowledge, didn't do that. The intent was not to hurt the people. It was to share sexual content with other people with whom he was sexually engaged. I think that's very dumb. I would use the R slur to describe that level of behavior. I think it's degenerate. I think it's stupid. I think that the intent should be morally distinguished.
Of terrorism. And again, are you supporting like raping innocent women? Nuns, dude. Killing priests? I mean, priests don't brandish guns and kill people.
You just refuse to condemn the Nazi Holocaust, my friend. I don't think you're in a position to ask anyone any questions.
I quite frankly don't care what you think about me. If I'm a Nazi and being a Nazi, if being a Nazi means upholding human dignity, because I even believe in your dignity. I don't, in a state that I was running, I wouldn't want to hurt you or anything like that. But quite frankly,
I don't debate fascists.
Okay. So do you concede then? I mean, why
do I concede you're a fascist who won't condemn the Nazis?
Yeah.
Yes, I concede that.
Okay, great. So I mean, what are we doing here? Because I mean, you just seem
what you're doing here.
You just seem offended, to be quite frankly. Like
I'm offended by people who can't condemn the Nazis. Yes, I am.
Okay. Well, I condemn the evils that they did, but I don't really care about being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi is the whole thing.
I never called you a Nazi.
I care
you
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco supporter.
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
thing. And you don't believe in democracy.
I don't.
Sorry. Who was super cool?
Care about being. Yeah, sure. I don't care about being called a Nazi is the whole thing.
I never called you a Nazi.
I care
you
about
called
doing
yourself
the right
a Nazi,
thing.
a fascist, and a General Franco.
No, he called himself a Franco supporter and a fascist. However, he is a Franco supporter in that he's like a Catholic, fascist, Christian nationalist. I think the reason why he doesn't quibble about the Nazi term is because he knows that this is so far right that effectively anybody will call him a fascist or a national socialist. But oftentimes, once you get into these circles, their line of argumentation is that National Socialism is a specific iteration of fascism during a specific element in time that was German nationalist, that was, oppressive to the church, that was anti-Semitic, that was rooted in Lebensraum and expansion. And they're going to have like policy nuances where they're going to say, well, I'm not technically a Nazi, because even though I agree with fascism or Christian nationalism that undergirds a form of authoritarianism that's parallel to Nazism, their authoritarianism doesn't have the same policy goals.
Well, yeah, I am a General Franco supporter. He was awesome. He was so super cool, quite frankly. Because the whole
thing... And you don't believe in democracy?
I don't believe in democracy.
Franco, got it.
What are you doing here at a televised debate? This is democracy. Not what a debate and disagreement.
Because it is the means to support an end. The reason we have free speech now is because we want to be openly talking about our opinions so we can get the state that we want. But it doesn't mean upholding free speech after we win. Again, I mentioned
the only good thing about this fascist moment we're in is that you guys are so open about it.
The whole reason I mentioned reason I mentioned Carl Schmitt earlier, and you kind of blew past him, is the friend-enemy distinction. Even liberals, when they take power, they want to enact policies and they want to enact protections for their people and their ideas. And
true. I perfectly accept this. I accept this. So I don't know everything, so I'm going to let him speak and try to figure out exactly what's going on. But if there's a friend-enemy distinction, I agree with it. I actually think that this is the one of the primary differences between me and a nominal liberal, your average brunch liberal, is the fact that I accept the friend-enemy distinction. If you right to self-defense, limited government as enshrined in our Constitution, then you can either be neutral or you can be a friend. If you reject liberalism, if you reject mixed economy capitalism, if you reject freedom of speech, freedom of conscience, right to self-defense, and limited government as enshrined in our Constitution, then you are an enemy and should be treated as such. Now, within our society, you have rights, and so we will respect those rights as maximally as possible. But as soon as you start flirting with that edge of criminal behavior, we're going to start watching the fuck out of you through law enforcement and through the anti-terrorism apparatus. And then as soon as you actually commit a crime, you should be incarcerated or killed. 100%. If you're an authoritarian communist, if you're a fascist, if you're a jihadist, if you oppose liberal democracy and mixed economy capitalism, fuck you, is basically my opinion on this. So I actually accept his dynamic. I accept Carl Schmitt's description of the friend-enemy distinction insofar as I've described it.
They're willing to punish their enemy. And so I'm the same way. I'm like, hey, if you're going to punish me, I'm going to get in power, and I'm going to frankly punish you when you try to leverage power against me. Just that simple.
True. And I will push you to the margins of society and tell you why your ideas are dog shit, and when you cry about it, I won't give a fuck.
I'm not sure what you want to say.
Hey, it is what it is.
All right. Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I can't say the same, but thank you.
Let's see that handshake.
Pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
It's a pleasure to meet you, sir.
I can't say the same, but thank you.
He actually looks like, I'm not going to lie, Mehdi looks like a little shook. A little shook right there.
Good to meet you, Mehdi.
Good to meet you, sir. All right. So I kind of want to start at the basics or the foundation. I want to see.
Can I just check?
Yes.
Are you a fascist?
No.
Okay.
I don't. I describe myself as, I think, just a Christian.
Fair enough.
I'm a devout Christian.
Good to hear.
So, I want to start, like, what is your connection to the Constitution, and why do you love it so much? Like, what makes it so important that Trump would defy something like the Constitution to you personally?
Great questions. My first connection is I'm an American citizen. I naturalized American citizen, took a pledge to this country, to the Constitution. As a previous speaker has said, Constitution's not perfect. A lot of things I don't like about it. I don't like the Second Amendment. There's a very...
Smash your balls with a hammer, Mehdi Hasan. Cringe.
This amendment, I don't like the way the Senate is set up. I'm sure there's things you don't like about the Constitution. The difference...
Yeah. So this popped up on the fact check thing real quick, and I want to bring it up. So Fung Dark says, didn't they try to recruit a big Mar-a-Lago donor's family member, and that's why Trump had to kick him out? That was fact checked on the side. So Donald Trump claims that he found out that Jeffrey Epstein was trolling for teenage girls and doing all his predator bullshit, and that's why he kicked him out. However, the fact check alleges that the reason why Donald Trump kicked him out was because Jeffrey Epstein was trying to recruit somebody's daughter from the club. So, the allegation is that Donald Trump didn't give a shit when it was middle class and working class girls with bad families from Palm Beach County, didn't care at all. But when it threatened his business, that's when he started to care.
The difference is, I don't think you can just illegally defy the Constitution. I think each and every one of us can just make up whatever we want. Certainly presidents who are elected with an oath, right? Donald Trump took an oath to preserve, protect, defend the Constitution. And now when he's asked on television, isn't it your job to uphold the Constitution? He said on NBC, I don't know, which goes against his oath. And I'm identifying specific amendments where he is violating. He's only 6 months into his presidency, defying the First Amendment, the Fourth Amendment, the Fifth Amendment, the 14th Amendment. He wants to defy the 22nd Amendment and be president for a third term. This is the problem we have right now. Free speech is under assault. The free press is under assault. Due process is under assault. The right to be in your home and not be invaded by federal agents, the Fourth Amendment, is under assault. So that, for me, is a problem.
Okay. Well, I'd like to start to say I really don't find the Constitution that important. I find it to be like a 300-year-old document. And
fuck you, homie.
It was created to defy the country that subjugated your ancestors in India. And then your parents probably moved from India to Britain. And then you move here to tell us that we should listen to a piece of paper that you were never even connected to begin with. So I want to say, like, if I don't care about it, why do you care about it so much?
How do you run a country without any kind of laws or due process? And by the way, you do care about it, because without the First Amendment, you wouldn't be sitting here.
Well, I agree with the First Amendment, and I think.
So do you agree with Donald Trump's crackdown on the First Amendment? He's imprisoning people for their speech.
I'll let that slide.
He's threatening free speech media organizations. He's threatening peaceable assembly. These are all rights under the First Amendment. Why aren't you bothered by that as a conservative who claims to love the First Amendment?
So I don't like the First Amendment. I like free speech.
Okay,
so
the First Amendment is what guarantees free speech. I'm from the UK, by the way.
Speech.
I'm from the UK,
yeah, and you guys
which is a
have
democracy.
That.
We don't have the First Amendment.
Yeah.
No, that's one of the things I do like about the Constitution. I wish the UK did have a First Amendment.
So people
I'm a
that get
journalist.
arrested for praying outside abortion clinics and stuff like that, right?
So you're opposed to people being arrested for speech crimes, I assume.
Well, it depends what it is. If it's like the people.
So you're like one of the previous speakers. You don't.
No.
As long as there's someone who agrees with you, you don't mind the crackdown.
No. I support.
Either we consistently support principles, or we
free
don't.
Speech 100%.
Okay.
I don't think anyone.
So do you think Donald Trump is defying the Constitution by cracking down on the First Amendment?
So I think he's cracking down on free speech, like the deportation of Mahmoud Khalil, who was
just released from prison by a judge, saying his First Amendment rights were violated.
And I agree with the judge, and I disagree with Trump deporting them. But I think that's more a matter of free speech and not the Constitution.
I think that's pedantry at this moment. I think you've conceded that he is cracking down on free speech, which is the First Amendment. So he is defying the Constitution. So it's a pleasure to be in agreement with you, sir.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return to your seat.
Thank you very much.
Good to meet you, sir.
I'm Mehdi.
Mehdi, great to meet you. My name is Kai. Do you, Mehdi?
Hi, Kai. You're the most normal-looking one. Please don't disappoint me.
Believe that the Constitution is important and good?
Overall, yes.
Do you believe that that Constitution can be eroded through democratic processes?
What do you mean by erode?
The original intention of the Constitution being destroyed through a purely, democratic or legal process.
I agree with this line of argumentation because I would argue that the Second Amendment has already been eroded by progressive justices within progressive states, like California. I think there's a federal court, an appellate court out of California and Hawaii that has found case law that is just frankly in direct contravention to the Second Amendment. I also think that New York has flagrantly been violating the Second Amendment for decades and is only getting away with it because they're such an economically and socially powerful state. So, yeah, I think 100% democratic means can erode the constitutional rights, 100%.
I'm not sure I agree with that.
Okay.
I think if you're democratically amending the Constitution per the rules of the Constitution, that's fine. If we could find a constitutional way to get rid of the Second Amendment, I'd be pro that.
So let's pose a hypothetical wherein the entire population of the United States has drastically changed.
Yes.
And the population now has completely different intentions about what to do with the country. Let's say it wants to give it all back to Mexico, dismantling the United States of America. If that's the case, then what's the use of
Grassroots for 20. He's not a fascist until he says we need state-mandated anime profiles and catboy wives. So true.
The Constitution? It hasn't defended the country. In fact, it's allowed for its destruction.
I don't understand the premise. How did the whole country change?
Demographic replacement, mass migration. I mean, we're seeing a change in demographics, and there's
what is the. I do want to talk about immigration today.
Hope we talk about it.
Everyone's itching in this group to get to immigration.
Yes, sir.
I've saved it. I've saved it for you all. But given we're on the sense of the Constitution, and you asked the question, what is the proportion of immigrants in this country? What proportion of the population is foreign-born?
It's very difficult to measure because the actual projections of the number have been changing more rapidly.
But what is currently the best estimate of official
I think it was about 15%.
Yes.
Yeah.
Just under 15%.
Which is, by the way, more actually than the original estimate was. So
but 15% of the people are going to change the country, change the Constitution. How's that going to work? It's actually a nightmare. As someone who wants to amend the Constitution and get rid of things like the ridiculous way the Senate is set up, or the Second Amendment on guns, or various.
Holy shit, Mehdi! Don't make me pro immigration controls immediately. If you actually made the argument to me that if we continued a 15% foreign-born demographic change, that would eventually result in the repeal of the Second Amendment, I would actually stop immigration. 100%. I'd be like, start having more babies, bitches.
Other things, it's really hard to change the Constitution. They made it almost impossible. You know, last time we had a constitutional amendment,
you know,
like
what?
20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which is
it was
why
on, I think members of Congress pay.
Which is
like,
why
it's impossible.
I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people?
Hey, LB, don't be saying that lib progressive bullshit in my fucking chat. So stolen Africans aren't so lucky than white people stole them and made them slaves. Who knew? Google the Kingdom of Benin. Okay, I think at some points, Benin was responsible for 80% of the slave trade in West Africa. The whole thing where white people just showed up with nets and went out into the African tribal landscape and kidnapped black people is bullshit. It's not what happened. The 2 or 3 times that did happen, the Europeans got killed horribly. They got stabbed to death with spears. Okay. What actually happened is kingdoms like Benin conquered tribal rivals and then enslaved those people and then sold the slaves to Europeans. So yeah, go ahead and read the history of Benin. This whole stolen Africans weren't stolen. They were slaves who were conquered by West African kingdoms and then sold to Europeans. Obviously, this is evil. I'm not defending the institutions, but don't come at me with that white people with cargo nets running into the African continent to kidnap random black tribes of people. That's not what happened.
All become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants.
Yeah.
And then abandon the Constitution and give the country back to Mexico. Outside of your imagination.
Sorry, what?
Had a constitutional amendment,
you know,
like
what?
20, 30 years ago.
I understand, which
and
is
it was
why
on, I think members of Congress pay.
Which is
like,
why
it's impossible.
I get it.
So where are you getting this scenario where 350 odd million people all become foreign-born migrants or the children of migrants, immediate migrants, even though America is a nation of migrants?
Yeah.
And then abandon the Constitution and give the country back to Mexico. Outside of your imagination, where is that?
Which, by the way, I don't want to give America, like Southwest America, back to Mexico. I want to create the Central United States of the Americas, the Northern United States of Americas, the Southern United States of the Americas, and effectively have 3 security and trade cooperative zones, similar to the EU, that then also operate as the greater United States of the Americas, which is basically a, how do I phrase this? A security and economic partnership.
Is that happening?
Let's bring it back to the actual discussion. What you did is you entertained my hypothetical, but then instead of sticking to the point of the Constitution, you said, well, how would you bring about your hypothetical? And then when
because you missed out the part where the Constitution is quite hard to change.
Hold on. I understand that. I gave you.
I also wanted to get a sense of where you are, and you're a great replacement guy. So that's fine.
Okay. Yeah, and you're a real good journalist because you don't talk to people who identify as like a political ideology. I mean, that's a very liberal idea.
I don't debate fascists. I'll talk to them, but I won't debate them.
Frankly, that's upsetting. I think there's a big problem when we value freedom of speech so much, but any real journalist is not going to talk to somebody because they identify with the politically incorrect ideology.
Just talk to the guy in front of you. What are you talking about?
You literally stopped talking to him, and then everybody had to vote him out.
Debating versus talking is very different.
Okay.
It's pointless, right?
Okay,
He doesn't believe He doesn't
sitting
believe
there.
in free speech.
Okay.
He doesn't believe in
He was
democracy.
freely speaking with you. You're the one
No,
who
he
shut
doesn't.
up.
No, he said very clearly.
Okay,
He said,
okay.
I support
We'll
free
tone it down.
speech
We'll tone it
so
down.
that I
We'll
can
tone
get
it
one
down.
election.
I'll tone it
After
down.
one
We'll
election,
tone
my
it
guy
down. We'll
comes
tone it
in.
down. We'll
And
tone it
after my
down.
guy comes in, nobody gets to
Okay,
speak
that's
or
cool.
vote again.
We all listen to your
Why would I
conversation.
debate that?
We listen to your conversation. Let's
Well,
bring,
I'm
let's
reminded.
Cook Mehdi, cook. Again, I've had my frustrations with Mehdi Hasan's rhetoric. I am perfectly okay with what he just said. Joey Apley says, Connor, in your opinion, what has given rise to this type of emboldened far-right proto-fascist sociopaths, especially amongst younger and articulate youth? Well, Nick Fuentes, let's be real. But I think that, so I would blame 2 or 3 things. So I think that these subcultures have been brewing on the internet for a decade. I think the censorious nature of social media through 2022 radicalized them. I think that Nick Fuentes and his ilk, Keith Woods, Nick Fuentes, Cultured Thug, all these like online effectively like conspiracist fascist philosophers have given them the language with which to speak about their ideology. And then I would say Trump has emboldened them because Trump has proven that the Constitution doesn't matter, legalism doesn't matter, process doesn't matter. As long as you would use populist rhetoric to seize power, then you can still be a viable political figure in the United States landscape. Within, I would say, up until now, it was presumed that an authoritarian communist, a socialist, or a fascist would not be capable of seizing power within the United States because our culture was so ingrained and hostile against those ideologies. I think Donald Trump has proven that as long as you don't explicitly say, I'm a fascist, you can do whatever the fuck you want. So I think these people feel like their political proclivities are infinitely more realizable. They're infinitely more likely to be realized than it was even a generation ago, which is why they're happy about it. Oh, sorry. Quick shill time. We've broken 100 and change on platforms, which is dope. I appreciate you being here. Please like the stream, share it with your friends, engage with chat. There's lots of really funny, interesting people there. Comment on the VODs. Please give super chats if you got a hole, money burning a hole in your pocket. And yeah, parasocial love to you and yours. Thank you for being here. And I want to thank Megastar for their donation, and I want to thank Grassroots Hegemon for their donation. Seriously, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Let's bring it back to the Constitution.
Please do. First, 4th, 5th, 14th Amendments. Those are the ones I'm saying Trump is defying. Do you support that or do you deny them?
I believe that the Constitution is valuable because it represents particular interests of the founding stock of Americans who made this country great.
Do you think due process is important? Some would say that's at the very core of American Constitution.
And
Fifth Amendment.
And what I think makes the Constitution function, what allows it to save this country and to actually make it work, are the people who are...
I'm not sure where you're going with this argument.
Hold on. I'll show you.
Is Trump defying the Constitution? That's my claim. You can have these weird hypotheticals.
We're taking it into a different meta, which is, what's the function of the Constitution?
I'd rather not have your...
You already did.
Yeah,
literally just 5 minutes ago when you took it to immigration.
Now I don't want to.
Okay. Let's bring it back.
I want to bring it back to the 1st, the 4th, the 5th, and the 14th Amendments, and the 22nd Amendments.
Look,
either you say, hold on, you got 2 very good positions here. One is to say, I don't think he's defying them, and I'll say why you're wrong. Or you say, I don't care that he's defying them, as one of your colleagues said, in which case, I don't know where this conversation goes because you don't believe in democracy.
And what I think this guy is saying is that the Constitution was established in order to serve the people. So if the Constitution is no longer serving the people, then it should be amended or abolished.
That's fair. Do you think it's wrong to dismantle the Constitution?
So those 2 options ahead of you are. Do you agree?
This is important.
Do you agree?
What I'm doing
so
is
Donald Trump... Okay, let me ask a question back since you're asking me questions. You're not answering the basic point.
Well,
do you think Donald Trump is dismantling the Constitution? Can we agree that Donald Trump is dismantling? Because I'll agree with you on that. I think he is dismantling the Constitution.
I think he's
illegally, unconstitutionally.
I think he's interpreting...
I think Donald Trump is testing the limits of the Constitution, but so far it's held
it in ways that are more...
Which judges do not agree with him on.
Okay,
hold on. Which the Supreme Court has not agreed with him on.
And the judges don't agree with the people who wrote the Constitution.
How do you know that?
Okay, let's take your example of the Second Amendment. Let's say that a bunch of
judges... I didn't
judges...
give the Second Amendment.
No, hold on.
4th, you don't want to talk about the ones I've given.
You're interrupting me. You're interrupting me.
Because you're ignoring me. 1st, 4th, 5th.
True. He's trying to explain a hypothetical.
14th, 22nd Amendments. Those are my amendments that I came with today. If you don't want to debate them, just say so.
I'm trying to understand your ideology. You believe that dismantling the Constitution is okay when it's about parts of the Constitution that you disagree with.
Amendments.
You would be fine getting rid of the Second Amendment, even though that would be a dismantling of the Constitution.
No, because it would be done via constitutional means. I'm not.
Okay, if I'm to steelman this guy, just because I feel like they're kind of talking past each other a little bit, what this guy is saying that the Constitution is no longer serving the people of this republic. Therefore, they want to dismantle or modify the First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th Amendment, et cetera, which is arguably morally parallel to Mehdi Hasan attacking the Second. And by the way, I agree with that because I want neither one of these twats to be able to attack the First, Second, Fifth, 14th. You're right. This guy, Mehdi, is dodging because he knows that there's a moral parallel, but he can argue that this guy's perspective is worse. But then it becomes an argument of, well, you and I are doing the same thing. We just disagree on what's right and what's wrong, which makes it less easy to vilify the opposing side. I accept this dynamic. I accept that fascism is another political philosophy. I accept that communism is another political philosophy and socialism is another political philosophy. I just think they're fucking wrong. And I accept the friend-enemy dynamic as described by that guy who was citing Carl Schmitt. If you're a liberal or you're illiberal, but you tolerate being governed by the liberal system, you are either neutral or a friend. If you are an enemy of the liberal system, because you're a jihadist who wants to institute theocracy, you're a fascist who wants to create an authoritarian dictatorial state, or you're a communist or socialist who wants to institute, let's face it, like economic policies that are the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, and then a moneyless, stateless, classless society. But in order to institute those economic reforms, you need a revolution or you need an authoritarian government. You're my fucking enemy. I don't need to kill you, but I will oppose you politically. And if it comes to warfare, then we'll go get the guns.
Not the one sitting here, like your pal.
Okay, you have agreed. You have agreed the Constitution.
Not the one saying you just get rid of them willy-nilly.
Right,
I don't agree.
We're ramping up.
I don't agree that Joe Biden should come in and say by executive order, if Joe Biden put out executive order saying Second Amendment no longer applies, I can round up everyone's guns. I don't agree with that.
Your result is exactly
the same. I don't agree with them. No, but I don't agree with the method of doing it. It's unconstitutional.
But the methods are important to somebody who is a Republican, somebody who supports a republic.
That's fine. He would have been defying the Constitution, and I would have said so, but you can't bring yourself to say so. We've been sitting here for several minutes. All of your friends have seen me ask you several times, do you agree that Donald Trump is defying the First, Fourth, Fifth, 14th, and possibly 22nd Amendments? Your colleague at least admitted that he's defying the First Amendment.
I understand that you came in here.
AKA Batasui says, anyone else can prevent the deaths. It's not America's responsibility. AKA Batasui, you're going to fucking piss me the fuck off. Love you, but you're going to piss me off because I've already said this. If you wanted to do an off-ramp where you say, this is costing the United States $10 billion per year, we don't think that we're going to get a decent return on investment from the African countries that we're assisting, we are no longer interested in conducting this program. Can we get a private-public partnership from Europe or from Asia and private actors in order to take over these programs? We're going to draw them down over the next 4 years. I wouldn't give a fuck. Can you hear me on that? AK at Batasui, whatever, Dr. Zayas, not Dr. Zayas. I don't think I've ever seen Dr. Zayas object to it. Old school, all the right-wingers and the conservatarians. Can you hear me when I say that if we drew down these programs through Trump's term and we transferred it to another organization in order to operate, I would not give a fuck. Hear me when I say this. Now hear the next thing that I'm going to say. We stopped USAID abruptly, meaning we just stopped distributing mosquito nets that were sitting in cargo containers. We stopped distributing food aid that was going to starving people surviving a genocide. We stopped providing retroviral medication that has infected and killed people. So by not doing a drawdown and not doing a transfer of power, we have negligently already killed people. by not having a plan to transfer this responsibility to other people, we will negligently kill an estimated tens of millions of people in the next 5 fucking years. That is monstrous, and it makes me angry. So if you want to come in here, have a good time, that's totally fine. Like, I'm going to try not to be too big of a fucking dick about it. But I think that, like, AK Batasui, I don't know if you're being descriptive or whatever. I think that you have a fucking lizard brain. I don't think that you're actually thinking about the fact that, like, sure, let's just Google AIDS baby. Okay? So I think that if you had to sit here and just watch this kid breathe their last breaths because of because you didn't give a fuck about whether or not they lived or died, I think you would fucking snap psychologically. I think that if you saw 14 million people over the course of the next decade breathe their last breaths, then you would eventually fucking snap. If I forced you to watch the consequences of your policy, I think you would psychologically fucking snap. I see this in my mind's eye. When you say it's not our responsibility, fuck them. You know, not our deal, fuck them. I see these people die because I've seen people die before. I've seen a baby die before. So I know what this looks like. So I don't think you see in your mind's eye what you're actually describing. And I think that if you saw it in your mind's eye and you knew to the extent the human suffering that we are causing, then you would say, okay, I don't think it's America's responsibility anymore, but we should transfer this to other people. We should make sure that we have a responsible drawdown of our foreign aid and somebody else should take it over. And we should make sure that somebody else takes it over. That way we don't unnecessarily kill tens of millions of people. I think that's what you would say. And I think that even the most hardened racist, if I made them sit in a room with people drawing their last breaths through preventable disease, eventually they would go, you know what? This sucks. I don't like this. Let's fix this. So, not trying to be too much of a dick, but you're not the first person to say this to me, and it does piss me the fuck off. It genuinely pisses me off. I don't care who does it. It needs to get done. Zena says there's a decent chance if Dems win in 2028, they'll reinstate the programs. They just have to be done in a way that accounts for impermanence. Yeah. Oh, and then not just that. Where's the food aid? USAID food aid burned. 60,000 tons of food assistance are in motion after reports of incinerated aid. Oh, okay. So 500 tons of aid expired and were burned. And so the State Department took a bunch of shit because there's Middle Eastern and North African people who are dying because we didn't deliver the food aid, and that kicked them in the ass to actually do something about it. Good. But fuck you for making this happen in the first place. All right, anyways, if I keep thinking about it, I'm going to get pissed off, so I'll answer one more question, then I'll get to it. Sacred Snow says, Mehdi soy indignant the internet won't like this take versus the Chad Connor, my grandparents killed fascists and I will too. Yeah. Literally. Yeah. Mehdi Hasan goes, oh, what's your real name? So people can find out who you are so they can cancel you on the internet, which versus my perspective, which is, listen, say whatever the fuck you want. But if we go that way, we'll go that way. And you're not going to like it.
What you are attempting to do is simply frame this conversation like you did with the first claim about Donald Trump. But then when anybody asks you any kind of question that presses you to the least degree
I answered. I said I would dismantle the Constitution, but I would do it constitutionally, not by executive order.
So what I'm trying to get to is to prove to everybody who's watching that what you care about is not the Constitution in what it represents or creates. You care about the Constitution only insofar as it allows you to achieve your political worldview.
True. But I would say this is descriptive of all of humanity. Lol.
Agree on that.
No, I care about the Constitution.
You agree with the
because I don't think presidents.
AKA Batasoi says Republicans would advocate for them not having AIDS in the first place. Oh. Like, dude, AKA Batasoi, I'm sorry. I'm about to take a huge shit on you. That's a whoa! Like you just solved it, bro. You just solved West African AIDS. You just solved the Middle East and North African AIDS process. Just don't have AIDS. Are you fucking kidding me, bro? Are you shitting me? Just don't have AIDS. You fucking shitting me, dude? Are you fucking kidding me? Whoa! All right. I'm going to explain this like it's a real point. AKA Batasui, listen, I love you. I know you've donated before, but you just said something so fucking stupid. I have to be an asshole about it. Just don't get AIDS. Okay. Let's use our brains a little bit. Let's use our brains a little bit. Okay. My chat has a 3,000 IQ, including AKA Batasui, so they should be able to figure this out. So you're born in West Africa or the Middle East and North Africa, and there's international aid organizations that provide condoms and sex ed so you don't catch AIDS. Okay. And so they come to your community and then they say, hey, when you have sex, there's a shitload of diseases that actually infect people with terrible disease, and AIDS is very common in your community. So if you don't wear protection, there's a strong chance that you're going to catch AIDS. And you as a sane West African go, okay, I'll wear a condom, even though it's uncomfortable and I don't like it that much or whatever. When I have sex, because sex is something that humans do, I'm going to wear a condom. Boom, reduces the amount of people infected with AIDS. Then let's say, okay, well, we also don't have STD testing, by the way, because this is West Africa in the Middle East and North Africa. So we don't have STD testing. People just walk around with STDs, okay? And they die of STDs. So you're having fun in your community, whatever, and then you find somebody that you love, and so you decide to have kids. Well, you don't wear a condom when you're trying to have kids, right? So that person inseminates a woman. Well, that person, because they live in Middle East and North Africa and West Africa, where AIDS happens, they pass on HIV to the mother. And now that they've passed HIV on to the mother, it also infects the child. And so the way that people who are not retarded, I'm just going to say it, fucking AKA Batasui, this is the most retarded fucking thing you've ever said in my chat. And it's one of the most retarded things that's ever been said in my chat ever. What Americans who are for foreign assistance say is, we'll provide the sex ed, we'll provide the condoms, we will provide some level of testing, and if you test positive for AIDS, we're going to educate you on how to deal with the disease, and we'll give you retroviral meds so you don't infect new people, and so your kid is not born with AIDS. That's the, and by the way, if you look at like new infection rates, it's a 45-degree angle down. But now what you're saying is the Republican perspective is just don't have sex. How effective do you think that is as a fucking strategy? How effective of it is, do you think it is a fucking strategy to go to West Africa and say, don't have sex so you don't catch AIDS? That's, sorry, Ken, sorry, Mom, sorry, Haircut Commander, sorry. That's the most retarded fucking thing that's ever been typed in my chat. We would advocate don't get AIDS in the first place. Bro, you just solved the AIDS crisis. Why didn't we listen to you in the first place? Just don't get AIDS. Dude. That was sorry, AKA Batasui. I love you and thank you for your donations. Unless you were making fun of someone else by saying that, that is the dumbest fucking thing that's ever been written in my chat. It's actually amazing. Oh, Starhawk says, Connor, when a literal socialist gets nominated as the mayoral candidate for the biggest city in the country, I sleep. I don't sleep. I hope he fucking loses. Fuck him. But what am I going to do? Am I going to go to New York and shoot Mamdani? No. Are you? No. Why are you sleeping? If you care about socialism so much, How about you make the world a better place so people aren't attracted to retarded ideologies? Again, I'm sorry for using ableist language. Ken asked me not to use that term specifically. I'm sorry to my mother. I'm sorry to Jesus. I'm sorry to everybody offended by ableist terms. But the truth is that some of the things you guys say are, you know, despite having 3,000 IQ, I'm trying to impart some of my wisdom to you as maximally as possible. But sometimes you guys say the dumbest shit. And I'm going to respond to it. Just don't get AIDS, Fivehead. Thank you, Haircut Commander. Fucking dude, aka Batasui just solved the whole AIDS crisis. Just don't get it. Just don't get it, dumbass. Why are you getting AIDS? Do you like AIDS? You fucking idiot. That was crazy. That was the craziest sentence I've ever heard. Sorry, I'm scrolling up to... I'm probably like 30 minutes behind on chat. Scroll. Oh, shit, I'm really far behind. Where is it? Where's my highlighted chat? Oh, there. Yeah, just don't get AIDS at 5ed. There we go. All right. Back to the content.
Should be fascist dictators and violate the Constitution. That's what I'm saying.
You care.
And he is different. I don't think the president should have the power to lock you and me up if we write an...
Starhawk says, Cotter, when some random calls himself a fascist on a podcast, real shit. Guess what? Socialists want the decommodification of basic human needs and workers owning the means of production, which means that food, water, and shelter is free and that you get a stock option when you join a company. Explain to the average working class person why they shouldn't have food, water, and shelter guaranteed to them if they're going to work 40 to 60 hours a week in order to make the economy work, and explain to them why they should be in subsistence living while their fucking CEO rides around on a gold-plated jet ski doing lines of cocaine mixed with sushi off of supermodels. Explain to the working class person why they should barely be able to pay their bills and why they should give a fuck about rich people, caring that they don't get guaranteed food, water, and shelter, and caring about them getting a share of the economic vehicles that they participate in. I know why it's stupid. I know why it destroys economies. I know why it destroys governments, but that's because I study history and psychology and military affairs and the socialist governments of the 20th century. But tell the average working class person why they should give a fuck. And I guarantee you, you're going to have a very difficult conversation. So that's not on me, Starhawks. That's on all the fucking anarcho-capitalist fucking dickheads who watch people live in squalor and then wonder why human beings are being radicalized into extremist ideologies. That's not on me. That's on anarcho-capitalist, fiscal conservative fucking dickheads. Okay?
An op-ed that he doesn't like.
That's
I
awesome.
don't think the president should be able to crack down on us if you and I decide to go protest outside his parade. I don't think the president should be able to deprive you and I of due process or come into our homes without a warrant.
And I think,
well, let's end an agreement then.
All right, pause. You've been voted out.
I'm glad
it's
we
good
end
to
on
meet
agreement.
you. It's good to
meet you, Kai.
How are 14 million people catching AIDS? They're not. I think the estimate for AIDS is 3 million. I think the 14 million total is food cuts, dengue, malaria, and cholera. It's a combination of all the diseases that we are no longer doing preventative work for.
Hey, how are you? I'm Mehdi.
Hi, I'm Jessica.
Nice to meet you.
How are you? So Trump is defying the 1st, 4th,
5th, and 14th, and maybe the 22nd soon.
Okay. So I want to focus on the 1st and the 5th.
Okay.
So you say that Trump is defying the First Amendment. Can you give me an example?
For example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events. A Trump-appointed judge said that was against the First Amendment. He's been cracking down on media.
I don't understand how that's against the First Amendment because the Associated Press can still report on whatever happens in the White House. So, I mean, like, if the press briefings are televised, they're still able to execute their duties. I don't understand how that's a First Amendment violation, but somebody could explain it to me.
Media organizations he doesn't like over their speech. If they say stuff he doesn't like, for example,
cracking down how?
So, for example, he banned the Associated Press from attending White House events because they.
Sorry, real quick. Dr. Plague Doctor says, I cannot express how much I hate these xenophobic monsters who claim to be good Christians. I want to be Christian, but if Walsh is a good one, then why the hell would I want to associate with that? I'm going to make this easy for you, Dr. Plague Doctor. Christianity, the fundamental point of the religion is that we all sin, we are all prideful, we are all lustful, we all have temptations within our heart, and we all fall short of the glory of God, right? What you don't have to believe this literally, but there is an ideal human, and we all fall short of that ideal. The whole point of that is to be humble enough to recognize that you are a flawed creature and constantly strive to be the best human being that you can be. And that is regardless of hypocrisy, regardless of what other people are doing, you choose to do that each and every single day. Matt Walsh suffers from many sins that are viewed, what is it? The 7 deadly sins or whatever. I would say, I don't need to Google Matt Walsh. 7 deadly sins. I would say that pride, he is 100% guilty of pride. I mean, we all are, but he's guilty of pride like a motherfucker. Greed, I think he's greedy like a motherfucker. Lust, not so much. Envy, not so much. Gluttony, not so much. Wrath, not so much. Sloth, not so much. But I would say that he's definitely guilty of pride and greed. And then not just that, I think he's guilty of taking the Lord's name in vain, which is effectively cloaking yourself in religion while proclaiming evil. 100%. So don't worry about Matt Walsh. Worry about yourself.
Go to the White House
it's
either.
the Gulf of Mexico. That's not how it works. They were already at the White House. He deprived them of access, so he punished them for their speech.
But are they allowed to go to the press?
Which is why a judge he appointed, Trevor McFadden, said this was contrary to the First Amendment. A Trump-appointed judge. He's called MSNBC and CNN illegal. Media organizations are not ipso facto
But that's free speech.
illegal.
He can call them whatever they want.
Attacking the media?
Yeah, he can
by the
attack
president as the executive?
Yeah, he can
And-
say whatever he wants. That's literally the First Amendment.
He can say whatever he wants.
Absolutely.
But the media can't say what they want.
They do.
But he's going after them. He's suing them. He's using lawsuits to crack down on the press.
They
Presidents
used
have not done that
lawsuits
before.
to give him 34 felonies that Hillary Clinton did.
No media gave him a lawsuit.
No, but
True. Also, those are crimes, not civil actions. So I think she's confusing terms.
people
we're
on
talking
the
about the media.
Democratic side.
We don't talk about the Democrats.
Okay. So he can call them whatever he wants because that's the freedom of speech.
He's
he can even
threatened to
discourage-
imprison reporters.
He absolutely.
He wants to imprison. He said reporters should go to prison for reporting. He threatened some of them with prison rape. Right? That is against the First Amendment.
Okay. How is that against the First Amendment?
You don't think
Because he's acting as the president of the United States in official capacity, and he's threatening people with punishments that limits their freedom of speech.
sending reporters to prison for
Is he
reporting that he
sending
doesn't
them?
like.
Did he do that?
He wanted to. He said so.
Okay,
I would like them to go.
I would really like to.
So
fly.
other people stopped him doesn't mean he's not defying the Constitution.
So he,
also said if you turn up,
excuse me, he can want to do something.
Yes.
That doesn't mean he will or he can.
Okay.
And I think he's very.
Well, I've already
aware
given
of
an
that.
example of something he did do to the Associated Press, but okay.
Yeah. Okay. So the Associated Press and allowed in the Oval Office, which is his office, that's his executive space,
Okay.
and they are allowed in the press room, just like CNN, just like The Guardian.
Which he thinks are illegal media organizations.
He can
He
think
calls
whatever
he
he
calls the
wants.
media the enemies of the people.
You called him a fascist.
Yeah.
you
Because that's what a fascist does, you fucking dumbass.
can say whatever you want.
Yes.
Yes.
But the
and he's-
president is I'm not the president of the United States with the executive.
LB. I love you, but I guess it wouldn't be a counterpoint stream without LB pissing me off. Like conservatives, Connor, they spit on the Constitution daily. I don't. I love Burke. I understand and think that fiscal conservatism is descriptively accurate. I think that Jordan Peterson milquetoast social conservatism is descriptively accurate about reality. They spit on the. I don't spit on the Constitution daily. You're saying that because there's bad elements on the right, you have to disavow the entire philosophy. If we do that, then effectively you have to disavow socialism. You have to disavow communism. You probably even have to disavow progressivism for what it did during the French Revolution. So are you going to disavow entire courses of philosophical and political thought because there's bad actors who either misapply the ideas or overly apply the ideas in ways that are cringe and shitty? Probably not, right? So if you're just going to say conservatives bad, conservatives bad, conservatives bad, it's like, no shit. Why do you think I stream, LB? It's because I'm trying to show you the steel man of these ideologies and how they could be best implemented. So hopefully, not only do I attract center-left people in order to see the best of their enemies so they can work with the people who are not totally unsalvageable, And also, hopefully, so I can get enough conservatarians and libertarians to stop saying retarded shit like AKA Batasui, who doesn't understand how people get AIDS. And that we can't just go, just don't get AIDS, dumbass. You know, that AKA Batasui, I'm not going to lie. That is one of the craziest shit. That's one of the craziest fucking things, number one, anyone has ever said in my chat. Number two, I can't believe that you're the one that said it. Number three, I can't believe that you didn't think about it for 40 fucking seconds. Just don't get AIDS, dumbass. It's like, oh, okay. We just solved the AIDS pandemic by just not getting it. Amazing.
Executive power to crack down on the media.
The First Amendment only applies to the citizens, but not the president.
I never said that. In fact, Donald Trump runs his mouth more than anyone.
Absolutely, he does.
And he doesn't just say stuff. As I said, he actually does stuff. He actually does crack down. For example,
LB, I never said the word small government. I don't know what the fuck you're talking about.
You Fifth Amendment.
Yes.
Due process.
Yes.
Judges have actually said you have violated due process.
Yes, except for people kind of forget the Clinton.
Miles Otwell says, do you disagree with fiscal progressivism or just social? Progressivism, as far as I know, or as far as I understand it as an ideology, it effectively means that, like, you know inherently that the world is fucked up, and so you are going to constantly try to reform the world so it's increasingly less and less fucked up. But the problem with that is oftentimes it goes too far. So if by fiscal progressivism you just mean like redistributive economics, no, I'm perfectly fine with some level of redistributive economics in order to make sure that society functions. I would want to achieve a mildly fiscal conservative and social conservative society through necessary fiscal redistributivism, but I don't want to keep doing that forever. And then when it comes to social progressivism, it's the same thing. It's like, should black people be treated like human beings? Obviously. Should Jews not be attacked for virtue of just being a Jew? Obviously. Should trans adults be able to make decisions in line with their, healthcare needs, in line with psychologists, psychiatrists, and doctors? Of course. Those would all be viewed as progressive compared to where modern social conservatives are. But to me, that's just like human dignity. And it does have its limits as well. So, just because I want black people to be treated like human beings doesn't mean that I don't find... do you remember this, where white people kneel before BLM? There was this whole thing where fucking like white people were like taking knees standing in front of black people during like the BLM movements. And I just thought this was fucking, this could be heartfelt by everyone. I thought this was fucking cringe as shit. This specifically, like white people being like, we're sorry for our whiteness, so we're gonna take a knee. What? How about instead of taking a knee, we like fix the problems? I don't give a fuck about your symbolic knee. All right. Anyways, back to it.
And the 1996 Immigration Reform Act, where you can get limited due process when you have expedited
American citizens.
No.
What about American citizens?
Who's getting deported? That's American.
2 American children have been deported multiple this year. Have you not been...
No. Their parents have been deported, and their parents say,
"No, the
I'm
father was
take
American."
My baby.
No.
Was mom legal?
We don't know because they didn't go to court, and the judge.
They don't have to go to court.
Yes,
that's not a part of the due process.
Are you a lawyer?
I'm very aware of it.
Are you a lawyer?
Do I have to be? Oh, we're making an argument.
Are you a lawyer?
It's
a simple question.
No.
Are you a lawyer?
Appeal to the authority.
Okay, we're making an argument.
I'll take that as a no. A Trump-appointed judge in the case, not some Marxist lefty judges you people like to call them, a Trump-appointed conservative judge said you cannot, it is illegal and unconstitutional to expel or deport an American citizen without meaningful process. He said that in April. So that was an act that Trump did. It wasn't speech. He got rid of an American citizen from the country without process.
So
that's the Fifth Amendment violation.
Since I'm not up to date on that specific
I can give you more.
I'm sure you can. So,
well, you weren't aware that American citizens are being deported. It's a pretty big story.
Yeah,
maybe if you read the fake news, you might know.
What?
If you read the fake news, you might know what's going on. A lot of
True. Where's the psycho blonde lady? I have to assume that she gets on here. All right, we're gonna watch Fedora Guy and Psycho Blonde Lady and the Return of Green Boy, and then I think I'm gonna wrap with that. Because no offense to these other people, but I just know that the memes are gonna flow from these people. So let's go to Fedora Man. All right. Anyways, quick shill time. Like the stream. Engage with chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people here. AKA Batasoy, I'm going to apologize for picking on you. But again, that was like a very silly comment that you made. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. Thank you for being here. Sacred Snow says, man, where was Justin when Jubilee was sending out invites? True. Justin would fucking kill on this panel. All right. Anyways, let's watch Fedora Guy while I catch up with chat.
Nice talking to you. You're going to have to go, bro, is what he said as I left, to an American citizen. Good to know where you stand on immigration.
Randy Chang says you can be pro-Second Amendment and also NYC gun laws. No, you can't. Because the Second Amendment says that you have the right to keep and bear arms. Bearing arms has been rendered a privilege in New York. It's a may issue concealed weapons permit where you have to get a permission from a cop in order to exercise your Second Amendment rights. Wrong again, Connor, under a well-regulated militia. You're just going to fucking piss me off. We know Scrotus is corrupt, though. Bribes like the NRA. LB, that's the dumbest fucking thing. A well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. It's not the militia that's being granted the right to keep and bear arms. And by the way, the entire way that the Constitution is written is as limits on the government. So once you understand that it's the federal government limiting itself, not limiting the people. Then the right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed, keep and bear arms. It's not referring to the militia. It's referring to the people. Also, if you look up the definition of well-regulated, it means well-trained. The people having the right to keep and bear arms is a means to an end in which you have a well-trained militia. Also under federal code, there's the formal militia, which is like the National Guard services, and there's the informal militia, which is men 18 to 45, 18 to 40, 18 to 45, and then it's women who serve in the National Guard. So anyways, wrong, LB, wrong again. Just waking up every day to piss me off. It's like your hobby. To be fair, my hobby is to wake up and be pissed off by you, but still.
It's not about immigration, is it? That's what it's not about.
Didn't Arabs sell black people? Yes, they sold a fuckload of them. Yeah, get it, door guy.
Good to see you. How are you?
Not bad. So, what type of immigrants are we talking about?
What do you mean?
Like any immigrants or are
immigrants? That's what I said. Immigrants
are illegal
overall.
immigrants.
Undocumented immigrants also contribute greatly to the U.S. I say undocumented. I don't think people are illegal.
So, let's put it this way. I mean, I'm an immigrant too, from Iran.
Okay.
There isn't even
How
a
do you
U.S.
feel about the fact that people here want?
Did I just blame black people for the treatment by whites under slavery? No. Are you creating new sentences? I said that white people didn't go into the interior continent of Africa and kidnap blacks. Black folk went to war with other black folk, kidnapped black folk, and sold them to white folk. That's what I said. I literally think you invented a new idea.
You out? Are you okay with that?
I'm here to debate you, not debate them.
I mean, you're all on the same side. You're part of one group.
No.
You've been clapping each other.
No, I mean, there are conservatives here, there are far-right people here, there are Republicans
But how do
here.
you feel about that guy wanting me and you to leave?
But, you know, let's
I'm just wondering. Wait, this is the topic of immigration.
It's not
how
about
do you feel about the guy?
It's not about my feelings towards them.
Okay.
It's about staying on this topic.
Okay.
And
Immigrants are good for America, yeah. You and me, we're good for America. And the guy...
LB says many of them were Shanghaied too. Nope. Nope. Wrong. Gambia, Benin, West African nations went to war with their other people. 90 to 95% of the people were kept as prisoners of war and sold into slavery by African kingdoms. It's just true. Don't make shit up. And by the way, slavery was and is wrong and everyone knew it. Okay. And how you guys just like, I say something that's true. Like, the majority of slaves who were kidnapped and sold in West Africa were, kidnapped and killed and enslaved by other West African kingdoms who in turn sold them to, somebody brought it up, the Arabs and the Europeans. And then you guys are like, yeah, but didn't you know that slavery is evil? And it's like, yeah, no shit. And then you're like, didn't you know that white people treated black people bad because of the Bible? And it's like, yeah. I never said anything to the contrary. What the fuck are you talking about? Oh, you guys just love to piss me off.
Guy over there wants us to leave. So I'm just wondering how you feel about that.
So I believe that there has to be strict immigration laws.
Okay.
We have to make sure that the people are coming here have the good intent of the United States in mind.
That's not my claim, but okay.
So
my claim is about immigrants are net positive.
If we just open our borders to every single person that wants to be here, that claims that they have economical hardship in their country.
Who's calling for open borders?
No, I'm just saying,
it's a straw man. So you're just saying a straw man.
No, I'm saying
you're wasting time with a straw man. No one's calling for open borders. I didn't call for open borders.
You wasted time.
Immigrants who
wasted time trying to cause division between me and my friends over here.
He wants you to leave the country. That's a pretty big deal.
All right.
I mean, you can ignore it, but that's your side, my friend.
Like I said,
you
were
made
the
your
one
bed.
that tried to derail this argument.
Derail?
By bringing that.
It's literally core to my argument. I'm saying immigrants are good to America.
Azrai says, I wish that evil intentions and actions would age people IRL like the dark side of the force. They do, Azrai. So does hard work and stress. So you can't presume just because somebody ages shittily and quickly that they're a immoral person. But immoral behaviors, the word degeneracy actually is a physical term. Like 200 years ago, degeneracy was understood as a physical term. It was behavior that physically and spiritually degenerated you. So, yeah, don't be degenerate.
America, people on your side are saying we should leave. Not me.
And
me
I asked you, what type of immigrants are we talking about? Are we
immigrants
talking about
overall?
Overall. So,
I mean,
and I'm talking about immigrants who I'm happy to embrace immigrants who positively contribute to American society, who believe in its principles and ideals and constitution. I will fundamentally reject jihadists, fascists, and communists and any ideology that is opposed to the United States as it presently exists. And they can fuck off.
So
you want me to get into like particular communities? I'm not playing that.
So
game.
you believe that people that come here without
overall
any respect,
help the society,
without any respect to our laws and our border, are going to be good for this country?
No, of course not.
So you can't say that all immigrants overall.
I never said all immigrants.
Well,
I said immigrants overall. Immigrants overall doesn't mean all immigrants. Sorry to break that to you.
All right. So we have to make sure that the people who are coming here have the good intent of this country in mind. Agreed?
Yes.
All right,
irrelevant to my claim.
But when you have undocumented immigration going on, you can't vet that. You can't make sure about that. Let me real quick, talk about my background. There is no American embassy in Iran. So in order to come here, you have to stay in line for 4 years, and you have to go through some serious vetting procedure to get here. But I made it. And that process has to be in place because you don't want terrorists
to
fill this country.
I made it too. I'm an American citizen. I went through lots of vetting. I took my test.
And by the way, based off of based off of the early Islamist Mehdi Hasan clips from the 2010s, I hope the State Department vetted the fuck out of him. Because if I saw some of that shit and if those were earnestly held beliefs, I would have rejected his citizenship 100%.
That's how
the guy
it should be.
wants us to leave.
But
he wants us to leave.
When people
don't really care about vetting, do they? But it's not really about vetting, is it, my friend?
People should not have
denial.
People should not have the right to ignore our borders and our laws.
What about those of us who don't ignore the borders? Should we get to stay?
Of course.
But he says we shouldn't.
Well, I'm not debating him.
You kind of are because you're all together on this.
No, I'm debating you.
Okay. And I'm pointing out to you that your argument is in bad faith because these guys are actually speaking the truth and you're in denial about who's on your side. He wants you gone.
I never claimed that I'm on their side or they're on my side. Okay. I'm here to debate you.
All right, pause. You've been voted out by the majority. Please return.
He got voted out like a motherfucker because he wasn't sufficiently fascist. That's pretty funny. Let's fast forward to Psycho Barbie. This chick is a fucking lunatic. I'm probably going to watch Psycho Barbie and then The Green Guy again, and then we're probably going to wrap this segment. Let's do it. What's up with the world state stuff? I want states to exist. So Patriarch is asking about my about my plans for the world. So, like I was saying, like I want regional powerhouses like the northern United States of America, the central United States of America, the southern United States of America, and then the greater United States of the Americas. I would also like it if the European Union followed suit, and also like there were individual states like Germany, France, United Kingdom, etc. But then they all had a security and military and economic apparatus that protected the overall structure. And then I would effectively want those to regionalize. So you wouldn't abolish nation states. And if nation states wanted to stay ethno-religiously homogenous, I wouldn't give a fuck, right? As long as they didn't attack their neighbors, I don't care. But then the whole point is to have that superstructure so we can unite as a planet, so we can start space colonization. So, dude, if you have like some particular country, like you're like, oh, I love Poland. I want Poland to remain Polish with 99% ethno-religious linguistic Poles. I don't give a fuck, but the Poles should still be a part of NATO and the EU for and should still be able to determine their immigration policy, by the way. But for economic and security cooperation, there should be some kind of apparatus that allows them to cooperate for economic and security benefits.
Hey, how are you?
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you.
You too. So why do you
This bitch is a psycho.
say this is Donald Trump's plan? Why do you think that?
I mean, he says it's his plan. Have you seen his plan?
When
Have you
did
heard
he
his plan?
say it?
He said it standing next to Benjamin Netanyahu in January, February. He said it on Fox News in an interview on Fox. He said it on Air Force One when he was chatting to reporters.
Word for word, what's an example of what he said?
Word for word, he said, for example, we're going to clean out the Gaza Strip. He said they're going to leave. We're going to take control of it. He said.
Okay. Finally caught up with AKA Batasui. He says, I'm not saying at all to fuck him. I think you're saying. I'm saying you can't just lay all the blame on Trump. Yeah, I can. After 14 million die, if no one else steps up, you can go as hard as me on you want. No, I can blame him. I can blame him 100%. He cut the program. He didn't coordinate any other delay. He didn't step up to the plate, et cetera, et cetera. Europeans are going to have the same argument. They're going to say, this is the United States problem and it's Africa's problem. It's not our problem. Russians are going to have the same argument. They're going to say, this is America's problem and Africa's problem. Who gives a shit? Chinese are going to say, lol, laugh my ass off. America is going to piss off the entire African continent. Fuck them. So no, the ball is going to get dropped, and I can blame Trump 100% because he's an incompetent person who should have never been given the reins of power. Wrong. I can blame him. It is at his doorstep. That blood is on his hands.
Says, we'll own it. I would own it. He says, I'm not sure under international law how he can own a foreign piece of land. And when he was asked on Fox News, the people, the Palestinians who are being forced to leave, would they be able to come back? He said, no, they wouldn't. That is the literal definition of ethnic cleansing, according to a UN definition.
Why do you
of
think
ethnic
that
cleansing.
Trump is
I think they're talking about Gaza specifically, that Trump volunteered to ethnically cleanse Gaza.
saying this? Do you think that he has some personal interest in cleansing Gaza, or do you think there might be some special interest group or perhaps religious or ethnic group that's, that maybe he received money from them and that's the whole reason why he wants to cleanse Gaza? Or why do you think that is?
I don't do Donald Trump's motivations. I really don't care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing.
Well,
do you agree with that?
I would actually, probably agree, but I'm just...
You agree that it's ethnic cleansing? You agree with doing ethnic cleansing?
No, I don't agree with it, but I agree that's probably his plan. But I'm trying to figure out, why do you think that is? Because Donald Trump's a white man. He identifies as Christian. I'm not sure if he really is. But what interest...
She's coming up in order to say, hey, Mehdi Hasan, can you blame the Jews for the ethnic cleansing in Gaza? Can you say that our government is currently co-opted by AIPAC and the Jews? That's what she's getting at. I think that's actually pretty funny. That she's like, hey, yeah, I agree with you. Ethnic cleansing is bad. Can you blame the Jews, though, real quick?
Interest does he have in preserving a Jewish ethno-state? Why would he have that?
It's a good question. You'd have to ask Donald Trump that question. I've got multiple views. I'm sure you have many views. I'm not sure I like where you're going with your views, but I think Donald Trump is definitely someone who's got financial interests in ethnic cleansing. He's got political interests. He loves the evangelical voters he get. A lot of Christian evangelicals like to support Israel because they think Jesus will come back if all the Jews are gathered in one place with no Palestinians. I think he's going to make money, he thinks, from beachfront property with Jared Kushner. He said something similar in the past.
You think that's the real reason?
I think there's multiple reasons, yeah. I think financial, geopolitical, ideological, evangelical. I don't really care. My claim is that what he's doing is ethnic cleansing. Ethnic cleansing is a war crime according to the Fourth Geneva Convention.
Yeah, I agree.
It's against international law under the Rome Statute. So we shouldn't be part of that. The United States should not
The point flew right over Connor's head. Feel free to re-explain it. The point flew right over the head. AKA about a story. We could go back and check the fucking tapes, but the tapes were basically like, don't get AIDS, dumbass. That was the point. So feel free to steel man yourselves if you feel straw manned.
Not be supporting Donald Trump's plan for ethnic cleansing.
I agree.
Good.
What do you think? What do you think should be done instead with the Israel-Gaza situation? I'm not sure what your stance is on this.
I would like to see a ceasefire in Gaza.
Two-state
I would like to see. I don't really get into debates about what solutions. I would like to see an end to the killing. I would like to see Gazans.
Ooh, why don't you get into the details, Mehdi Hasan? Is it because you want a one-state solution that's Palestinian majority? You son of a bitch. I'm screwing around, but you know. Whenever somebody doesn't just own their shit, I always get skeeved out when they're like, oh, well, I just want the genocide to stop, but I don't want to get into descriptions about what I want. Then it's like, oh, okay. You want a one-state Palestinian majority solution. Gotcha. Okay, cool. You don't want to own it, though, because you don't want to be accused of anti-Semitism or being anti-Israeli. Got it. I already know what you think. You could just say it. Make the conversation easier.
Have freedom. I would like to see the Palestinians in Gaza somehow get their land back. 80% of Gaza right now is under Israeli military control or displacement.
Beef Supreme says, Connor, you need to explain this to Republicans. No shit. Why do you think I stream 5 hours a day? Listen, I might have a 2-to-1 or 3-to-1 liberal audience because I collaborate with liberals and lefties all the fucking time. But the whole point is to become big enough that I create my own orbit, my own well of gravity. And then as a result, I can attract libertarians and conservatarians who stop being fucking stupid. That's the point.
Would like to see freedom for the Palestinian people. I'm an American, to go back to the core.
The problem is if you, oh my God, AKA, you're going to trigger me again. The straw man is if you have AIDS or HIV, probably should try to prevent spreading it. These people don't know they have fucking AIDS because they have unprotected sex and they don't have STD testing, so they don't even know if they have AIDS or HIV. Do you think that they knowingly, they're like, oh, I got AIDS or HIV. I'm just going to go spread this around. Lol, laugh my fucking ass off. Just going to go spread AIDS today. Or do you think that they're socially and economically destitute to the point that they can't afford a $50 or $100 test for fucking STD testing because the $50 or $100 is probably like a month's worth of income? Let's go ahead and take a look at what is the country with the highest AIDS concentration on the planet? Swaziland. 30% of the fucking country has HIV. Okay. What is the annual income in Swaziland? So it's $55,000 of their local currency, which is approximately $3,000 USD. However, this is an average, and salaries can vary significantly based on factors like job title, experience, and location. Some individuals may earn as low as 11,000 Swazili, whatever. So that's 1/5 of the average income, while others earn up to 240,000. So let's say 55,000, which is $3 grand. Let's just use that first. So let's divide 3 grand by 12 months. So that means that they make $250 a month. Now, I don't know what STD testing costs in Swaziland, but I know in the United States it's normally around $100. Okay. So you're talking about half a month's income just to find out if you have a disease. How often do you think Swazilanders take STD tests? Or do you think they just say, fuck it, 1/3 of the population has HIV. I don't know when I'm going to live or die. I'm poor as fuck. I live in West Africa. I'm just going to live my life and do my thing. How many Swazilanders do you think take that attitude where they just say, fuck it? Do you think it would be nice if we gave them, condoms and sex ed education, and if they got AIDS, we made sure that they didn't pass it on for $36 a year per taxpayer, I would say that's good. I think reducing the amount of people who die from AIDS is good for $36 a year. That's my argument.
Core of this show, I support American values. One person, one vote. Free speech.
It really is a religious and ethnic battle.
It is not a religious battle.
Well, yes,
No, it's
that
not.
is what it's
No,
obviously
it's
between
not.
Jews and Muslims.
No,
Both
it's
want
not.
control of the Holy Land.
No, it's not.
Yes, it is.
Oh no, I agree with the Nazi. Fuck.
No, it's not.
What else? What other?
Actually, the founders of Israel were secular. They were not religious, actually. And I think some religious Jews, like Bezalel Smotrich, who's the Israeli government minister,
religious, it doesn't really matter.
is a religious fanatic.
My point is,
the core of the conflict is over land. It's colonial. It's
AKA Batasui says, does it save more people? Yes. We're estimated to have saved 23 million people over the past 2 decades. Yes, it saves people. Jesus Christ.
Historic. It is not about religion.
Colonialism is for a reason.
The people who want to steal the land want everyone to believe it's religious.
My point is, why are we sitting here? Why are we sitting here? It's like a false dichotomy where we have to argue, like, do Jews get Israel? Do Muslims get Israel? Why are we?
I've never brought up anyone's religion.
How many of us?
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
How many of us here are Christians?
I didn't bring up anyone's religion.
Trying to pick sides between Jews and Muslims taking over Israel. Like, don't you think that?
Hold on. First of all, I didn't bring up religion. Second of all,
the straw man isn't getting AIDS; it's spreading it knowingly. I don't even think the Swazilanders, where 1/3 of the population has AIDS, I don't even think they're like, sick, I'm going to catch AIDS today, and then I'm going to spread it around, lol. Do you think sex ed would help these people or not? Do you think it would reduce it or not? Because I have a very... let's just Google it. Does sex ed work? Does sex ed reduce STDs and pregnancy? Yes, comprehensive sex education has been shown to reduce rates of sexually transmitted disease in teen pregnancy. So there you go. Amazing. It turns out the programs that we did something. Maybe they weren't the most effective programs on the planet, but they still did something. Thank God.
I know that a lot of Palestinians are Christian, right?
Some of them.
You're just reducing it to Muslim versus Jew.
It's majority Muslim. Yeah, it's very.
But there are many prominent
I agree.
Palestinian
Yeah, but there's not that many.
So it's not worth reducing everything to religion.
Well, it is the reason. Why do you think Iran is backing proxies that want to take over Gaza and back the terrorism in Gaza? It's obviously because they want to Muslim control of the land. You don't think that's why?
No, I don't think it's about religion. I've been following this conflict for decades. It's not about religion. People who say it's about religion, it's a distraction.
Well, it's a big part of it.
No, I think it's religion. I think Islam doesn't want to tolerate a Jewish supremacist state. I think they don't want to tolerate the Holy Land being controlled by a religion different than Islam. You can say it's also geographic. You can say it's also economic. You can say it's also all these other things, but I think religion absolutely has a part to do with it. Shit, the primary places that they fight over are religious symbols. Like I have no idea why Mehdi Hasan would reject this line of argumentation. I don't get it.
I think it's become a big part of it. It's been weaponized by bad faith actors, sure. But I don't think that's the core. The core is that one group of people are dominating another group of people.
What group of people is it? But what group of people is dominating another group of people?
One ethnic group is dominating another ethnic group.
What ethnic group?
I was actually about to say Jews aren't a singular ethnic group. They're an ethno-religious group, but that's because sociology is hard.
Jewish people.
Yes, dominating.
Arabs.
Yes.
But I didn't say anything about Christian, Muslim, Jew.
Sorry, memes. Daggerung says, am I going to shoot enter politician's name? Pregnant pause. Well, I had to think about it. No, I'm not. Nice.
In a religious sense. Okay, Jews define as religion and ethnicity. You know that, right?
Well, why do you think that Muslims want control of the Holy Land?
You keep saying Muslims. I didn't bring up Muslims.
Well, they're Muslim states. Like, what do you think? Like, Iran wants to do with the Holy Land?
I didn't bring up Iran.
But that's part of the conversation. What do you mean?
No, it's not. The conversation is Donald Trump is doing ethnic cleansing, and you agree with me. So I'm not sure why you're still here, to be honest.
It's part of the larger context.
It's a weird debate when you actually agree with me.
what I was trying to say is we kind of have this false dichotomy here where we're trying to take the side of the Gazans, which mostly it's a Muslim majority, or the side of the Jews to try to decide who gets control over Israel.
I didn't say about control.
America is a majority Christian country. Should we be deciding Christians should have control of the
I agree.
Holy
Donald
Land?
Trump should not, nothing to do with religion. Donald Trump should not be deciding what happens to Gaza. That's my claim. If you agree with me, great. Let's shake hands. Give the seat to someone who disagrees with me.
Yeah, Mehdi is trying to keep the debate super limited in order to, win the arguments. Which, by the way, good for him for being a decent rhetorician. Honestly, like I find some of his rhetorical tactics like abhorrent and dog shit. However, like I do appreciate the talent. I do appreciate the skill. Greg Jedi says, if Mondami's policies do well, will you give him credit even if you dislike his political beliefs as a whole? We'll see, right? So, for instance, if it's something limited, like we're going to create certain zones within New York City for the working class where these folks are going to have better commutes to their working class jobs. That's something that I support. So yeah, of course I'm going to support that. But if Mondami says we're going to do state-run grocery stores and then they all fucking close within, they're like open and successful for like the first 2 or 3 years, but then they all close by year 6, then yeah, of course I'm going to criticize the fuck out of that, right? Starhawks for $5. Thank you for your donation. Says, my point was you seem to have different standards for the right and left when both advocate to violate the liberal principle you and I care about. I don't know what you mean by that. You would have to give me a specific example of when they talk about violating the liberal standards you and I talk about. I'm always for freedom of speech and freedom of conscience. I'm always for the Second Amendment. I'm always for the 4th, 5th, and 14th, right? So I don't know what standards you're talking about that seem hypocritical. I actually don't. Cameron Mosley says, funny little story. Connor, my parents and I were on our way to Cleveland because a family member of ours died, and I saw a Tim Pool billboard the way there. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, dude, he's big. I have not read anything by Eugene Debs, Dominic Galata. All right. Anyways.
I think that America should just cut ties with Israel altogether.
What's your definition of cut ties?
Like stop funding them, stop being their military arm.
Yes,
okay,
I'm on
great.
record saying
okay.
That was an easier debate.
Let's go.
Whoa. Welcome back, Richie. You really want to be here?
First of all, I really thought that obviously where we started, where it ended up, there's a lot of aggression. I can see in your eyes there's a level of exhaustion from being here. This is where my empathy comes in. Where it doesn't is, when you have a room full of people that do agree with you, we have this opportunity to come together. And you're kind of mocking people when they do. So you mock Sarah a little bit when you.
Sorry, I do want to hear Green Guy, but I'm also trying to engage with chat. I know that I should break them up more intermittently, but truth be told, I'm getting exhausted, so I'm getting a little sloppy with my stream habits. eDreamcast says, what right-wing policy or ideology do you consider far more helpful to the working class than the left has ever implemented in history? I don't. I don't think the right wing oftentimes fights for the working class. I think the only thing that the right wing has done correctly is kept markets and the free market as a central supporting structure of the United States of America. However, it's a balance, right? It's a balance between workers' rights, workers' benefits, and economic vitality. So I would view the left as arguing for workers' rights, workers' benefits, decent pay, all that kind of stuff. I don't think the right wing has ever done that. However, I think the right wing saying that the free market is the cornerstone of functional economies is just fundamentally true.
You guys clearly had a common interest and goal to reach, so I can tell you're agitated. I want to bring that all down, please.
I'm guessing you're not going to, but let's see.
No, I'm going to. I do want to point out some contradictions. First and foremost, I don't believe you're pro-American in the value system that you claim to uphold, especially with free speech, if you're not willing to debate people that don't share your values. That's very un-American.
Donald Trump's plan for Gaza is ethnic cleansing.
I don't believe it's ethnic cleansing, because it's not his plan.
It is his plan. He said it's my plan.
No, Benjamin Netanyahu called it his plan. He is obeying someone else's plan.
Okay.
Who
is he obeying?
The Jews.
He is obeying Israel's plan for the Greater Israel Project, of which this is one of those things that we can agree on.
Why is he doing it?
Why is he doing that?
Yeah.
I don't know. Maybe they have something on him. Maybe they have something on all
But
Americans.
you think it's a bad thing what he's doing?
Absolutely.
Okay,
Yeah,
good.
no,
Glad to agree with you.
But see, I don't want to shut down
I'm
the
not mocking you, I'm
conversation.
agreeing with you.
Okay, perfect. You know, but I want to take this opportunity because I don't know if I'm going to get the opportunity again to say, you're not American. First and foremost, but you're not.
Remember what I said? The agitation from you is not going to be lower.
What I'm saying,
you came to lower the temperature and then make racist remarks. You know that's a racist remark.
It's not racist.
You tell an American citizen.
But okay, perfect. You just proved your own point.
What?
You just said that was a racist position.
Yes.
Earlier, you argue this contention that America has no race. It's a bunch of immigrants that culminate together into
America has no race.
You inferred it. You absolutely did. Okay. So now you're saying it's.
You implied it. I'll point this out for Gen X, even if she's not here right now. He used infer incorrectly. You implied it.
Racist for me to take an American nationalist approach. You're kind
of an American national approach. Is that a white approach?
I think it's a white nativist approach. Of course,
so only Americans are white people.
Why did your parents immigrate?
So Americans
from India?
are only white people.
Why did your parents immigrate from India to the UK?
Because the UK colonized and conquered India.
Okay, why did you immigrate to America?
Because many reasons.
Okay, all opportunity. There's opportunity.
That's not true. You don't know.
The accent. Your accent is an afflict of white Anglo-Saxon.
You know there are 50 million Americans in this country.
I understand, but
none of them are Americans in your view.
What I'm trying to get you to do to reach a common ground here.
We're not going to reach a common ground because you said I'm not American.
Please try.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying you're not.
I don't think you're American.
I'm saying.
I hope this is a rhetorical strategy because he's trying to point out something about Americanism, but I don't think calling a native-born American not American is an actual point. I think he's trying to rile him up and piss him off. And I'm also curious as to what this guy's going to say because even if you disagree with it, you can still hear what he's saying so you can logically contend with the concept. So that's... Okay. As a matter of fact, I want to steel man this real quick. America, or the United States of America, is a propositional nation. We started our country with a proposition. We were an English colony at first, and then in 1775, 1776, we rebelled, and we created a country with a proposition. And the proposition was the Declaration of Independence. You know, we hold these truths to be self-evident that all men are created equal, and they're endowed by their creator with certain inalienable rights. Among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. I don't know if I got that preamble correct. However, I think I got it mostly correct. So with that, within the ensuing decades, we came up with the Articles of Confederation and then ultimately the Bill of Rights. And these are our attempts to make sure the government doesn't abuse the people out of life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. And so any person, any human being on the planet, Black, Asian, white, Hispanic, they can agree to that proposition, immigrate to the United States, and then work not just for their life, their liberty, and their pursuit of happiness, but they can also make sure that the society that supports them in those endeavors perpetuates. That's what I love about the United States. I love it as a propositional nation. I love it as civic nationalism. I love it that I'm Irish, right? You know, 200 years ago, my ancestors were slinging rocks at British troops from their mud hovels. And here I am in the United States of America, effectively the lost continent of Atlantis, making money by talking shit on the internet, which is a marvelous technology that's only come about in the past 30 years because of human ingenuity. I love this. I think this is the coolest shit on the fucking... I think this is the coolest thing in the world. And so I want to perpetuate it. I am a propositional person. I am not ethnically English. I am ethnically Irish. I am an enemy to the English in many regards from an ethno-history background. And yet Anglos and Celts get along in the American project. That was unthinkable 200 years ago. That was unthinkable 300 years ago. So when somebody tells me a Black, Hispanic, Asian, whatever, they can't integrate into America, I think they're full of shit. I think they're fucking wrong, and I don't like it. Anyways, so Justin for $10 says, good morning. Mehdi cooked everyone except for Kai and Connor. Glad you're finishing up with Nick and Candace about time. True. We're going to do it today. I promise. But I am going to finish up with this green guy. So anyways, thank you for the super chat, Justin. Much appreciated.
I think you're not American due to values.
I don't think you're not American on values either. I think you're a little fascisty, a little racisty.
See, you're using these words. Okay, first of all, I want to say this.
I'm not just throwing them at you. You didn't come sit down and I said it.
Every conservative that has ever been shut.
Judge not lest ye be judged. No, I'm gonna judge the fuck out of it because I'm not a Christian literalist. Lol.
Down by leftists like you, for every conservative, for
You're
every
not a conservative. You've already said
for
you're not-
every right
you've
wing,
already said you're not
for
a
every
conservative.
Stefan Molyneux,
Oh,
Thomas
more white,
Sowell,
okay.
Nick Fuentes, all of those people.
Is
that
Thomas
people
Sowell
like-
American?
He's Australian. But that's not the point. I'm saying people that are on our side of the aisle that get shut down by people like you because you're leveraging this position of emotion.
You're joking, right?
No, I'm not. You're
Do you
leveraging
know
a
nobody on
position
quote
of
unquote
emotion.
my side of the aisle is trying to deport you? The only shutting down
Actually,
is
yes,
being
they're
done by
trying to.
you.
They're actually
The only
trying to
shutting down is being
genocide my
done by
entire
you.
race. So what are you talking
Wow.
about? What
You're
are
a
you
white-
talking about?
You're a white
What are you-
genocide guy?
Are you kidding me?
Wow.
I can't wait to hear this. Let's go.
You know the fact you're
I'm
Indian.
amazed that Jubilee find some of you guys. How did they find you?
Do you see
Did
what
they
you're
email
doing?
you? Do you have Gmail?
Why are you trying to oust me? This
Do you
is
shop
such a
at
cheap
Costco?
tactic.
Do you go to Nordstrom?
No,
All
I'm
immigrants.
trying
Have you
to-
ever been on eBay?
No, but
Immigrants.
I'm a
You love
great-
immigrants.
No, I'm a
You love immigrants when they're helping you.
I'm
You just
not-
don't like the color of
it's
my
not
skin.
we're having a
No. I would appreciate if Mehdi listened instead of just fucking playing the race card. Whenever somebody plays the race card, you know what's more rhetorically effective, at least I find it more interesting, is where you go, okay, so like explain your ideology. And if it's racist, then just be like, yeah, it's racist. I find that infinitely more interesting when people just bite the bullet about their ideologies having negative externalities. I think that's so much better.
All right, pause.
We're having a different
Pause.
conversation.
All right, you've been voted out. Please return to your seat.
Okay. I really wish we could have gotten.
I mean, you believe in white genocide, so it's very hard to.
What is believing that white people are becoming a plurality within the United States of America and eventually might become a plurality in Europe, and that the white demography over time is going to decrease as people miscegenate, which, by the way, I'm not using as a negative term. Is that like, even if you use the term white genocide, like, contend with the idea, contend with what's being said, which is effectively like, I think that there's something special about Europeans and I don't want them to disappear from the planet. And then you could start to piece apart like, okay, well, what about these things are inherent to Europeans but are not inherent to humans? And what you often find is that what white genocide people contend is that, oh, well, I like our history, or I like our culture, or I like our dancing, or I like this idea or that idea. And you find that oftentimes these ideas, while not fungible, meaning that not every population is going to hold these in equal regard, they're ultimately just human conceptions. And so you're not losing them by having a white son who has, mixed race babies with a Mexican woman, or a black woman, or vice versa. You don't lose the human component just because people race mix. Kind of cringe. Anyways, in summary, I think Mehdi Hasan did a good job. I got frustrated with his rhetoric because he kept interrupting. I don't feel like he contended with the most important and foundational and complex ideas of the far-right people. I was happy to see a bunch of far-right psychos go mask off during the conversation and the debate. I did have a good time engaging with chat. I am happy that we got to talk about a lot of crazy topics on top of the main content. But for now, I'm going to pause that content. I think we got what we could out of it, and we're going to go into Candace Owens and Nick Fuentes. I'm going to respond to chat a little bit before I get cracking, though. Short Stack Goblin says, how close are you to Pisco? I need someone to save my best parasocial lawyer from the socialist influence. Bring him back, Connor, please. Yeah, sure. I'm pretty close with Pisco. We're not like best friends or anything, but we're DMable. I could DM him and I would expect a response. Rob says, I want to go back to debating fascists in a liberal democracy. Is that democracy expected to facilitate conversations that will ultimately undermine it? Preserving the system seems fundamental. Sure, but within liberal democracy, it's presumed that the social structures are strong enough to withhold or to withstand criticism. So, yeah. Rob says, is it a concession of practicality that debating fascists is a necessary rhetorical component in order to protect the system? I mean, I think so, but I think Mehdi Hasan actually disagrees with me. Hereshot says, hilarious. Connor is a bleeding heart for Africans and laughs uncontrollably when someone says, just don't get AIDS, then turns and says, I don't care about Americans who die of fentanyl because they choose to. Yeah. Yeah. Sex is different than drugs, Hereshot. What? What? Bruh. Please tell me. Please tell me when you need fentanyl in order to be a functional human being. Please tell me when you need fentanyl. Because in my opinion, sex is one of the cornerstones of human life. It's the thing that propagates life, and it's something that you're fundamentally compelled to, especially as an adult, on an equivalent basis of like water or food. When you don't have sex, you hunger for it. You yearn for it. It's a biological compulsion. The only way that you have a biological compulsion towards fentanyl is if you become addicted to the drug. There is no reason to do drugs unless it's for a medicated purpose, at which point you should be able to go to a hospital or a doctor in order to achieve your medicated purpose. I don't morally judge people for having sex in general. Of course, I do judge the way that people have sex, but I do judge people who do hard drugs. No shit here, Shot. Did you think that was a good point? That was a terrible point. That was awful. That was almost bad as fucking ACAB Batasouis. eDreamcast says, I cannot accept a press or colleges that push blood libel. Okay. Good for you, I guess. LB says, Connor, you see, you can't be a conservative. You know how to apologize. Oh, get the fuck out of here. All right. All right. I need to use the restroom and start the next thing. Why does everyone act like the NRA is the biggest and most powerful lobby when they aren't even in the top 20? The NRA is a progressive boogeyman. It is. Great value Persian, V for Vendetta. Yeah, that was pretty funny. Shock Doctor says, Cotter, I'm a little behind, but I hate the media say 500 tons of food to make it more palatable, but it's 1 million pounds, which is a much easier number to see. We all but to a pound of beef or whatever. Sure. 1 million pounds, 500, whatever. Herkimer says, well-regulated means well-trained. According to who? Google it. Gunsite.org, Guncite.org. They have a bunch of historical contemporary resources that prove that well-regulated means well-trained. Shortstack Goblin says, now that your country is cooked, we're talking Rhode Island after the fall. I know we have no historical basis, but the division of Africa didn't either. Herkimer says, regulate, control, or supervise something, especially a company or business by means of, yeah, so you're using a modern definition for a older context. And not only are you using a modern definition for an older word, it doesn't matter. Because the first clause is a well-regulated militia being necessary to the security of a free state. The right of the people to keep and bear arms shall not be infringed. So, National Guard is not a militia. It's part of the national military. Militias were expected to exist in order for the states to fight the federal government if necessary. I think you're wrong, but I don't care. Rob says, juxtapose Mehdi and Andrew Wilson. Do you see a parallel with how they interact with people they disagree with? I would love to see the two guys go head-to-head, but I think Andrew loses. Maybe. Dominic Galletta says, even in the Heller decision, Scalia stated that the right is not unlimited. Okay. That certain prohibitions are necessary and that an individual shouldn't be allowed to build up an arsenal. And doesn't matter. If you're prohibiting people from bearing arms in any context, then you're violating the Second Amendment. Stop taking everything so personally, Connor. People might think it's white guilt. No. Fuck you. You guys have to understand. You guys come in and, LB, love that you pissed me off. Love that AK Batasui pissed me off. I love all that kind of stuff. You have to understand that people enjoy the spurging. They enjoy it, okay? When I get pissed off, when I get angry, when I yell at chat, when I go on one guys, when I go on fucking tangents, when I fucking yell, you have to understand people like that shit. So you're like, Connor, don't do that. You're getting so upset. It's like being emotional is part of the job. If I just sat here and dryly recited what was going on, I would lose 80% of my audience. Shortstack Goblin says, you were wrong about the Africans being captured by other Africans in war. They were captured by other Africans, the Congo Kingdom, for the express purpose of selling them. Those are not even contradictory statements. You can't say you're wrong and then make non-contradictory statements. You know you can go to war to enslave people. That's what Benin was famous for. You said you're wrong, and then you say two things that aren't contradictory. You guys need to up your game. You're fucking falling asleep at the wheel. You're falling off. You know how people accuse their streamers of falling off? You're falling off. You guys are making dog shit points today. Yes, I have a son, 172309. What is that? Is that 92317? Oh, good for you. Your kid is 8 years old. That's cool. All right. I'll still. We're about to do the Candace debate now. Should there be a military police force to corral nation states who go against the planet's law? No. It should all be regional. States should be in charge of their own state. Countries should be in charge of their own countries. And the overarching system that I'm talking about should be in charge of the overarching system. The only way that I think that a state or a country should be invaded is if they're committing something that is like universally decried, like a genocide. I think that's the only reason why a state should lose its sovereign control of its territory, is when it's engaged in acts that are so against like the human condition that it's viewed as evil. West Coast Girl says, it's really terrifying that these fascist adjacent beliefs are coming from boomers. All these people are young. Oh my God. Yep. Maricea says, what if Euros don't want to keep our nations as they are and want to federalize? What do Americans care? Yeah, sure. If you want to turn all your nation, if you want to turn all your nations into states, and then you want to make your states a part of a European nation, I don't give a fuck. As long as it's voluntary and democratic, I don't care. Bo Dickerson says, Connor, the PEPFAR cuts did not happen within the $9 billion cuts. Yes, it did. PEPFAR is a $6.5 billion program. Congress approved $400 million going towards PEPFAR. So right now, the program has been defunct since March, and they approved, what's 400 into 400 million into 6,500,000,000 is 6%. So the PEPFAR program has been cut by 94%, and I don't even know what the 6% is doing. So yeah. All right. Okay, Herkimer is like, bro is like 30 minutes behind. We've already explained this a billion times, okay? I don't want to hear it. Okay? I respond to chat. I like super chats. Thank you, a.k.a. Badasui. Thank you, Justin. Thank you, Starhawks. Thank you, Grassroots. And thank you, Megastar. But I don't want to hear it. If you show up to the stream, you know that what I do is I watch the content. I scroll through chat while I'm watching the content. I respond to the chats that I feel like responding to. And you guys like it. So don't complain about me being far behind. It means I'm actually engaging with my chat. If you just ultimately, okay, if you guys keep bitching about this shit, then who knows? Maybe eventually I'll move to the shitty model where I only respond to super chats. Okay? Stop bitching about it. It's annoying as fuck. I'm responding to everyone regardless of whether or not they give me money. Most people would think that was a good thing, but you guys still complain about it. Boog says, Connor, we can be more selfish than that. Any virus disease has the change to evolve and get way worse. Tamping down on that limits the likelihood it will evolve into something worse and come here. Boogs, that is more dumb than what a.k.a. Badasui said. We can be more selfish than that. Any virus disease has the chance to evolve and get way worse. Tamping down on that limits the likelihood it will evolve into something. Oh, okay. Boogs, my apologies. You're saying that rather than appealing to the humanitarian element of it, you're saying that this is selfish, that what we're trying to do is we're trying to prevent a disease from being so built into the population that it doesn't evolve and become worse. I understand what you said. I'm sorry for popping off at you too quickly. I understand what you said. That's an okay point. Short Sack Goblin says, Connor thinks Swaziland is in West Africa. I hate American education. Trump was inevitable. Let's Google Swaziland. Should I say sub-Saharan Africa? Where is it? Oh, you're going to piss me off. Where's Swaziland? Show me. Swaziland map. Oh, you are going to piss me off so bad. Where is it? Is it in South Africa? Lesotho, Northwest, Blooming, Eastern Cape, Pretoria. Is that it? Swantanini? Dude, it's not my fault you guys have so much shit. Where is Swaziland, bro? Eswatini? Is that the same as Swaziland? What country does Swaziland... Oh, it's in South Africa. Oh, but it is its own country. Connor thinks Swaziland is in West Africa. Short stack goblin, you were gonna fucking piss me off. As a matter of fact, you just did. Geopolitical rant. West Africa map. So there's two ways to interpret West Africa. I'll actually show you the map of the way that you refer it. So you believe that West Africa is this, because that's what you hear when you hear West Africa, is the western side of Africa. But that's not the way that I use West Africa. Africa map. Language map. All of this is Bantu, which is a cousin language to the Niger-Congo language. Khoisan is the grass peoples who were displaced by the Bantu. And then the Indo-European are colonizers, so I don't give a shit about this. So the truth is that all of this is one language group, and the people also look very fucking similar. So when I use West Africa, I'm referring to this entire racial language group, okay? And the Khoisan survived by the skin of their teeth. When I say the Middle East and North Africa, when I say North Africa, I mean this area. North Africa. Now, you can say that this is East Africa and the Horn, but the reason why we refer to this area as Middle East and North Africa is because obviously these people have a lot of cultural and religious parallels. So don't pretend that I'm a fucking ignoramus, or I will fucking dox you and kick you in the dick. Okay? Don't tell me, don't act like you're smarter than me. You're not. You might have 3,000 IQ. I have 3,001 IQ. How dare you, sir? Boog says, okay, so Boogs I yelled at, but I shouldn't have. Short Stack Goblin I yelled at, and he deserved it. AKA Batisui, thank you for the $10, even though I was fucking arguing with you. You say the straw man isn't don't get AIDS. The steel man is work to prevent the spread of AIDS. I asked, does it save more people, as in anyone else working to reduce the spread? It's not all on Trump. I'm not going to go into another rant. I think it's all on Trump. Yep. Randy Chang says, as a high schooler in the 90s, I entirely blame AIDS awareness for my troubles getting laid. Oh, you guys are crazy. Okay. All right. What we're going to do, some of you guys, we opened up today's stream with a conversation about guns. And so what I'm going to do is I'm going to go to Destiny's channel, and I'm going to show you the last time that we shot guns. And then I'll be back, and then we'll do the Nick Fuentes segment. And we will cover the race realism segment, Justin, I promise. Destiny streamer. That's what I need to type in. Sorry. My apologies for taking so long, but I like engaging with my chat. I think it's funny. I think it's fun. I have a good time. Today might actually be like a little bit of a rougher stream. I feel like I have more ADD today than I normally do. But you guys seem perfectly entertained. And we peaked out at 120. We're dropping off because it's later in the afternoon. But they
call me single,
and we got a good healthy chunk of donation.
They call me single shot.
All right. So this is what I will be doing. This is what I'll be doing on Sunday. And I'm going to try to have my bolter done by Sunday. And I'm going to try to shoot skeet with my bolter, which would be hilarious. All right. So enjoy this for 2 minutes while I use the bathroom and get some water.
They call me Shot Steve. What's up, chat? I'm here today with counterpoints.
If I knew you were shooting, I would have sucked my belly in.
We're going to shoot guns today because that's what you do in Florida when you're a red-blooded American.
Follow these steps to safely unload your firearm. Make sure your muzzle is pointed downrange when unloading.
I think it'd be faster to do new targets.
I think it'd be faster to your mom. Okay. This is the red scope. It works well. This is the red dot. It's like, okay. It's good enough, I think, at 25 yards.
We can do work.
All right, let's go. What middle school were we going? I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding.
Call what you want me to do. Doubles, 1, 2, 3, or 4.
Nice. Give me 2 again.
Yeah! 3's very low. Let me know when you're want it.
I'm ready. Jeez. Give me 3 more time.
Close. I think you're a little behind on the fast ones.
Okay,
You're going to try. All right. 1 pull.
Pull. Nice. Nice. 2 pull.
Shotgun's sick, though.
Yeah, it is. Probably that's not a shotgun. It better be sick.
Pull. Sounds cool. It'd be cooler if I hit the target.
2 pull.
No.
Pull. 2 pull.
Ooh, Steven's ballistic autism is coming out. 1.
Pull.
Nice.
Can you do 1 and 2? Is that?
Yeah. Actually got the first one.
Oh, I didn't.
Well, you winged it.
1 pull. Not even close. I don't even know what I'm shooting it right now. I'm literally just staring out into space, pulling triggers. Okay. We're gonna do 1 again. Pull. Ooh, got him on the second one. Okay. 1 pull. Ooh, okay. Pull.
Oh, I almost got that one.
3 pull. Okay, you know what? Are you ready for this one?
Yeah.
Okay, I was around before. Let me show you how to do this every time on the first shot. Ready?
Yeah.
3 pull. What's going on?
Nailed it. All right.
That's nice on it.
Let's get it. Candace Owens, Nick Fuentes. There's one. We were watching it on Twitter. They still haven't posted it to YouTube yet. That sucks. All right, back to Twitter we go. Let me make sure that no one posts anything spicy, racist, or terms of service violative to my timeline before I pull it up on screen for you fine folk. Ah, good. There wasn't anything terms of service violative. Let's do Nick Fuentes, Candace Owens. And then I think we got halfway through it, basically.
We can add it because if you do go,
But-
perfect. And so the extent to our conversation was about me trying to be a good friend to somebody else. It wasn't like this. And I know his
Rob
name,
Smith.
Rob Smith. It was a moment with Rob Smith. And I think to come out and start singing about Christ like he did early on when he did the Jesus Walk stuff. And I was just like, does Nick actually believe? I'm like, I genuinely
Lawsuit.
All right. I'm going to rewind just a little bit, and then I'll do an intro, and we'll get cracking. So, hi, guys. My name's Connor. I'm a science fiction, political, and philosophy nerd, a Marine Corps and law enforcement veteran, and a never-Trump Republican. I like breaking down the alternative media. I like breaking down debates. And today, we're going to be finishing up the Candace Owens versus Nick Fuentes conversation/debate. Apparently, there's going to be some race realism, race and IQ conversation starters, so it should get pretty spicy. I don't want to delay it too much, so let's go ahead and get it cracking.
Calling people names because we don't maybe want to confront that there is some substance to this question. But then you guys kind of, or maybe it sounds like it did start as an online movement. Who are the groypers behind the scenes? Do you have communication with these people? They're real, obviously they're real human beings. But my point is that, like, is this movement, like, you guys are on a group chat and you know these individuals? Can we get a demographic? Are they older? Are they younger? Who are the groypers?
Well, they are real human beings. They're all young white men. Or there's other men too. I mean, some of them are Hispanic, some of them are Black, some of them are Jewish for that matter. But they're mostly young men, college age, Generation Z, some of them even high school aged. And all of them very Christian, very Catholic also. They're fans of the show. You know, a lot of people say have this cult-like following. People watch the show and they adopt the political viewpoint, the religious viewpoint. And so they're basically far-right, pro-America, Catholic, at that time, big Trump supporters and young guys.
Okay. All right. We have to watch another Nick Fuentes clip. I think we should definitely watch. Let's watch the first one that you showed me, Skylar.
Why is it that Candace Owens will interview Harvey Weinstein before she'll talk to me? So true. Am I really that
so glad you
bad?
agree with yourself.
People said when Candace Owens split with Daily Wire, people begged her to do a collaboration with me. They said, talk to Nick Fuentes. You stole all his talking points. Talk to
True.
Nick Fuentes. You get all your ideas from him, all your slogans. He was a martyr. He made the sacrifices that made it popular for you to do this.
True. I think the dissident right did steal a lot of shit from Nick Fuentes and presents it in more palatable ways so they don't get canceled.
She said, oh, I can't because I'm on YouTube, but I also can't have him on my website because of some lawsuit.
That's so crappy to me. That part's really crappy to me. I have to say, watching it back, no, I do want to say, we don't have to get into it, but that's crappy to me because it was like, I don't know. I just think that I try to do a really good job of being a human being offline, you know what I mean? And if people are going through stuff or whatever, and that was real, like, that's not like, oh my God, like she's trying to be a victim. It was very real. My life was kind of, you saw, it was thrown up in the air, but we don't need to focus on that. But I do want to get to the point. Do you actually believe that I was getting all my ideas from you? Like, do you actually believe that I was watching Cozy TV? Because then somebody showed me a clip of you saying the same thing. Because I guess you said in the same week, or you said last week, I was talking about this. Now this week, Candace is talking about it. And it was pertaining to the PBS documentary, The Savage Peace, which was about the German genocide that took place after the war had ended. And that documentary opened up my eyes a lot to the fact that we had only been told kind of one strand regarding World War II.
Oh my God, this annoys the shit out of me. So because the Soviets were barbarous monsters, and because they were allies with the Western world, we have to own all the bad shit the Soviets did to the Germans after the war. I hate that shit. I think it's so stupid. But anyways, that's fine. These people are idiots. They can believe what they want to believe. Responding to chat, just because there's interesting comments and chats, they say, you cannot debate a delusion, and a lot of these people are delusional. No, you can still debate it. You just might be a crazy person for trying and a masochist. Whatever 4690 says, why didn't Liberia work as it has the same constitution? Well, probably because they were a bunch of freed slaves who went out to Africa and they didn't have anything. And so as a result, they started their own country. And then once they started their own country, they actually purchased and enslaved people back in West Africa. So I would say there was an inherent contradiction within Liberia. That being said, I would be shocked if West Africa in the post-colonial period isn't getting better now compared to how it was a generation ago or a generation or two ago. Matter of fact, I would say, like, isn't Nigeria supposed to be doing quite well? How is Liberia doing today? Liberia is currently facing a mix of challenges in progress while enjoying 2 decades of peace. Okay, that's an update. The country grapples with persistent economic issues like poverty, high inflation, and limited job opportunities. However, there are also positive developments, including a recent decline in poverty and improvements to the fiscal outlook. Okay, so I don't know. Liberia might be doing okay. 2 decades ago, it was in civil war. Liberia in 2024. You could watch that video if you wanted to see what was going on. But I think Nigeria today is often held up as a place that's doing okay. Is it Nigeria or is it Niger? One of them is supposed to have like a pretty decent public transport system. Is it Niger? Nigeria public transport? I could have sworn to God one of them had a like fairly modern subway system. Transforming transport in Nigeria's megacity. So read that one. Lagos. Lagos today. I don't know, bro. You go watch some YouTube documentaries. You tell us how Nigeria and Lagos are doing. I don't know.
And I told my audience they should watch it. And there was a clip of you kind of suggesting that I got that from you. So did you actually believe that I had gotten that from you, or that I was watching your show and stealing your ideas?
Not that one. I don't know what that's all about. The
Okay.
Berman thing. But look, I mean, you left Daily Wire with the whole Christ is King, America first. For years, that's what I was known for. Now, if you want to say you never heard of me until a couple of years ago, or
No, I heard of you in 2019.
You said earlier though that you didn't really watch anything or know anything until about a year ago.
Yeah.
If that's what you say, okay, that's fine. But it'd be a pretty stunning coincidence. And I will say I heard from other people. I'm not going to say who, but I heard from a mutual friend. He watched my show back in 2020. Maybe that person's lying. I don't know that, but I'd heard that from multiple people. So.
You can name the person, because I'm telling you. So, and I'll ask you this question again. So you said Christ is king. So that's very interesting.
Mm-hmm.
So you think that any person that says Christ is king?
Oh no, I didn't say that.
Okay, because I actually do want to understand this. I'm genuinely pushing back here, because I was very confused by this. I'm like, Ye just named his whole album Jesus is King,
Mm-hmm.
right? Or 2 albums ago was Jesus is King. It was definitely a moment, a cultural zeitgeist that had this rapper to come out and start singing about Christ like he did early on when he did the Jesus Walk stuff. And I was just like, does Nick actually believe? I'm like, I genuinely was not watching your show. It's the only thing I can tell you.
Okay.
I have friends that were, I will definitely say, male men between the ages of.
You guys are all not freaking out, but you're all talking about the white genocide thing from the Jubilee episode. When those people say white genocide, we know what they mean. They're not doing that in good faith. They are doing it in good faith. They genuinely believe that there is an anti-European conspiracy theory in order to miscegenate the European ethno-religious stock out of existence. They think that Jews are manipulating Middle Eastern and North Africans and West Africans to go to Europe for economic benefits, and then for a culture of permissive attitudes towards race to eventually, blot out Northern Europeans. They believe that. Now, what I would do, because this is effectively where I had a struggle session with Lauren Southern about it, is that there's plenty of reasons for Middle Eastern and North Africans to go to Europe and to go to the United States besides the Jews manipulated them to do it. And then just because Hispanic people, Black people, Middle Eastern, North African people do go to Europe or the United States for economic benefits, doesn't mean that like half Northern European, half Castizo babies are somehow inferior to Northern European whites. If you care about that kind of shit, I don't know what to tell you. Like, learn how to line dance, learn how to sing Gaelic songs, dress up in lederhosen, and have only white babies. I don't give a shit. But at the same time, like, acting like, oh my God, we're being killed, when realistically what's happening is your son is dating a big booty Latina. It sounds kind of stupid to me.
Of like 30 and 40 are watching your show.
Yeah.
There is, and I would say 40 and beyond, like I just said, are watching your show. I would imagine you have a very male, internet savvy audience. I am terrible at the internet. Like, I mean, it is embarrassing. I'm basically a grandma when it comes to the internet. My husband thinks it's he's like, how are you a person that people watch the internet? You don't even know how to use the internet. I just don't love tech. Tech is not really my thing. I like to communicate. I'm a woman. I like to speak, but I don't really like to figure out how all this stuff works. And so once you got banned, I just didn't see, I wouldn't have seen your stuff. But then as soon as you were back on Twitter, I started seeing your clips all the time because you started trending. Like you were trending the day that you got let back onto X, you were trending. And I was like, okay, Nick is trending. Clips recently just were trending about you. So I think if you had been on X that whole time and you said, I mean, you were like, you've never seen my stuff, that would be a little ridiculous. But genuinely, like when you're starting a family and like as soon as I am done with the podcast, it got to be like
I don't care
straight
about
back
the
into mommy
interpersonal
mode.
bullshit.
Just
Let's
like I
get to
said,
the new race.
it's not
Thank you.
female content. I would not describe you as like all the moms are lining up to watch Nick from Tucker. Like Nick Fuentes is definitely encourage you to like.
I want to marry someone that looks like me, that comes from a similar background, because I want my kids to look like me. I want my grandkids to look like me.
But are you, sorry, I just want to make sure, did you say I'm a racialist or I'm a racist?
You know, for a long time, I would say I'm racialist. Now I just say I'm racist.
Okay. So when you say you're racist, because these definitions get changed around, racist, anti-Semitism gets expanded. What do you mean when you say I'm a racist? Because I think most people watching this would go, if you are a racist in the traditional sense of the term, why are you on this podcast, right? Wouldn't you just go, you know what, Candace is black and she's therefore I don't want to speak to her.
Right.
Certainly not going on to your.
Sapien Green says, Connor, sex with random people isn't something you can't control. Sapient Green. What about me as a person? Or what about my content where I constantly criticize promiscuous people and promiscuous homosexuals and Destiny's personal lifestyle? What makes you think that I am an advocate for random Africans to have promiscuous sex? What about me or my content makes you think that's my position? I hope you said that in order to give me a fucking stroke, because you almost gave me a stroke.
Show and saying, why won't Candace have me on? That doesn't really seem to line up with the traditional sense of the idea racist, though.
Yeah, and I'm using it. I'm being a little tongue in cheek. I mean, for the purpose of understanding, I'd say my views are I'm a racialist. But I do think that we need to deconstruct this idea of racism in the sense that, look.
AF Racing says, Connor, you don't remember going to basic regulation after you joined the Marines? Ignore the fact that you guys call basic training boot camp. What about it? What about boot camp? Yes, I remember going. What's your point?
You're black. I'm white. It is what it is. For my entire life, people have been walking around on eggshells about the subject of race, about white people being racist. Can I say this? Can I say that? Can I have this opinion? And me, I'm sort of, Gavin McInnes said it like this. He said, you're kind of post-racist. You're sort of after this craze where everything was racist. It's sort of this recognition that we live in a heavily racial world. And, look, sometimes we have racist feelings like I want to live in a white neighborhood. I don't want to live in a black neighborhood. If they were all like you, obviously it'd be a different story. But when we think of a black neighborhood, we know.
Okay, that's free association. You can do that in a liberal society.
What that means and why the property value.
But that's cheap. Black American. So this is why I want to understand this idea better, because, and this is kind of something my cousin has said, which I guess you could say is a racist statement, but she says that white people in America are the white trash of white people in the world, meaning that like there's a special category of uniquely that you don't see when you're dealing with like white Americans here, that if you went across to like Switzerland, you wouldn't see this version of a white person necessarily, or this, you maybe went to the continent of Africa, you don't see this version of a black person either. Like even if you went to to the tribes out in Africa that still exist, they would be a far cry from a black American living in a neighborhood in Compton, right? So I'm trying to understand if you think that it's all black people are like this, or if your world is kind of colored by this is what's going on in America. This has failed for 1,000 reasons. Welfarism has definitely, black people in 1940s stand up. My grandfather, I talk about that denigration and the corrosion of culture. Yeah. That's happening. White, black, whatever you want to name it, there is this intentional corrosion of culture. So do you think it's literally, well, this is just what a black person is when they come out? Or do you think that post welfare, LBJ, Great Society, this is what black Americans have become, and I have a right to respond to that and say that as a white man, I don't want to live there?
Well, I think it's more nature than people would like to believe. There's this classic tension of, is it nature, is it nurture, is it cultural, or is it
Short stack goblin, you asshole. Connor includes the eastern side of Africa as West Africa. Got it. No. I consider West Africa as sub-Saharan Africa. If it's a Bantu or Bantu cousin, that's West Africa. If it's Arabic or a whatever, like Arabic cousin language, then that's North Africa, which includes East Africa and the Horn.
Intrinsic, is it racial? And I've always been on the latter side of this among conservatives. Conservatives like to say it's all culture. Black America is the way it is because of hip hop music and the Great Society and that kind of stuff. And I think the uncomfortable reality is a big part of it is intrinsic. You know, one of the big arguments against the abolition of slavery in the 1860s is that, you know, when Europeans colonized Africa, they hadn't discovered the wheel. There's no two-story buildings. There's no writing. There's no written language. Missionaries had to go to Africa in the last century and invent it for the African people because there's no recorded history. They didn't have writing.
So Egypt is not in Africa.
Well, Egypt is a different race. The Egyptians were not black.
Okay, but you said when they went to Africa, so I just want to...
The interior of Africa in the late 19th century.
And by the way, he's talking about West and South Africa right now. I don't know if this is entirely true. The reason why the Malian Empire, Mali. So Mali is right here. It's basically on the south side of the Sahara. And so you could consider this part of West Africa, but a lot of their cultural achievements are going to be because of the Bedouin traveling across the Sahara into Timbuktu. And so what Nick would argue, of course, I'm trying to do the exception to Nick's line of argumentation that there was no wheel and no two-story buildings and no written language. I'm pretty sure that if I brought up Mali and Timbuktu as examples, he would say, well, realistically, these are colonial Arabic achievements, right? I'm pretty sure that's what he would say. Because Timbuktu was like a center for learning, but it was a joint West African Tuareg. I don't know if are Tuaregs in North Africa? Yeah. It's like a Tuareg and West African joint cultural venture. And the Tuaregs and the Arabs were the ones who brought Timbuktu and all the books and the libraries of Timbuktu. I'm assuming that's what he would say. So I played a anti-racist chess piece. He played one back. Zenith says, it's crazy that Elon did a whole press event where he said, oh, well, we'll fix the PEPFAR cuts. Of course, that was just a mistake, and then didn't restore the funding. Yep, 100%. Evil as shit. I know it will be difficult, but don't shoot Steven. I won't. Don't worry about it.
Scramble for Africa. So we're now knocking Egypt out of Africa.
Well, Egypt is part of northern Africa, sub-Saharan Africa.
You said Africa, so I'm not trying to get a gotcha. I'm just responding. You're saying Africa.
Sure. Yeah.
It's in Africa. It's Egypt. It's kind of ridiculous to say there was no written language. Well, so I'm just trying to get you to
sure.
You know,
Egyptians are not Africans.
If I'm not pushing back, the internet will. So you know,
Egyptians are not racial Africans. When I say African, I'm saying sub-Saharan Africans.
Sub-Saharan, okay.
Black people because it is a different race. In sub-Saharan Africa, and Europeans did not penetrate that until the late 19th century. They didn't have any of this. To the extent that you have infrastructure in Africa, it's from the Muslims in the Sahel and the Maghreb in northern Africa, where the Arabs colonized. And then you had, Carthage and Egypt. You had ancient civilizations, but sub-Saharan Africa, they didn't have that. You take these people out of that land and put them here, and they're enslaved people. You let them free in a modern, liberal republic. They're not going to succeed. It's not going to go well for them. And that was one of the arguments against abolition.
Frederick Douglass, Robert Smalls, Harriet Tubman. Think of all your great, African thinkers in the early 20th century. Think of the Black Enlightenment. Think of Zora Neale Hurston, all the artists, et cetera, et cetera. So, that just black people aren't going to do well. Well, some of them did quite well.
And people said if you free them without any assimilation, without any kind of process for them to be acclimated, they're going to die. And that's exactly what happened. Many of like the bottom 10% of like the lowest IQ Africans just died off for generations. And it had a, pardon the expression, but it had a eugenic effect, because over time, if the weakest are dying off, that's one argument for why blacks in America have a standard deviation higher IQ than the blacks in sub-Saharan Africa. So, so I do believe there is something intrinsic going on there. And what makes people uncomfortable about this is the idea that it's unchangeable. There's something about, and this is why I'm a Catholic, we do have an inherent desire for universalism. We do believe that there's a common humanity and a common human community and all of that. We hate the idea that we're born a certain way and we can never change. And that's just the way it is. And we even think about this in terms of, it's become not so popular these days to tell children, you can be whatever you want to be. Because we know that's not the case. Some people are tall, some people are short, some people are smart, some dumb, some ugly, some handsome. That's why, by the way, incel dumb is a big part of this also.
So you believe these are immutable characteristics that are assigned at birth?
I think that, yes.
For the most part.
Things like race, all those attributes are immutable and unchangeable. And
But they have changed, just factually speaking, they have changed.
They change over time, over the generations.
Okay, so then you don't think it's immutable, because if this was an immutable
individual person.
Okay, so you're saying that if you are born at this space and time as a black person in America, here is the cards that you're dealt with, and you can't change that over time.
Something like IQ does not change. No, doesn't change wildly.
Okay. So what I would argue is nutrition's effect on IQ. So nutrition plays a profound role in shaping cognitive function and intelligence across the lifespan, particularly during critical development stages. Research indicates that both the quality and quantity of nutrients intake can significantly impact brain development and function, with implications for IQ scores. So I would say early childhood nutrition is wildly important for IQ. What is it? Maternal nutrition effect on fetal IQ. Maternal nutrition during pregnancy significantly influences fetal brain development and consequently long-term cognitive outcomes, including IQ. So we should maximize good food for pregnant women. We should maximize food for children. Early childhood education effect on IQ. Early childhood education can have a positive effect on a child's cognitive development and consequently on their IQ scores, particularly in the long term. So ECE is a way to attack IQ. And then finally, the Flynn effect. So Flynn effect. So the Flynn effect is an observed phenomenon of rising IQ scores across generations, first identified by researcher James Flynn in the 1980s. His analysis of IQ tests, particularly among children in various countries, revealed significant increases in scores over time. And if I remember correctly, it's bottomed out now, where we only gain a certain amount of increased IQ over time. But since the early 20th century, we've increased scores by around 15 points. So we have two options here. And I'm actually going to go full screen for this. To the racialists, the racists, which I say as a descriptive term, we have two options here. I've just shown you that maternal nutrition, early childhood education, childhood nutrition can all positively impact IQ. And since the early 20th century, we have raised average IQ in the developed world by 15 points. This is attributed to people thinking more imaginatively. If you asked somebody in the early 20th century, what did you have for breakfast yesterday? Or excuse me, how would you feel if you didn't have breakfast? They would say, I did have breakfast. And they'd be like, okay, but what if you didn't? How would you feel? A early 20th century person would say, I did have breakfast. That doesn't make sense. Shut up. Because in the early 20th century, it was very common to think practically. But as industrialization has taken over, as technology has taken over, we've increasingly thought imaginatively. And so that is correlated with an increase in IQ. And so the whole point of it is we have two options here. There's a cross in the road. If we're racist or racialist, there's two options. Segregation, which means that you let the black community do whatever it does and fuck them and they can figure it out, which, by the way, I think is just going to extend misery for our co-nationalists. People in the United States of America we should care about. The other option is maximize the environmental factors that affect IQ and then increase the material well-being of people in the black community and work on the sociological issues that have plagued them for generations, and then hopefully reduce human suffering over time. Those are the two options. I'm just telling you, regardless of whether or not, let's say that there was truly an average IQ difference of 5 or 10 points between West Africans and Northern Europeans, and it was just immutable, nothing you can do can change it. I am still going to pick the let's minimize human suffering, let's increase maternal nutrition, let's increase childhood nutrition, let's increase access to early childhood education, and let's improve the lot of our fellow citizens. If you don't agree on that, I kind of think you're a fucking asshole. Just being real. And I think Nick is kind of a fucking asshole because I think he pushes for the segregationist argument because he thinks that it's immutable, unchangeable, and we should ultimately just exist in different tribes.
It only changes genetically over. IQ is a big one, and that changes. That's a genetic trait. And so that can change over the generations, but not, you can't take an individual that's 75 IQ, which is the average in West Africa, and take.
AF Racing says you were still 30 minutes behind on that when I said it was in reference to someone confusing regulation with training. Regulation means training. If you can look up a whole bunch of different historical contemporary references in reference to the American Indian Wars, where they're talking about like the Cherokee and the Comanche and the Apache being well regulated. They obviously didn't mean that they had a whole bunch of laws and rules written about the way that the Comanche and the Apache and the Cherokee conducted war. They were obviously talking about them being well-trained or well-disciplined. Sacred Snow says, yeah, but have you considered that maybe the African birth rate should go down to less than 1 for 1 to 3 generations so we can purge AIDS rather than just using modern medicine to weed it out over time? /sarcastic. Thank you for the sarcastic.
Them to 100.
So 2 dumb people can't produce a smart person.
I believe they can actually.
Yeah.
But
so does that kind of debunk your?
No, because it's rare that happens. But IQ is a heritable trait, so it's unlikely that happens.
Okay.
And do you not recognize that there's group differences in IQ? Or?
I think that there's group differences, but
Okay.
I wouldn't say, and the reason why I'm pushing back on this is because those perspectives that you hold, Thomas Sowell did a really good job debunking that, and I think the book.
And what is it? Not just that, but Asians and Jews have the highest IQ out of any racialized group. And guess what both of those societies have had? Millennia of written language and emphasis on academics. So there's no reason to think that over the next few centuries or millennia, an emphasis on literacy and academics couldn't produce positive results.
Book is called Intellectuals and Race, and he opens up and makes a very sound argument that these characteristics are not immutable and that it can be your environment. And he kind of goes back and discusses, like, who had the highest IQ and who now has the highest IQ. And so I just disagree with you fundamentally, but you have a right to have that perspective.
So you don't think that there's group differences on average between the races?
I think, just to be clear, I think there would be group differences if you took, like we were talking about, an American versus somebody who graduates college in Europe. There'd be tremendous differences. Not
tremendous, but yeah, there would be slight differences.
Yeah.
But you don't think that racially there's differences between races?
I think, yeah, because we have huge differences culturally. So going to your point of saying, I don't want to live in a black neighborhood, well, neither does LeBron James when he gets money, right? And there's a reason for that, because there is something that's happening culturally in Black America that's been going on for a very long time. But that thing, I would argue, didn't exist in
What about in Africa and Haiti? I mean, they're killing and eating each other in Africa and Haiti. Everywhere where they are, you have these problems.
Yeah, I'd like to look into, and I'm pleading ignorant, but I've heard some things about what happened in Haiti and what the Clinton Foundation did there. So I think I'd have to look more into the history of Haiti.
Short Stack Goblin says, I appreciate your goal of reading everything, but we need a better system for when you get one guide and there's a 20-minute delay for you to get to fight with us chat R slurs. No. Wrong. I will fight as I feel.
To be able to push back on that at all. I don't.
Cornelius Cadre says Connor has no clue about racial differences. Never go full libtard. You know, Cornelius, you are the least insightful groiper in my chat. You have no idea about anything.
Don't think I agree with that.
What about all of Africa then? There's not one country in sub-Saharan Africa that's successful. Not one. They're all least developed countries. They're all.
So Bud123 says North Koreans have lower IQs than South Koreans. I'm pretty sure that's actually true. Let's go ahead and pull that up. So North Korean versus South Korean IQ. Ooh, higher. North Koreans are smarter than Americans, which is funny. Comparing the average IQ of North Korean and South Korean is not a straightforward task due to the vast differences in their societies and access to information. Estimates for North Korea are often based on assumptions and indirect evidence rather than standardized testing across the population. South Korea consistently ranks among the countries with the highest average IQ. Some sources suggest an average IQ of 107.54, which is cool. There's scarce data for North Korea. However, it's cited that average IQ for North Koreans range from 87 to 104 in previous studies. So yeah, so there's a limited amount of data between North Korea and South Korea. And bear in mind that these are societies that have only diverged within the past 80 years. And it looks like there's between a 3 and 30-point difference between North Koreans and South Koreans, which, by the way, I would say is like fundamentally environmental. Like it's all environmental. And then what's interesting too, North Korean tall versus North Korean versus South Korean height. Check this shit out. It's actually bananas. The South Koreans are on average 1 to 3 inches shorter. And I know this is an exaggeration. Obviously, this is an exaggeration. This is probably a particularly short North Korean. But look at this, dude. There's the Chad American who's been eating, red meat and wheat for centuries, if not millennia. He's the biggest. He shadows over the South Korean, who looks like his... it's like Emperors and the Primarchs from 40K. He looks like he just started eating, wheat and beef. And so as a result, he has become an Asian clone of the American. And then here's the North Korean, who is like a full 6 inches shorter than both of them. But, obviously, this is a change that's only happened since the 1950s. So it's not going to be a substantive difference. Right? Like it's only going to be a few inches. It's only going to be a few IQ points. But you just have to understand that the environment is a predictive factor for health. And there are going to be things that correlate, like height, like IQ, 100%.
All failed states.
This kind of reminds me, and we could kind of flesh out this conversation together, and I'm not perhaps ready to have it fully, but I do remember going back to...
You can't start eating better and get better IQ. No shit. What I read was talking about early childhood development and early childhood education. No shit. If your mom smokes, you guys should probably understand this. If your mom smokes fucking Newports and eats fucking fried food, then you're not going to get the same fetal development as if your mom eats granola and blueberries. This is self-evident.
Dave Smith, where he was conceding a point on, well, all of these other Middle Eastern countries, no, you wouldn't want to live there. You'd want to live in Israel. In my mind, I'm going, well, because you just keep bombing the crap out of them if they ever try to get ahead. I remember watching this clip of him saying that, going, why don't these countries get ahead? And kind of going back in my mind to the Gaddafi speech where he was speaking essentially about, here's what we got to do in Libya to get ahead. Here's what we're going to do with the dollar, and we're going to be progressive and this and that. And they killed him. And then what happened to those Libyan refugees?
No. God, you guys this is you. This is you. This is you. Pancakes, waffles, tweet. This is fucking you. Bread and circuses. Fucking try. Twitter, the only place where well-articulated sentences will get misinterpreted. You can say, I like pancakes, and somebody will say, so you hate waffles. No, bitch, that's a whole new sentence. What the fuck are you talking about? Bread and Circuses says, are you arguing that a blank slate, there's no intrinsic average IQ difference between the races? Nope, never said that. I said that you can make a maximal environment that increases IQ. That's what I said. Cornelia says, liberals like Connor don't care about the truth, just want to win an argument like Bosch or Destiny. Sad. Shut the fuck up. You're a fucking idiot, Cornelius. You're the dumbest groiper I have. Depressing.
Suddenly they're now pouring into, just like he said was going to happen, that they were now
see, Bud123 gets it. Grill hotism positively impacts IQ. Indeed.
Pouring into the European continent, and Europeans are complaining, who are these people? And so the question is, are we allowing, because I'm like, Africa's a pretty rich country. Like, why aren't Africans controlling the diamond trade? Who's taking all of the diamonds so that they can't control the diamond trade? And how long have these people been doing that, being essentially culture vultures? That's kind of the journey that I've been on now in terms of really trying to go back and look into history to see what's happened.
Mm-hmm.
And I never trust myself when I have a perspective now, because I realize how much of my opinions and beliefs were shaped by the public school system.
Mm-hmm.
And so I don't think you're right. I think that there has been a very sophisticated effort to, just like you would say now, in terms of people that are intentionally attacking Anglo-Saxons. I'm just learning about that there were these books that were written we must genocide the Anglo-Saxons that were going on for a lot longer than I realized. History didn't begin with World War II, but I think it would take a lot of time to kind of unpack that.
Yeah.
Like, are we stopping people from getting ahead just because, I don't know.
That just being honest with you, that just sounds to me like a left-wing argument when they say, why don't these countries get ahead?
Whatever, it's hard enough to face my own mortality without facing the death of my entire people. Dude, you fucking whatever. You're so fucking crazy. Mixed race, baby, and parents. This is a happy guy. This is a happy woman. They have 3 kids. Her people didn't die because she has 3 happy kids. These are her people, you psycho. The black people didn't die and the white people didn't die because they had a mixed race kid. Are you stupid? Are you an idiot? They're not dead. They have a new kid. These are their kids. They're human beings who participate in society and work jobs and pay taxes and fucking take care of their families. You think that she views herself as dead? You think he views himself as dead? Are you an idiot? What's your problem? How about you face your own mortality? How about you go find a woman who's willing to tolerate your autistic ass, and then you go get a fucking kid? And if they're fucking Mexican or black or Asian or whatever, you just go, okay, fuck it. You're attractive. I love you. I'm happy that I get to have kids. And then you take care of your kids and you love your kids. How about that, you fucking psycho? Jesus Christ. My entire people are gone. No, they're not. They're right there. She is his person. He is her person. And that's their person. She is his person. He is her person. And those are their people. You fucking lunatic. What's wrong with you? Cornelius, I'm going to scroll. You have like one more cringe comment and then I'm going to ban you because you're actually too stupid to function. You don't even bring up good points. Like, at least with Justin, at least with who do we have? We had like Razzle Smasher and Razzle something else. They bring up points to contend with, but all you say is, if you don't agree with Nick, you're stupid. Cornelius, you are stupid. You don't even understand what Nick's saying. You don't understand what I'm saying. Like, you don't even understand the arguments. You just found an online political tribe to hang out with. You're actually quite stupid. So whatever like claims to like collective greatness that the Groypers are currently claiming, you're not a part of it. You're like their dumb little brother that they let tag along. It's kind of embarrassing, to be honest.
Colonialism. You're a colonizer. It's like, okay, but when we got there, they had no development. When we got to Africa, they had no technological.
Which also isn't true. They had their own agricultural process. And as a matter of fact, the Bantu were agriculturalists who outcompeted the Khoisan. It's frustrating to explain, but it's okay. Let's go.
Development.
So you think that even if we weren't at war, and sure, you could say that you think that's a leftist argument. I would only push back on that because I've learned so much about just like recent history that I didn't know.
Do I think immigration should be stopped? No, I think it should be controlled.
But you think that the Middle East, like if we had done nothing in terms of the Middle East, that they would just be savages and just be like, America didn't do anything it doesn't set anything backwards. And you're just like bombing a place.
Yeah, kind of. I think that we.
So hold on. Conservative liberalism actually makes a good point. North Korea versus South Korea is addressing a floor, not a ceiling. You can raise floors with environmental conditions. North Koreans are shorter too. These are related things. Yes, I'm arguing we should raise the floor. That's what I'm arguing.
We did set them back because when they don't have political order, it prevents development and investment and things like that. But, again, when you look at the antecedents of all these, the history didn't start, like you said, with World War II in the 20th century. There's a reason that European civilization created this enormous gap between them and everybody else. And I don't think it was that it was white supremacy or it was unfair or something like that. I think it's because Europeans are smarter. I think that on average, Europeans.
So to use your argument against you, that could be said about Ashkenazis. So if you're sitting here saying, I believe in some conspiracy and that it's a coordinated effort and blah, 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 they could look at you and say, that's a leftist argument. We're just smarter.
I think they are smart.
I think smarter. They're the smartest.
Well, I would say this. I would say they're probably as smart as the smartest white race. But the difference between the Jews and the white people is that they work as a team. And so if you look at, for example, things like transportation, white people invented every mode of transportation, railroad, cars, airplanes, all of it. When you look at fields of knowledge, white people invented all that, chemistry, anthropology, all that stuff. So white people really did give birth to the modern world in a major way. Jewish people are high verbal IQ because they're lawyers, they're rabbis. That's what a rabbi is a lawyer. That's what the Talmud is. It's a lawyerly back and forth. And so they're skilled at some things, and you're not wrong. They're extremely educated. They're extremely intelligent. They're a unique case where, 2% of the population overrepresented 2,000%. Are they 2,000% smarter? Answer is no. Because if you look at the standardized testing, the top scores in the high school standardized tests are almost all Asians in math and science. Asians aren't overrepresented in power. It's Jewish people. So Jewish people are not, proportionally as more intelligent as they are more overrepresented. And that goes to their real superpower, which is they're an organized minority. An organized minority will be the disorganized majority. As far as Africa is concerned, they didn't have the wheel. We got there, they didn't have the wheel. And it's unfortunate. It's not anything that people are happy about. I don't believe that makes Africans inferior.
Charles Burrow says, I'm 40 minutes behind listening to Connor being scolded by chat for responding to 30-minute old messages. Lol. 70 minutes in my future, I might see him respond to this message. Well, I just did, Charles Burrows. Quick show time before we continue, just because, we are getting later in the day. Please like the stream, engage in chat. There's lots of funny, interesting people there. Also, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. Watch the VOD videos if you miss out on a stream and comment on them. I'm not going to lie. Effectively, listen, guys, I'm going to be real here. The things that perform on the VOD so far are Destiny, Nick Fuentes, random drama. So if you're like, Connor, I like it, when you actually deal with real contentious topics. And I like it when you watch Mehdi Hasan or the Young Turks or something like that. Then you're going to need to engage with those VODs. Like even just like clicking the video, running it in the background and commenting on it, you're going to have to comment on the content you want to see. Because if I keep getting 5,000, 7,000, 10,000 views for Destiny content, and I keep getting 200 views for, you know, Young Turks content, I'm obviously going to follow where the algorithm pushes me. So just a warning to VOD viewers. Watch what you want to see from the channel. Otherwise, it's going to become whatever's popular. That's how the algorithm works, guys. Sorry to share that.
But I do think that that explains their relative level of development that has been persistent over centuries, millennia.
Yeah, I'd probably just disagree with that point altogether. Okay, so then at least you are agreeing that Jewish people are just born smarter.
Yeah, they're very high IQ. I don't know that they're smarter than white people, but they're...
Well, you have to, that's what the results say.
That's what some results say. Depends on what...
Sacred Snow says, I personally hate it when the Latin asses tempt me and my race into being genocided. Don't you hate that? Don't you hate that? I'm going to Google Latina, and I'll leave the safe search on. Hold on. Latina woman. Let's see. Don't you hate that? Don't you hate when a combination of Spanish and indigenous woman just looks you in the eyes and just says, hey, I'm going to genocide you? Don't you hate that? Don't you hate when an indigenous woman says, hey, come over here. Let me genocide you and make you some food from my home country. You know, let me make you some corn and some beans and some fajitas. Don't you hate that? Don't you hate when you get genocided by Latinas? Shame. Shame. Shame on you for getting genocided.
Results you're looking at.
Okay. I thought that was kind of the, maybe I'm just reading it in one term, but I'm pretty sure that I read somewhere that like Ashkenazis have the highest IQs.
They like to embellish that. And there's different kinds of IQ. I think China...
Whatever says Sai, I'm talking about the English gene pool. Mixing isn't a problem as long as the entire population gets replaced by mass immigration. Why don't you just hang out with other whites, bro? Just go hang out with other whites. Do you have a kid? Do you have a partner? Do you have a wife? Dude, like, finding someone to love and having a kid is infinitely more important than your existential panic over Middle Eastern and North Africans infiltrating the United Kingdom. Okay? Your homicide rate is less than half of that of the United States of America. Go find some like-minded whites and play Warhammer, okay?
These people probably have the highest IQ, Chinese or Japanese.
But how do you pick and choose what you believe and what you don't believe and then form a basis? Like, well, I definitely believe that Black people are dumb.
Cornelius Cadre says the UN has an official paper called Replacement Migration for All White Nations. So how is it a conspiracy? Because if you actually read it, it talks about how declining birth rates in the West and the economic impacts are so disastrous that what you need is immigration as a stopgap in order to make sure that economies don't fucking implode, Cornelius. So the people who wrote those papers didn't say, "Ooh, we're the Jews, and because we want to, turn everybody into a race-mixed slave race of cappuccino debt slaves, we're going to make sure that Americans get tempted by big booty Latinas, and we're going to make sure that Europeans get cucked by Chad Arabs." That's not what's in the fucking paper. What the paper says is that the Western world has a demographic implosion where instead of being at replacement birth rate of 2.15, we're currently hovering around 1.5. And effectively, all of our economic models are based on growth. So without that demographic growth, we're going to implode our retirement systems. We're going to implode our social welfare systems. So in order to make sure that we don't totally destroy our economies and effectively force old people to eat cat food, we're going to let immigrants come into our countries so our economic models work until we figure out automation. That's what the paper says, you fucking idiot. Sorry for cussing so much, but you're actually the dumbest groiper. You're like the token groiper. You're the, when it comes to the groipers, who is it? It's like Officer Doofus. Officer Doofus, Doofy, Scary Movie. This is you, okay? The groipers are the police department, and they're letting you, the fucking idiot, tag along, fake star dumbass, you're tagging along. Okay? This is you. This is you to the groipers. You are the dumbest groiper.
But I totally don't necessarily believe, I'm obviously being a little bit hyperbolic here, but I totally don't necessarily believe that Ashkenazis are the smartest. Like, how do you...
Well, I said they're probably among the smartest races. As to who's the smartest, it's tough to say. And I think that Jewish people do embellish that for obvious reasons.
Bud123 says, no, we should argue to bring McDonald's to North Korea to feed the masses and make $1 billion. Yes.
Reasons. Now, there are some studies that say that Ashkenazi Jews do have the highest average IQ, and that does exist.
Yeah, but so then for me, the reason why I'm skeptical of it all, to be honest with you, is because I'm skeptical of history, full stop. Right? So when you're like, well, this is what we did.
What do you mean, all of history, or?
Skeptical of history, full stop, because we're living in a present right now where they're lying about what happened yesterday. And then when I realized, like, when you completely remove something that would obviously inform our perspectives in a different way, as I covered on my show this week, like the Havara agreement between the Zionists and the Nazis, like that's kind of a pretty big thing to not teach people in school.
True Zealot for $5 says, for all the groipers, our DNA wouldn't combine to produce offspring if God didn't want us to race mix. Maybe y'all aren't as close to God as you think. Yeah. It would be one thing with races if they produced like donkeys. Like I'm pretty sure donkeys are sterile. Are donkeys sterile? Or like a mule or something? Donkeys are capable of reproduction, on the other hand, are the sterile offspring of a male donkey. Mules, on the other hand, are the sterile offspring of a male donkey and a female horse. The reason for mule sterility is related to their different chromosomes, 62 for donkeys and 64 for horses and 63 for mules. So what's interesting about mules, mule sterility, is the fact that mules are a combination of a male donkey and a female horse, and they themselves cannot procreate. So it would be one thing to say, like, if races like produced sterility in the subsequent generation, then I'd be like, oh, maybe there's something to this race thing where we're just so distant as a species that we can no longer interbreed. That's not true. Not only is it not true, but I'm pretty sure like mixed race folk have like they have like health advantages. Do mixed race people live longer? In terms of longevity and health, the relationship between mixed race individuals and life expectancy is complex and not easily categorized as simply living longer or living shorter than those of single racial backgrounds. Research suggests that several factors include the health and longevity of mixed race individuals. Genetic diversity, greater genetic diversity in individuals of mixed backgrounds may offer some health advantages, such as potentially a stronger immune system and a lower risk for certain diseases, according to some research. So obviously there's going to be mixed results, because you could get, there are probably people who get advantages from both races and therefore are more healthy. But there's also probably disadvantages, because imagine if you get two disadvantages from your mixed race parents. Imagine if they both give you disadvantages, you'd probably be fucked. But theoretically, it offers advantages. Chaitanya Manuja says, before colonization, India was one of the richest nations. Well, India should probably get better at fighting, considering that the Muslims showed up and kicked the shit out of India, and then the Brits showed up and they kicked the shit out of India. So, you know, who is it? Who's the Indians? The Sikh. The Sikh had the right idea, S-I-K-H. That religion was effectively like a warrior religion. Were the Sikh a military organization? While Sikhism is primarily a religion, the Khalsa, a brotherhood of initiated Sikhs, has a strong military tradition and played a significant role in Sikh history as a disciplined fighting force. The Khalsa was formed by Guru Gobind Singh in 1699 as a military order to defend the Sikh faith in community. The Sikh Khalsa army was a military force of the Sikh Empire and played a crucial role in its expansion and defense. So yeah, so the Hindu should have been more like the Khalsa or the Sikh. And maybe you guys wouldn't have gotten the shit kicked out of you so bad. Sorry for the historical racism, but I do think it's funny.
That would maybe inform and make us ask some questions when you totally remove like a German genocide and only focus on one genocide, or don't focus on speaking about the Bolshevik Revolution. I don't question. I now have a lot of questions about history, full stop. And so he who prints the textbook is king.
Agreed.
And so if you are coming up with a concept like, well, this is an immutable trait, and I know because I read or I learned this at school, or this textbook, or I read this book, he who prints the textbook is king. And I'm kind of learning that right now in terms of Hollywood Babylon, relationship that the deep state has had with publishing agencies for a reason. You know this, I know this. You can't even get your book published.
Right.
If you want to get your book published because they're controlling the press, that's kind of been a running theme. Certainly was the reason why the Russian Tsar, they were pamphleteers at that time, but like certainly was the reason that he got overthrown, was that they realized the power of the press. And so when people have perspectives like you and they're base it on like historical knowledge, this person invented the wheel, I'm like, I don't really know what's up and what's down, to be honest with you.
Whatever says, I will tell you, people are rioting and very concerned for their children's futures. Wrong. They were rioting last year. They stopped giving a shit in the past 6 months. In the UK, thousands of girls were and are raped. Kill the rapists. It's that easy. You think I don't know about Pakistani grooming gangs? Yeah, if a guy is using ethno-religious bigotry as an excuse in order to recruit and sexually enslave European girls, kill that person. Okay? At minimum, incarcerate them. At maximum, kill them. You have my full blessing. Now, the United Kingdom government is so cucked that they're not going to do that. But I guarantee you, if there was an ethno-religious supremacist movement in the United States that had sexually enslaved Native Americans, and by natives, I just mean the way that the racists were using it, European descended Americans, along the lines of ethno-religious bigotry, there would be vigilantism. 100% in the United States. Absolutely.
I don't even believe in the moon landing.
Tartaria.
So, there you go. There's another one. There's something there. That's very funny. I would
not kidding.
But the point being is that, yeah, so the more that I learn, the one thing that I learn is that we know very little. And so I would never make a sweeping conclusion like that confidently. It could be that
Cornelius Cadre says Connor has a Jewish boss or a brown wife. Nope, neither.
That some groups are more evil. They're willing to do stuff that you wouldn't do. They're willing to take your entire culture, your ideas, and purport that it was theirs. And that's something that we're kind of tackling in my book club right now, because we're realizing that the elites very much believed in this sort of Kabbalistic sexual ritual magic, but actually they stole it from Egyptians. And like Sigmund Freud was obsessed with the Egyptians, and we talked about Aleister Crowley. And so the more I learn about what they were obsessed with, I'm like, okay, so you're supposed to be like the brightest people in the world and you've had wealth forever. But I think you're willing to do more that most people that just have like a discerning, I don't know, just have the Holy Spirit, like, just wouldn't do. And so does the most evil person get to the top? And then they get to say, well, we're just like what's going to happen, for example, bring it back to what we've been discussing. And I will give a specific example. I won't even mince words here. It shocked me to learn that Armand Hammer, you know Armand Hammer, the actor?
Yeah.
He is racially Jewish. I know sometimes it's a race, sometimes it's an ethnicity, sometimes it's a religion, who knows? But Armie Hammer's family backstory is that his however many great-grandfathers named Armand Hammer was named Arm and Hammer, literally, okay? Because he was considered Stalin and Vladimir Lenin's favorite Jew, okay? Fascinating. And so what he would do is he would go between Russia and America. He would set up like all of these, his father was Julius Hammer, and he established the Diamond District. So you're telling me that when Christians were being mass murdered and their belongings were being taken, you got these guys going back and forth, establishing districts in America. They're peddling art. He started peddling art. He started peddling diamonds. I think that's stolen. Okay. So if our American history is going to teach us that, like, oh, like the reason they established Arm & Hammer's fortune is like they opened all these art galleries, it's stolen. You stole this from Christians that were being murdered and had all their stuff taken. We can apply that logic to what's happening in Palestine. Everyone thinks about, okay, it's very clearly what's happening is an ethnic cleansing. Where's all that stuff going? Are we going to in the future go, well, Palestinians just couldn't get ahead because, you know, they're just not that smart. You know, I fundamentally, if you look at the IQ of Palestinian, the reason why they got.
And by the way, yeah, short stack goblin, I caught you. Connor is almost catching up. Quick, everyone, spam triggering stuff. Yeah, exactly. I caught you. I caught you. So that means that since I caught you, I get to shill. Like the stream, engage in chat. There's lots of really funny, psychotic people who piss me off in chat. Comment on the VODs. Super chats if you got them. Memberships if you got them. Yeah, Herkimer says, wait until somebody tells her about the Germans looting the Jews. Yeah, this is where, like, for me, it's conspiracy brain. I feel like Candace already has a natural conspiracist thing. So she's just going to be like, oh, the Jews were establishing, you know, the Diamond District, and there were all these people getting killed in Europe. Clearly, they were being raped, robbed, and murdered, and it was the Jews who did it. Now, obviously, she's never going to own it that explicitly. However, she already implied it. And then not just that. Let's just invert that. The reason why I don't like calling out the most grievous sins in history and assigning it specifically to ethno-religious groups is because oftentimes, as soon as you point the finger in one direction, you can find analogs within your own tribe. For the Crusades, you have the expansions of the Caliphate. For the expansions of the Caliphate, you have the Crusades. For the, you know, Jewish blood libel or whatever, you know, where they're like killing kids and poisoning wells and all that kind of shit, you have biological warfare and torture implemented by the Christians and the Muslims throughout their conquests. So it's like whatever grievous sins, you know, can be pointed to for the ancestors of our enemies, we can find grievous sins of our own. So maybe we should all stop being dicks. That would be my philosophy.
Got ahead is because they weren't that smart and the Israelis were just really smart, or no, the Israelis were just evil. And so I am not comfortable with the conclusion.
Sen Patty says, what if the Jews are behind the anti-Semitism movement, playing all sides so they always come out on top?
That you have arrived at, because I just pay attention to what's happening now and what limited research that I've done. I'm like, well, some people are just a little more evil. Like,
yeah,
they'll rewrite the books, and 50, maybe 100 years from now, they're going to say the Palestinians never had that land, and it was really a matter of people lying, and it was anti-Semitic, and we'll be none the wiser.
Right.
Fair?
I disagree. I just fundamentally disagree. I think that, you know, it's such a one-sided, it's unfortunate, but it's so one-sided, just a chronic lack of development and persistent underclass status and lack of contributions to mankind. I mean, certainly in the arts and in athletics, but no inventions, no philosophers, no true great masterpieces, anything like that, in terms of fine art, really. And then you have the whole planet is like this, you know? I mean, if half of Africa was super developed or halfway developed and the other half wasn't, maybe you'd have an argument, but it's...
I mean, you could argue that North Africa is super developed and West Africa isn't. I think what Nick is asking for, though, is specifically when it comes to the Bantu language group. So when you're talking about West Africa and South Africa, that's what he's talking about. Now, the argument from West African and South African historians who are sympathetic to West Africans is effectively, let's do a topographical map real quick. Let's do a little bit of geopol. So Africa maps. So the argument is that this entire area, what's up, baby? I didn't see it. Oh, cool. So the argument is that this entire area is heavily jungled. And so the primary crop was the yam. And there's actually like a history of yam cultivation starting in West Africa. and then moving its way east as they exhausted the soil. And so that eventually started with like the Bantu migration into South Africa, where the reason why there's the Khoisan, who are the grass peoples, who are effectively like grass hunters. They hunted in the savannah. The Bantu language group eventually outcompeted because they were agriculturally cultivating. That might be redundant, but they were cultivating the yam. And so the yam cultivators spread east and south, and they outcompeted the Khoisan, who are the grass peoples. And so while this was happening, probably at the peak of the domination of the Bantu, there were cultural interchanges between North Africa and West Africa, but it was fairly limited because Sahara effectively acted like another ocean. This entire region has so little water that West Africa was substantively cut off from the rest of the world. Like East Africa, sure, but when you're talking about the Bantu language group, they were pretty substantively cut off. And then you have colonialism and decolonization, which were both disastrous politically, economically, and culturally. So it's effectively like, at least for West African sympathetic historians, they say that by the time that the Africans were kind of advanced or advancing, they were being colonized and decolonized. So, yep.
Whether they're socialist or capitalist, whether they got colonized or not, whether they got freed from slavery in 1800 or in 1860, or it's the same story everywhere. There's not one written language among them. You know, you talk about who controls the printing press.
Arabic in you know, Timbuktu and Mali, but he's going to argue that that's a North African language.
They don't have books. They don't have words to put in the books. And I think that, you know, it's a sad fact of the world, but it's something we have to deal with. And to me, that's the only conclusion that satisfies. And don't get me wrong, I get where you're coming from. I'm not, you know.
History is oftentimes not satisfactory.
I'll give you an example. My family lived in Chicago for 4 or 5 generations. And my parents and my grandmother, they had a security firm in the city. They taught cops and security guards how to shoot their guns and gave them licenses and things like that. And almost all their clientele were black. And they, when I was growing up, this was impressed upon me at an early age. They always said the older generations in Chicago, when my grandmother was growing up in the projects, when my parents were running this business in the 80s and 90s, they said they were the most polite, the most pious, the most considerate. Right. Some of them couldn't read, though. You know, they would come in and not be able to read, but they were less dysfunctional than my family. You know, my grandmother, her mother had mental illness, and she would look outside the window in the projects and see a black family across the way, and they were sitting around the table holding hands saying grace, and it was an intact family. So I completely agree with you. So obviously, there's a cultural destruction. Obviously, there's a cultural decline, but I think that was constant, even though the older generation was more genteel. I think that, honestly, that came from oppression. That came from a...
Oh, I wasn't ready for that one. That was a nice little curveball to the face. Oh, man. Okay. 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 Listen, if you think that early childhood education and forced nutritional access is oppression, then I'm all for it. And then if you think that a public school education forcing people to be genteel and socialize is oppression, then I'm all for that form of oppression. Okay? Whatever makes people happy, healthy, socialized, given academic opportunity, and given employment opportunity, I'm for it. So Nick's saying that that's the oppression of the white folk who forced the black folk to be decent, and that there's been a cultural disintegration since. I'm for a new form of what he will call social oppression into liberal normality. Weird sentences.
Society where they were the minority. There was racism, there was abuse, there was segregation. And I think that made Black people meek. And if you look, the out-of-wedlock birth rate started to blow up, not after Great Society in the late 60s, but in the 50s during the Civil Rights era. And I think that that was sort of a regression to the mean moment. And, you know, again, I think that it's not that Black people can't be good people. There aren't smart Black people, or there aren't, you know, incredible Black people. I'm sitting across from one right now, or yay, and everything like that. But on the whole, on average, and there's billions of Black people, they do have that lower level of development. And I think that's why they underperform. And, you know.
Yeah, I think it's totally ignorant. We can disagree on that, but I think it would be the same as saying, like, we look at women today who are all a bunch of hoes, and like that's kind of just become the thing. Like, this is what women are, and then kind of looking at this moment in time and saying, like, this is just who they are. It's like women, as soon as they come of age, they just want to like be on screen shaking their butts because they're all low IQ and they need men to do this or whatever. It's like, no, the culture has been corroding for a very long time, and I don't accept the argument that it's because women are women and that's just who they all are deep down on the inside. You know, I find that I do think that in time you might move away from that.
Okay. Candace is the more rational person in this conversation. Oh, that hurts. That hurts me psychically.
Okay. I'm open-minded. Yeah.
We'll see. Okay. So you are a racist. You accept that. You are anti-Semitic. I don't like actually using that word because even that is what I mean, like trickery, where it's like Semitic. Palestinians are Semitic.
Right.
So it's nothing more anti-Semitic than blowing up Palestinians. Are you a Jew hater?
No, I don't hate anybody.
Do you hate Jews?
I don't hate Jews. I don't hate anybody.
You don't hate anybody. Okay. And your faith, you don't find that saying that you're a Catholic while also saying that you don't believe that whites and blacks should be married, or you don't believe in interracial marriage for whatever reason, that doesn't conflict with your Catholicism?
No, I don't think so.
Okay.
So for me, what I would want to hear Nick address is there's obviously that quote from his little like Groyper rally where he was like, they want to make us die in a holy war, so we will make them die in a holy war. I would like to hear an explanation for that rhetoric. Yes, I agree with you, Sen Patty. He's something. He's something.
But you said that like that's not a Catholic perspective.
It's not a sin. The Catholic Church doesn't say it's a sin to mix races, but there have been various Catholic authors that have said that it's not conducive to a long-term marriage to mix races because.
And there's also like people use a quote from the Old Testament about like the nations and their people and their language. And they say effectively that God has ordained the nation state as a vehicle for human happiness. That's where they use like a very few cryptic Old Testament sentences about the nations as a way to say like, well, we shouldn't mix because we are the nations.
You have this clash, you have this dissonance between cultures, between different upbringings. And so they say if the selfless goal of a marriage is to rear children and you want to make that as conducive as possible, then you should marry within your race. It's not a sin if you don't.
Catholic author?
I don't know off the top of my head, but there are Catholic theologians that have said that. It's not conducive to a long-term marriage and stable.
Okay, jumping in here,
All right, and I'm jumping out. I understand there might be like another spicy moment in here where Nick basically says like, oh, like, well, when are you getting married? When are you going to live the trad life? And he's like, fuck off, Candace. I do what I want. And then all the Groypers are saying on social media effectively that men can have children and build families at a later age. And so as a result, you know, who cares what Nick does? And Nick is so important to the Christian nationalist movement that, you know, he should be given further license to not fully live the ideal of a married man. So, yeah. Justin says he doesn't believe sub-Saharans can behave well on their own. Okay. No one can behave well on their own, Justin. So, once again, I'm bringing this up. I am ethnically Irish. 200 years ago, my ancestors were mud-dwelling savages with 15 kids who drank a shitload and beat the fuck out of people, okay? The Irish people are known for effectively having lots of kids, being super Catholic, loving alcohol, and beating the shit out of people. That's what they're known for. They're known for being rebels during the Roman Republic and the Roman Imperial era. They're known for being rebels during the Anglo Imperial era. So we all need something to civilize us. I just think that we could do that within society, and it's not that big of a deal. Herkimer says, oh, they cherry pick the tidbits from the Bible too? Shocking. I know, right? Yeah, so let's go ahead and summarize, I guess, and close out. But I will read chat before I get out of here. Effectively, I'm happy that we took a look at it again. I'm happy we got into the recent IQ stuff. I think that anybody who does watch this and does consider themselves a groiper, they should look at IQ effects of maternal nutrition, infant nutrition, early childhood education, and the Flynn effect. And then you have to ask yourself a diverging question. So should we as Americans who live in a multi-ethnic, multiracial, multilinguistic state, should we segregate into different races and then just let Black people do whatever Black people do? And because of the material circumstances and history, let's face that, that's probably going to be a lot of unnecessary suffering. Or do we come together as Americans and we say, everyone who is a United States citizen is my brother. Everybody is my brother in Christ. Therefore, we care about what other people do, and we're going to take care of them. And so therefore, you give people maximal access to optimal nutrition, especially during the early development of life. You give them a good education, you give them employment opportunities, and you try to create intact families through cultural pressure. I would argue for the latter. If you argue for the former, I think you're an asshole. Mascalismo says, Connor, have you watched the James Tallarico JRE? I haven't, but I've heard good things. Whatever 4690 says, what about the power of what people like? You like guns, so want to keep them. You could accept small firearms for the Second Amendment. What? What about the power of what people like? You like guns, so want to keep them, so you could accept small firearms for the Second Amendment. I don't know what you're talking about. You're going to have to explain that. Andy B says, South Africa is very fertile, but the SID heel is really bad for mass agriculture. Yep. Mario Wall says, jumping is funny. Good. Justin says, the difference between Europe and Africa is 1,500 years of Catholicism. Maybe. Mario Wall says, quarter Irish. Nice. Mario says, 100% Viking based. Okay. Well, we hit around, whatever 4690. Feel free to rewrite your sentence. Quick show before we wrap up. Like the stream. Engage in chat, watch the VODs, comment on the VODs, super chats if you got them, memberships if you got them. I parasocially love you. I'm going to go ahead and thank, we had half a dozen people donate today. True Zealot, a.k.a. Batasui, Justin, Starhawks, Grassroots, and Megastar donated today, and it is deeply appreciated. So, 45, 50. Yeah. Not a bad day. People didn't make it rain like they did on Friday, but of course we're going to have peaks and troughs. So I parasocially love you guys for hanging out, having a good time, enjoying the content, and donating. Seriously, it is greatly appreciated. So whatever 4690, just if you think about it, DM me or something, but I got to run. So, yep. Hugs and kisses. Mwah. You don't have to accept my air kiss if you don't want to. Parasocially love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow bright and early. Have a great one. Bye for now.